Chapter 825. There wasn't a single ray of sunlight shining on Zhang Xiaobao's body. It was just that the wind was a little stronger because he was standing at a high altitude. Even so, the people at the foot of the mountain still had to re-evaluate Zhang Xiaobao's position. Even the smiling Wang Wan made people have other guesses. The people who followed MOG felt that Zhang Xiaobao was climbing very fast, but they couldn't understand why 1,000 people were climbing the mountain. They asked in confusion, "Master, can they threaten us by climbing the mountain?" "They can't. The threat is to Tubo and the northern part of Hebei province, especially the northern part of Hebei province. With this speed, when the two sides meet in the valley, the Tang Empire won't be in a hurry to set up the formation. Instead, they will climb the mountain. When the others rush over, they will be greeted with a rain of arrows, no, a rain of bullets." MOG estimated the time and explained to the people around him. When he looked at Zhu Zan of Qida on the left, there was some pity in his eyes. Zhu Zan of Qida was silent. He was still thinking about what was the thing that nailed the rope to the cliff after the clapping sound. 2nd Engineering Battalion, go. Wang Wan didn't have time to introduce the tool to others. Seeing that the fastest climber was close to the top of the mountain, she waved the sword in her hand and changed the sound of the drum. The 1,000 soldiers of the 2nd Battalion shouted and rushed up the road made by the 1st Battalion. With the rope, their climbing speed was much faster than the 1st Battalion. Every time they climbed a certain distance, they would start to throw the rope horizontally and let the people next to them catch it. At the key points, they would use the clapping thing to fix it again. 3rd Battalion, go. Wang Wan's order continued to change. The people of the 3rd Battalion rushed up but didn't climb. They just waited at the bottom. Wang Wan came to Li Longji's dragon carriage and said, "Your Majesty, please go up the mountain." "Yes. Li Shi." Li Longji happily responded and began to instruct Gao Li Shi. Gao Li Shi naturally knew what to do. He passed down the orders one by one and the troops slowly moved towards the cliff. When they arrived at the bottom of the cliff, the people from the 3rd Engineering Battalion threw out grappling hooks and hooked onto all the carriages, pulling them up with all their might. As everyone's bodies gradually left the ground, many of those who couldn't figure out how to go up the mountain finally understood. They were actually going to hang themselves. They were a little worried, but also a little expectant. They had never played like this before. How did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan come up with this idea? If I had known earlier, I would have brought the house. Xiao Bei was not afraid at all. He poked his head out with all his might. The whole way up, except for the brave ones, the rest of the people felt like they had just survived a disaster. It was really too exciting. Li Longji casually glanced at everyone's faces. Wei Wei curled her lips and whispered to Gao Li Shi, "It seems that there are still many cowards." "Your Majesty is right. This is just the beginning. When the other arrangements are shown later, I think they will be scared to death." Gao Li Shi's eyes looked around. He wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao how to climb as if he was flying. It looked very easy. It was not difficult at all. After the people from the surrounding areas came up, they looked at where Li Longji was and waited. They wondered what kind of sword competition it would be. Would it be like the 3 Kingdoms, where they discussed the heroes while drinking wine? At this time, Gao Li Shi stood up and asked loudly, "Envoys, do you still remember the edgeless sword that was sent along with the invitation to the sword competition on Mount Hua? But please take it out." Everyone thought to themselves, "Isn't this nonsense? Does it not have a sword?" They all ordered the people who were guarding the sword to take it out and take it off their hands to show it to the emperor. Gao Li Shi nodded with satisfaction and said, "The emperor once said that a sword has 2 edges. If you want to hurt others, you have to care about yourself. Remember, on the trip to Mount Hua, you can speak with your heart. Where is the edge?" After that, Gao Li Shi stopped talking. Everyone looked at the sword in their hands and then looked at where Li Longji was. They did not understand for a while. They also did not know what was going to happen on the trip to Mount Hua. Just as they were speculating, Wang Wan took over the command of the army again. Send the signal, call the air force. At the order, colorful fireworks exploded in the sky one after another. The gorgeous and dazzling scene made the people who were waiting feel a little relieved. Fortunately, there was not much snow on Mount Hua. Otherwise, they would have been buried by the snow. Among them, Zhu Zan felt the most. After all, he was in a place with many snowy mountains. Then the people from the surrounding countries began to wonder, Air Force, what is the Air Force? What is the use of it? While everyone was wondering and Li Longji was looking forward to it, countless black spots appeared in the distant sky and approached Mount Hua. When Zhu Zan saw so many black spots, the first thing that came to his mind was the Tang Empire's eagle formation. He could not help but tremble. Although the incident had passed, he could not forget the countless eagles flying on the front line of Jinchuan. They provided the Tang Empire's army with information at any time and suppressed the eagles on his side. In particular, there was an eagle called Shui Yun. It was almost psychic and could cooperate well with people. It understood the human language and could send messages from thousands of miles away. What was even more infuriating was that Shui Yun did not have the slightest bit of pride as an eagle. Other eagles were more courageous in battle. No matter who the opponent was, they would not admit defeat even if they were to die in battle. Shui Yun retreated when there was danger and took advantage of the situation. It was very strange that an eagle could do this. Many people also thought that it was an eagle flying over. As the black spots gradually approached, they could see them with their clairvoyance. Only then did they realize that it was not an eagle at all. There were two kinds of flying objects. One was a big ball with a big basket hanging below it. They did not know what it was used for. The other was frightening. The spectators all opened their mouths in disbelief. Those flying objects were actually people. They had special wings on their backs, and the people were below. They did not know how to control the wings, but they were flying back and forth in the sky. Red fireworks rose into the sky. Everyone watched as the winged people adjusted their positions and arranged themselves into a horizontal snake formation. Fireworks rose again, and the snake formation was pulled apart. One row became 2 rows became 4 rows, and 4 rows became 8 rows. Only then did the formation stop. The formation was distinct, rising and falling like the wind on the water's surface or the overlapping of fish scales. This was the fish scale formation. The first feeling that the crowd felt from such a formation change was that they were stunned. However, before they could fully comprehend the first feeling, the second feeling came. That was fear. Even those who did not understand military affairs could tell that the person below the wings was a soldier when they saw the Tang uniform. Soldiers were naturally used to fight. How could one fight an enemy flying in the sky? How fast would a horse be able to avoid the pursuit of a flying man? How high was the city wall to prevent the enemy from entering the city? Moji felt bitter. Just now, when the Tang people were climbing the cliff, he was gloating. Now, it was his turn. Could a horse galloping on the grassland outrun a flying person? Not to mention shooting arrows from above, even if someone threw a torch at his camp, he would not be able to withstand it. Where did the Tang get so many wings? Everyone's expression changed. Those from the Tang who had never seen such a scene blushed and felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Those flying in the sky were the Tang army. Who in the world could defeat them? Some of the people in the surroundings were livid, while others were pale. Why was this happening? When did the Tang army have a flying army? Li Longji squinted his eyes and kept looking at the expressions of the others. He was very happy in his heart. Who asked you to make trouble? Why did you have to invade the border and force Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's family? Humph, there will be more in a while. But suddenly, he stroked the sword that had not been sharpened and suddenly understood. He muttered, so that's how it is. Your Majesty is asking us whether we should sharpen the sword of the Tang Empire. Should our sword have no edges or double edges? Where does the edge point? When the people around him heard his words, they also understood what was going on. Great Tang's Li Longji was trying to show off. Wang Wan also deliberately asked Xiao Bei loudly, do you think the sword of the Tang Empire should be sharpened? Xiao Bei shook his head and also replied loudly, no. Didn't brother say in the story that a heavy sword without an edge? This is called subduing the enemy without fighting. Hearing Wang Wan and Xiao Bei's questions and answers, the mountaintop became even quieter. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Without giving them too much time to be silent, the winged people in the sky had already flown over their heads. They changed their movements from time to time, and the balls with baskets below also approached. When all the balls were floating above their heads, one of them landed first. Everyone looked at it carefully and saw that there was a fire on it. Wasn't this similar to the Kongming lantern? The emperor has ordered that all officials change. Gao Lishir called out and first put a backpack on Li Longji. Mo Jilian and the others did not know what it was for. Soon, the backpack was arranged. Li Longji, under Gao Lishir's help, stepped onto the first Kongming lantern that landed first. 2 other people accompanied him. The rest of them were also put on backpacks, each of them accompanied by a Tang soldier to protect them. Their hearts trembled as they entered the baskets, their hands tightly gripping the rims of the baskets as if this could save their lives in the face of danger. When all the large Kongming lanterns had people on them, they lined up in 3 lines and flew towards the north. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng were together. They nervously and curiously looked down. They saw clouds and mist and mountains. When they saw that the people on the mountaintop who did not follow them had become small black dots, they sat back down dizzily and sighed, oh my God, falling down and turning into a meat patty. Crazy, the Tang Empire people are crazy. Princess Jincheng did not look down at all. She was afraid of heights and looked around. There was a person in the basket who was responsible for turning the handle. Every time the handle was turned, the thing called a propeller made by the Tang Empire people outside the basket would turn many times. There were 2 people in the middle of the basket. One of them had a clairvoyance in his hand and was responsible for looking out. The other person scooped a spoonful of black stuff from the bucket under his feet from time to time. After thinking about it, he recognized that it was tallow water, which could be burned. The large Kongming lanterns were made from tallow water. Next to the burning area, there was a set of hollow iron rings, big and small. Whenever it rose too high, the person in charge of adding oil and water would use one of the rings to lower the height. If one was not enough, 2 rings would be used, adding and subtracting each other. Zhu Zan, who had recovered, also noticed this situation. Thinking about it, it did not seem difficult. If he learned from the Tang Empire, then he would not have to be afraid of the Tang Empire anymore. He was not the only one who had this idea, especially the Japanese. They were very adventurous and considered whether they could fly across the sea with the Kongming lanterns. Ke Tuyu, who was smart, rejected the idea of going back and making Kongming lanterns. He sighed and said, from now on, there will be no kitons. General, we can also do it, but we don't know where to fly. You won't suddenly throw us down while flying, right? Ke Tuyu's advisor who was with him said aloud. Let's talk about it later. Let's fly north. I don't know where to go. Ke Tuyu was afraid of being overheard, so he did not mention it again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew where to go. There was a large plain north of the Wei River on the south bank of the Wei River, which was actually the Wei River Plain. That was the last stop. The Kongming lanterns flew and finally came to the sky above the plain. They gradually descended. At this time, the soldier in charge of protecting the people in the surroundings played the role of a tour guide and explained to the people in the basket. His Majesty invited everyone here to let everyone see the reason why we are not afraid of the threat of further enemies when we are together in the future. With my protection, you can stick your head out and take a look. Hearing the soldier's words, everyone suppressed their fear of the sky and forced themselves to look down with their clairvoyance. They saw that there were wooden stakes inserted into the ground below, and 2 pigs were tied to each stake. Some of the pigs were lying on the ground sleeping, while others were trying to break free. After seeing it, they did not immediately understand what it was for. While they were puzzled, the low sound of drums could be heard, and their hearts jumped. Bang! A firework exploded in a place in the east of the plain, attracting everyone's attention. There's nothing. No, there's a flag. Also, there's something beside the flag. There's 1, 2, 3. I think there's more than 100 of them. Nu, can you see them? Zhu Zan opened his eyes wide. He was afraid that he was seeing things, so he asked Princess Jincheng. I can see it. Princess Jincheng replied with certainty. That's good. I don't know what it is. Zhu Zan was at a loss. At this time, the sound of drums changed again, becoming more urgent. Everyone looked at the place where the flag was inserted and found that there were suddenly many people running back and forth. At the same time, they understood. No wonder they could not see clearly. It turned out that there were so many people wearing the same color of clothes as the surroundings. They also wore white hats on their heads. While running, the white cloth was lifted one by one, revealing the things underneath. There was a large hole in the middle of the pillar, and there was a box beside it. Some people were moving things out of the box. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, it seemed that everything was ready. The sound of drums changed again, and the continuous sound of hammers suddenly stopped. Li Longji, who was in the basket, stared at the more than 100 things without blinking. He seemed to be too excited. Wei Wei, who was holding the clairvoyant, trembled. She said to Gao Lisher in a floating voice, "From today onwards, there will be a scene of peace around Tang. Your Majesty is wise." Gao Lisher did not have the leisure to say a lot of words to flatter the emperor. When everyone's eyes were focused on the things on the ground, they saw someone holding a flag in his hand. They vaguely heard a shout. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the people below pushed the things they had taken out from the box into the tube with a large hole. Suddenly, a flame flashed on the pipe with a hole, followed by a whoosh sound. Before everyone could understand what was going on, the place where the pig was tied also had a flame flashing, followed by a thick smoke. Boom, boom. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 kinds of sounds, accompanied by flashes of light and smoke, appeared alternately, shaking people's ears to the point of buzzing. The invincible gunship of Jili State. A person from the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office shouted, but was covered by the rumbling sound. The cannons were roaring, and the smoke was spreading. No one knew when the sound stopped. The person in the basket still had that silly look on his face. The buzzing sound in his ears seemed to be telling a story from a long time ago. The sound of the pheasants flapping their wings in the mountains of the north, the sound of the waves crashing on the rocks by the sea, the crackling of the firewood in the raging fire on the grassland, and the roar of the rolling tide on the snow mountain were all far away at this moment. The pride and glory of the past were covered by the thick black smoke. The propeller behind the basket spun like a shepherd's whip. Find a flat place to land. Don't fall down, maybe there won't be any sound. Wang Wan pulled out the cotton ball in her ear and ordered the person playing the drum. The person playing the drum looked at Wang Wan and also pulled out his ear. "Miss, are you talking about going home? Find a place to settle down. Get someone to come and take a look tomorrow. Be careful. Take back the pork that can be eaten and share it. Hit it harder. Wang Wan looked at the craters that had been blasted out and felt distressed. It was all money, much more expensive than setting off firecrackers. Showing off once would cost at least a year's worth of tax in a county. The drumbeat of the drum brought the people who were in their own thoughts back to reality. Using the clairvoyant eye, they looked at the place that was blown up. All the wooden stakes were destroyed. Black soil, brown soil, white snow, red blood, and pigs that were still alive were mixed together. There were also 2 pigs that escaped the disaster running back and forth crazily. Looking at the iron cylinders, there were 6 horses next to each iron cylinder. They were tied with ropes and struggled to pull the carriage, with wheels, slowly moving in one direction. Large Kongming lanterns fell one by one on the banks of the Wei River. Small pieces of ice floated on the surface of the river, and a large ship was anchored by the river. Someone brought down bundles of firewood from the ship and lit a bonfire. All kinds of food suitable for barbecue were placed on a row of tables, and jars of wine were still sealed with mud. The whimpering sound of the horse and the bleak sound of the horse head zither came from the ship. After a few verses, a man's song sounded. The rolling Yangtze River flows to the east, the waves wash away the heroes, right and wrong, success and failure disappear in a blink of an eye, the green hills are still there, how many sunsets are there? Chapter 826. Snow had started to fall from the sky, making the illusionary Mount Hua seem even more ethereal. A bowl of strong wine was splashed on the lamb on the grill. The flames jumped up, showing a hint of blue in the red. Li Longji cut off a piece of lamb and put it in his mouth. He chewed a few times and nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the meal. On the other hand, the people of the countries and ethnic groups around the Great Tang had different expressions. Some of them had already accepted their fates after witnessing the might of the Great Tang. As they listened to the music from the ship, they relaxed, drinking wine and eating meat. They no longer worried about the future, nor did they have the heart to worry. Their own race truly couldn't withstand another round of bombardment. People like Kutuyu kept glancing at Zhu Zan and Moji Lian, hoping that the Tubo and Turks could be more manly and work together to fight against the Great Tang. Moji did not eat the meat. He just drank half a bowl of strong wine from time to time. It was a very good wine. The weather on the grassland changed too quickly. Hot and cold alternated frequently. If everyone could drink the strong wine of the Great Tang, they would not have to worry about the cold at night. Moji, who thought that he could hold his liquor, drank a few bowls of wine. His body warmed up, his ears turned red, and his eyes became a little blurred. He seemed to have returned to his tent in the Turks. There was fire and meat, and there was light singing and dancing. He smacked his lips twice, not in the mood to think about other people's matters. His hand touched the unsharpened sword on his leg as he sat cross-legged. He praised, "Good sword, truly a good sword. The one who obtains this sword obtains the world. The sword has 2 edges. One edge can lead thousands of armored cavalry, invincible in battle. The other edge can scatter money all over the sky, not worrying about spending. When the sword is retracted, the 4 seas are at peace. When the sword is unsheathed, snow falls. The grassland is too cold. I wonder if it can warm up. Yes, warm up. Find a mountain to hide from the wind." At first, the people around Moji thought that he was really praising the sword in his hand. They looked at the sword, but could not see what was good about it. Only after hearing the latter part of his sentence did she realize that he wasn't talking about the sword in his hand, nor was he talking about the sword in his hand. Instead, he was talking about the sword in Li Longji's hand. Naturally, he was referring to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were huddled together and whispering something to each other. Zhang Xiaobao's abilities were obvious to all. No matter where he went, he was a hen that laid golden eggs. Countless spies sent to the Great Tang had long ago reported back on the deeds of Zhang Xiaobao. The Great Tang's national treasury was no longer lacking in money. With the existence of the bank, if necessary, one could mobilize 10 million strings of cash at any time. With so much money, he could easily crush someone to death. More importantly, wherever his family went, the lives of the common people would be improved. Many of the officials of the Great Tang weren't stupid, and with his family's methods in front of them, they began to learn. Even if they couldn't compare to his family, they were still much better off than before. When she smiled, her 2 dimples would appear. At first glance, people would think that she was a lady from a big family. Only those who knew her would understand what kind of existence she was. Although the generals guarding the borders of the Great Tang were always able to win battles and quell rebellions, those were still small battles. Wang Wan only fought 1 battle, and that 1 battle was enough to make Tubo suffer greatly. As for quelling rebellions, she had never done so. However, there were signs in Feng province. Some people wanted to cause trouble, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent some people over. In total, there were less than 500 people. All the signs were extinguished by themselves, and no one dared to provoke her. The main reason was that the generals taught by the war in Tubo had already shown her ability. Those generals were now guarding a region and managed the army like it was made of iron. However, every time someone praised them, they didn't dare to accept the praise and only said that they were far inferior to Cuckoo. The Great Tang only had 2 people, 1 civil and 1 military, to suppress the Great Tang's borders until no one dared to act rashly. That's right, this was a real double-edged sword. Don't let it fall on you, otherwise, there would be no return. Everyone had their own thoughts. For a moment, the voices gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of the wind, the crackling of the firewood, and the sound of stringed and bamboo. Li Longji didn't persuade others to eat the meat. He ate happily by himself. Just now, someone had passed on Emojilian's words, which made him deeply agree. Li Shi, you've worked hard. Li Longji suddenly cut a piece of meat, stabbed it with a knife and sent it to Gao Li Shi. Gao Li Shi was shocked. He looked at the emperor and didn't understand what he meant. Why did he cut a piece of meat for him? Should he eat it or not? Could it be that he wanted to stab him to death? Thinking in his heart, Gao Li Shi opened his mouth. After stuffing the meat into Gao Li Shi's mouth and letting him bite, Li Longji kept the knife and showed a rare warm smile. At that time, if Li Shi hadn't discussed with me and said that the experts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't be easily moved, I really couldn't help but bring them into the palace. Li Longji said the reason with emotion. Gao Li Shi understood. So that's how it is. It seems that the emperor is a little scared. If he really did it, not to mention the fact that there was no Xiaobao and Cuckoo's combined swords, he was afraid that the experts of the Zhang and Wang families would be forced to leave. No matter where they went, as long as it was not in the Tang Empire, today's sword competition of Mount Hua didn't exist. Even if there was a sword competition of Mount Hua, no one knew where it would be, but it would definitely not be in the Tang Empire. Thinking about this, Gao Li Shi said modestly, Your Majesty has already made a decision. Otherwise, why would you hang the portraits of Xiaobao and Cuckoo in the palace? Your Majesty, I see that Xiaobao seems to have just roasted a chicken. Why don't? Well, you're right. Go. Li Longji's eyes also looked at Zhang Xiaobao from time to time. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao take out a chicken from under the fire, even if he didn't know why he did that, he guessed that it must taste good. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao, who was hiding and trying to be inconspicuous, didn't expect that Li Longji still had his eyes on him, even if he gave up the opportunity to show off. He took out the beggar's chicken from under the fire, blew off the seal, tore off a wing, and handed it to Wang Wan. Eat, eat, eat more. Hong Qigong liked this. It's been 6 years, right? This cooking wine has been in the cellar for 6 years. The wild chickens in the mountain are thinner, but it smells better than the chickens at home. You only know how to eat. In case Tubo and Tujue don't agree to join the Tang Empire and war is coming, you don't even have time to prepare. How can you have the leisure to cook a chicken and leave a good lamb untouched? As Wang Wan talked about Zhang Xiaobao, she took the chicken. Looking at the dry mud on the ground, she was stunned. Then she asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Did you kill the chickens in Fried Chicken Farm? 6 million of them died in one night. Don't be afraid. They definitely don't dare to fight the Tang Empire. It's winter now, and they'll definitely win." What did you say about Fried Chicken Farm? I don't understand. Zhang Xiaobao looked away as he spoke, not looking at Wang Wan. Wang Wan burst out laughing, "Don't deny it. Today, I realized that I have never heard of anyone carving words on the mud when cooking beggar's chicken. Moreover, the words carved were Hong Qigong. According to the information, the Fried Chicken Farm once found dried mud with these 3 words. How do you explain that? Oh, there's such a thing. Damn, it makes me angry. That Zhou guy not only deducted the wages of the workers in the surrounding villages, but also didn't dispose of the chicken feces properly, causing the entire village to smell bad. He even used industrial raw materials to raise chickens. I stole a few to eat, but the more I ate, the more it tasted wrong. Back then, the chase was fierce, and I was in a hurry to run into the mountains. Otherwise, I would have poisoned him to death too." Zhang Xiaobao replied confidently. "Then do you know how much tax the local area would have to pay without his chicken farm? How are the villagers who can still get some wages living? I don't know. I only know that the villa of the county magistrate's family is very beautiful. Hurry up and eat. Why are you still talking about the past? I don't like to hear others praising my achievements. How about I choose a village here and open a gutter oil processing plant? It can solve more employment problems. I can't stand people who are greedy and don't do practical things for the people. So, you can be greedy if you do practical things? At least that's what I think. Come, follow me. Take the chicken and don't eat it first." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan to a place where there was no one in the distance. "Xiaobao, where are you going?" Behind them came Gao Lisher's affectionate voice. "Father, I'm going to relieve myself with cuckoo." Zhang Xiaobao subconsciously moved the chicken to a place where Gao Lisher couldn't see. "What are you talking about? Who's going to relieve themselves with you? Take it out." Wang Wan reached out and poked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji with disdain. He took out the chicken and said to Gao Lisher, "Father, this chicken has been torn apart and eaten. It's okay, it's okay. When His Majesty eats, he always lets his subordinates taste it first," Gao Lisher said embarrassedly. He took the chicken and rushed back as fast as he could. "Bandit, he's just a bearded man. Let's wait. When he's full, we'll dig out the other chicken. Come, let's talk about our future plans. After we take over Tufan and Tujue, we have to use them." Zhang Xiaobao took 2 bites of the chicken claw and sat back down with a face full of regret. He shouldn't have saved his favorite chicken thigh for last. Li Longji quickly swallowed the 2 chicken thighs, raised his head, and said to the people in the oppressive atmosphere, "Everyone, tell me, how should I sharpen my sword? It's here." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They looked at each other, but no one was willing to speak first. Seeing that no one was speaking, Li Longji shifted his gaze to Zhu Zan. Zhu Zan really hoped that he could become invisible and not be discovered by others. Seeing that Li Longji was forcing him to say something, he lifted the sword in front of him and looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao first. He didn't see the 2 of them looking at him. What he saw was that the 2 of them were talking excitedly for some reason. From time to time, Zhang Xiaobao even pointed to the west. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that he was referring to Tufan. Wang Wan, on the other hand, smiled and waved her little fist, as if she was promising something to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a thumbs up and nodded vigorously. Could it be that they want to make a move on Tufan? Zhu Zan thought to himself. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Zhu Zan was hesitating about how to reply, the sound of the Wuxia and Ma Tu Qin on the ship stopped and changed to the continuous sound of the pipa string sweeping. It was a very familiar sound. Even without the first few verses, he could still recognize it. The current song was called Ambush on All Sides. Each sound was more urgent than the last. A scene that Zhu Zan didn't want to recall suddenly appeared in his mind. Report, our army has surrounded the Tang army at the Jinchuan mountain range, waiting for news of victory. Report, the villagers of Mo village have been slaughtered, and the enemy is nowhere to be found. Report, our army has lost traces of the enemy on Jinchuan mountain range, and we have suffered heavy losses. Report, we have found out that the Tang dynasty's reinforcements are from the logistics camp in Izhou. Report, our army's 15,000 soldiers are all dead, requesting for reinforcements. Report, our army's second and third reinforcements are blocked, and our logistics are cut off. Report, our army's provisions in 3 areas have been burned to ashes, requesting for more food. Report, this summer locusts are a disaster, I'm afraid we won't be able to harvest anything. Report. Report, Zanpu, His Majesty wants you to have a sword competition. Just as Zhu Zan was recalling the scenes, he heard the soft voice of the Princess of Jincheng. Sword competition? Yes, sword competition. He wants to invite you to the sword competition on Mount Hua. Zhu Zan murmured and shook his head vigorously. He looked at the sword in his hand and sighed to the sky. 2 streams of tears flowed out of his eyes. He held the sword up high and knelt on the ground. He replied dryly to Li Longji, I'm slow-witted, Your Majesty, I'll do as you say. Sigh. More sighs sounded almost at the same time. However, when he suddenly closed his eyes, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He didn't want to blame Zhu Zan and say that he was timid. After all, he had been to Tubo before and understood the current situation in Tubo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had stationed 30,000 soldiers and countless horses at the front line of Jinchuan Mountain, waiting for the war to start. In addition, there were troops flying in the sky, long spears that could decide life and death in 300 steps, and thunderous cannon fire. If it were him, he wouldn't have the courage to challenge Li Longji. Li Longji's brows relaxed. He nodded and said to Zhu Zan, what you said is exactly what I want. I'll give you the surname Li and reward you with 10,000 bolts of silk and $10 million. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Zan's voice trembled. He bowed to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Li Longji then looked at Mo Jilian. Mo Jilian, do you have anything to say? I want to go back and discuss. Mo Jilian couldn't make the decision and could only reply like this. At this time, Wang Wan suddenly interrupted, Your Majesty, I ask for your order to send Mo Jilian back to the Turks. I'm going to Feng province to train the soldiers and do some exercises. On the way, bring along the cannons and see if the horses are afraid of the sound of cannons. I thought about it again. I'm willing to listen to Your Majesty's order to sharpen the sword. Mo Jilian looked at Wang Wan and quickly expressed his position. He meant that he couldn't make the decision for the Turks, but he was willing to submit. Li Longji wanted to laugh out loud, but he restrained himself and looked at the others. Chapter 827. Under the threat of powerful military force, the countries and tribes around Great Tang expressed their stance. The representative of Xinlua, Li Yancheng, could not make the decision. He wanted to learn from the representative of Japan. The representative of Japan did not directly hand over everything like the Tubo and Turkic people. Instead, he continued to be a subject in name. Li Yanqing knew that Japan was not afraid of Great Tang's troops attacking them. What he was worried about was that Great Tang's ships often attacked Japanese ships in the sea. Thinking about his own side, Xinluo's position was not bad. The main problem was that Jili province was a little close to Xinluo. He could not express his stance for the time being and could only tell Li Longji the truth. They would discuss it when they returned to Xinluo. Li Longji did not expect to accept Xinluo and Nippon into the Great Tang. Of course, he was not worried that Nippon and Xinluo would stab him in the back. As long as Xiaobao and Huanhuan were still in Jili province, they would suppress their ambitions no matter how bold they were. The people from the commanderies in the north of Hebei province were easier to talk to. Most of the population had been moved away, and the tribes had conflicts. They were not as united as Japan and Xinluo. In addition, Jili province had given many practical benefits recently. In the past, they had interacted with Great Tang as a subject. If they were annexed, so be it. They could not follow in the footsteps of the Black Water Commandery. They did not know how many people Commandery Prince Tang and would kill this time. Li Longji had sent so many soldiers, how could he withdraw so easily? However, Tu was the first to correct his position. After all, he was a general bestowed by Li Longji. Now, it was just a matter of right and proper. The Turkic king Mo-Jilian had already said that he could not make the decision. Everyone else understood. Although he was the Turkic king, the real military power was in the hands of Prince Xian of the left. The last one left was Zuzan Qi, the real master of Tubo. Everyone's eyes were on him. Zuzan Qi acknowledged Great Tang's rule, but he knew that Li Longji did not want a verbal promise. He wanted practical actions. Zuzan regretted coming here personally. If he had sent someone else, he would have been able to make more preparations. His previous experience of writing letters to Li Longji in a victorious tone even after he had lost would be gone forever. He pretended to eat a piece of meat and drank a full night of wine. Zuzan Qi asked Li Longji, "What arrangements does your majesty have? We would like to hear what you think." Li Longji couldn't think of what to do at this moment. The environment of Tubo was very troublesome to govern. Ordinary people would fall sick if they went there, and they wouldn't be able to adapt to the food. Cooking noodles and steamed buns was like a dream. Ancestor Qida was a little embarrassed. He glanced at the place where Zhang Xiaobao was and saw that he and Wang Wan were lowering their heads and seemed to be secretly eating something. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind. "Your Majesty, this subject requests your Majesty to send someone to take over this subject's territory, from Jinchuan to Pengzhou Pass. Also, send a capable official to this subject's territory to deal with all the government affairs." Li Longji felt that something was wrong when he heard Qida's praise. Who didn't know that although that piece of land belonged to Tubo in name, it actually belonged to Xiaobao and Cuckoo? If they really sent someone to be an official, what would the two of them think? Unless two of them were sent there. But what about Jili province? Li Longji was in a dilemma. If he didn't control Jinchuan and Ruoshui, he wouldn't be able to extend his hand to Tubo. But if he did, it would affect the two children. "Your Majesty, this subject feels that Ancestor Qida is right. It should be so. Now, this subject and the king have a caravan passing through. However, without an official to govern, it is inconvenient. This subject requests your Majesty to send a capable subject to govern. As for the land that your Majesty bestowed upon this subject, this subject thinks that this subject has no time to spare. Also, this subject heard that there is a city further west called Shancheng. Shancheng is further west and there is a lake. The lake is like the sea. There are countless fishes and birds in it. There are even pearls that can reflect the moon. I hope your Majesty will allow this." When Li Longji was worried, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly spoke. He was holding a half-eaten chicken head in one hand and a piece of chicken thigh in the other. With a mouth full of oil, he talked about the ownership of a piece of land in a casual manner. It was as if he was talking about whether to steam or boil dumplings. When Ancestor Chida looked over, he nodded at Ancestor Chida, meaning, "You see, the two of us are on good terms. I support you." Li Longji was happy and in a good mood. He nodded and said, "Official Zhang's words are reasonable. I will grant Shanqing to you and the king and exempt the rent for 5 years. What do you think? This subject does not agree with your majesty's rent reduction. Jinchuan is more prosperous in the west. If your majesty reduces this subject's rent, what about the other places? This subject requests your majesty to take back the imperial favor." Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was thinking for the country and directly refused. Ancestor Chida was depressed. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, not only did he not provoke the conflict between Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji, but he also lost a large piece of land. If that lake was seized by Zhang Xiaobao, salt would be expensive in the future. No, he had to stop it. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Your Majesty, Qinghai Lake is far away from Pengzhou. It is inconvenient to travel. This subject is afraid that Governor Zhang has no time to control it. Why don't? That's not right. Ancestor Chida, I think I can do it. If you don't believe me, you can try. I promise to build that road. 100,000 cavalrymen from Pengzhou will arrive there in 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Xiaobao did not bother to argue with Ancestor Chida anymore, and wanted to make a bet with him. You can brag as much as you want. If you can arrive in 3 days and 3 nights, I will tear off my head and give it to you. Ancestor Chida thought in his heart. He said, "Of course, there is no need, but this subject, well, I approve. From next year onwards, the surrounding areas will have to pay rent. Official Zhang will have to work hard." Li Longji impatiently interrupted Ancestor Chida's words and gave the place that did not belong to the Tang Empire to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When the people of the Tang Empire saw that Zhang Xiaobao and the emperor did not have any conflicts, they were relieved. They were really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would not give up the place. At the same time, they looked at Ancestor Chida with eyes full of schadenfreude. You deserve it. When Zhang Xiaobao's forces go there, let's see what you can do. Ancestor Chida was silent. His face was ugly. He did not even touch the meat that the princess of Jincheng gave him. Aunt Princess, I'll treat you to chicken. Brother's chicken is delicious. Xiao Bei was not satisfied with Ancestor Chida's attitude towards the princess of Jincheng. He used 2 knives to strenuously cut a chicken and brought it to Ancestor Chida. He wanted Ancestor Chida to take it. If he could, Zhu Zanchidu really wanted to slap Xiao Bei away, but he could only think about it. He didn't dare to put it into action. He tried his best to squeeze out a friendly smile. He took the chicken and said to Xiao Bei is really sensible. He then turned to the princess of Jincheng and said, "Nu, I'll help you tear it." "I thank you, Zangpu." The princess of Jincheng said happily. When Mo Jilian saw all this, he sighed in his heart. When did women have such a status in Tubo? Ancestor Chida was really pitiful. Fortunately, Li Longji did not agree to his proposal. Otherwise, he would have to treat a woman like an ancestor. The sword meet on Mount Hua was over. The warm bonfire dinner made many people feel cold. They followed Li Longji's instructions and boarded the ship to the capital. This year, they were going to spend the new year in the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not plan to return to Jili province, nor did they plan to go to Luoyang. Their families had already set off from Luoyang and came to the capital together for the new year. They did not need to go back next year. Zhang Zhong was going to find an official position in the capital. The specific official position had not been arranged yet, but at the very least, he had to be a minister. His original second-rank official position would be removed and he would become a third-rank official. It was an apparent demotion but a hidden promotion. In terms of official positions, the happiest were Xiaobei and the other 9. They had caught a spy and made a great contribution. The original imperial grandee was a 5th-rank official. He wore light red clothes and had a silver fish pouch. Now, he wore dark red clothes. He was a civil grandee and a traditional Chinese physician. He still wore a silver fish pouch. However, Xiaobei chose to ignore the latter point. She liked the goldfish pouch. Her own handiwork was good. After Li Longji rewarded Xiaobei and the others according to their contributions, he thought about it and felt that he should compensate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also gave Xiaobei and the other 9 people a power. The original imperial censor was now the imperial censor and the chancellor of the Supreme Court. It sounded like a mess. Those who knew of this matter were even more afraid when they looked at Xiaobei and the others. If the imperial censor could only impeach and could not arrest people, then the chancellor of the Supreme Court could directly judge the case. Naturally, no one believed that the emperor would give such power to the 9 children. It was still controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the 9 children very coincidentally caught a spy who wanted to murder the emperor, would they know how to judge the case? After Xiaobei figured out the power she had, she also considered this problem. Judging the case seemed to be very difficult. Xiao Yuan, you have to memorize the Yonghui Law and the 6 classics to avoid making a wrong judgment. You can't judge even if you memorize it. Do you think that you can write a case just because you have the power of the Chancellor of the Supreme Court? Do you know what a joint hearing is? Xiao Yuan poured a vat of cold water on Xiaobei. There's such a thing? I don't care. I'll judge when I catch him. Xiao Yuan, let me ask you. Do you want to be an official? A real official like your brother and sister? Let's work together and reserve a county to bring good fortune to the people. Xiaobei decided not to follow the rules. She rolled her eyes and proposed another idea. Xiao Yuan shook her head vigorously. No, I don't have that ability. If you want to be an official, you can be one. Okay, I'll go talk to them. Xiaobei made a big decision. Zhang Xiaobao did not pay much attention to the promotion of his younger siblings. Instead, he discussed the matter with Wang Wan for a while, then looked for Li Longji to discuss it for 4 hours. When dawn broke the next day, Li Longji issued a series of decrees. The 40,000 people from the northern part of Hebei province were left to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 10,000 people with the most unstable hearts were trained in the capital. The remaining 30,000 people were divided between Shandong province and Huainan province. 25,000 soldiers were transferred from the 2 provinces to Fengzhou to participate in the prefecture army drill. Chapter 828. After the trip to Mount Hua was over, they still chose to return by water. The canal that the fleet had taken was not frozen again. There were many small boats wandering on the surface of the river. As long as there was the slightest sign of ice, someone would smash it. Only when the imperial court's large ship passed by did the small boats approach the shore one after another, waiting obediently for inspection. Fish, fish, I see fish. Someone, go and buy it. Xiaobei, who was standing on the deck, rubbed his hands that were red from the cold. He put down his binoculars and ordered the person in charge of protecting him. This person immediately went to do it. It was not easy for other people to suddenly stop the current emperor's fleet, but Xiaobei's ship was an exception. Xiaobei imagined the scene of the big fish being placed on a plate after it was done and praised herself. Xiaobei is really good to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan loves to eat this the most. I'll go ask Uncle Emperor. Xiaobei is a good child. He did as he said. A few ropes were shot from this ship to the ship in front, and a pontoon bridge was temporarily built. Under the protection of a few people, Xiao Bei switched to another ship. After doing this 2 more times, he finally arrived at the ship that Li Longji was on. Li Longji did not care about the cold outside and was enthusiastically admiring the endless scenery on both sides of the canal with a group of officials. The flowing water, the snow-white land, and the gray sky, when Li Longji looked at it, he felt that it was so beautiful and enchanting. Even the sparrows that flew around and chirped incessantly were more lively than before. Zhang Shua, who had been feeling a little uneasy recently, did not stay too far away from Li Longji. He stood 2 steps behind Li Longji and admired the scenery together. However, he could not see anything that was pleasing to the eye. The river that was supposed to be frozen looked so glaring. In the distance, a field of white showed the bleakness of the earth. Who knew how many grains the sparrows had secretly eaten, but they were still so fat. The sky was so gloomy that it made people feel gloomy. Li Longji did not know what Zhang Shua was thinking. In any case, he was happy, and anything he saw made him happy. Even the people who were anxiously selling things at high prices during the last few days before the new year became lively in his eyes. A commotion came from afar. Li Longji raised his binoculars and looked in that direction. He saw a person who had just arrived at the riverside market with a pole. Before the pole could be put down, he was surrounded by many people. Actually, it wasn't that far, only about 400 steps away. If it was in the past, no one would be allowed to get so close, as it could easily bring about danger. However, the ship was now equipped with guns that could fire continuously. There were also people observing the situation from the observation deck. Li Longji was confident that no one could get close enough to hurt him. 300 steps. That was the line between life and death. Therefore, they did not continue to disturb the people and allowed them to have a more peaceful time before the new year. Zhang Shua, who was behind him, didn't understand the emperor's thoughts. When he saw the emperor looking over, he thought it was disgust. He quickly ordered the people around him, "Go, let the guards on the shore disperse those people." Just as the person who received the order was about to carry it out, Li Longji spoke up. "Wait a moment. Why is Minister Zhang chasing them away? Mortals disturb the emperor's heart. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be allowed to continue. Otherwise, how will the people know of your Majesty's majesty?" Zhang Shua, who had always felt that he could see through the emperor's thoughts, was puzzled this time. He chose to say something good. Without waiting for Li Longji to speak, Xiao Bei, who had run all the way here unimpeded, heard Zhang Shua's words and helped to refute. "Big bad Zhang. Oh, it's Lord Zhang who misspoke. Xiao Bei often heard my elder brothers and sisters say that the emperor's heart is the people's heart. The people are the most important, followed by the country, and the monarch is the least important. Only when the people are living well can it prove that Uncle Emperor is powerful. That person must have picked out mountain goods to sell and can sell them for a good price before the new year. If we chase them away, how are we going to spend the new year?" After saying this, Xiao Bei raised her head. She suddenly felt that she was not inferior to Xiao Yuan. She could also remember a lot of words that sounded good. Zhang Shua was very uncomfortable after being lectured by Xiao Bei, especially when he heard the way Xiao Bei addressed him. It was impossible to say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had nothing to do with this matter. But he also knew that he could not lower himself to the same level as a child. He smiled and patted Xiao Bei's head. Xiao Bei really knows a lot. The market is also convenient for the people's daily business. Of course. If my elder brother says it's possible, then it's definitely possible. Building the bridge is convenient for the people, and there are more taxes. It's a good thing, especially for the merchants who come and go. They have earned enough money, so they should give some to the people. Xiao Bei dodged a few steps to the side. Her hair had been styled for 4 hours, so she couldn't let anyone mess it up. What if Big Bad Zhang stealthily took away the luminous pearl on the hairpin? Zhang Shuo did not know what Xiao Bei was thinking. He continued to ask Xiao Bei with a smile, then what if the merchants work together to deliberately lower the price? That's impossible. Between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand have already given the lowest price. If the merchants do not give enough, the sellers will organize themselves to sell to between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. No one is a fool. The merchants will at least give the same price. Xiao Bei seemed to know a lot, so she explained to Zhang Shuo. Then wouldn't between the clouds and the water lose money? Zhang Shuo asked again. No, since there are people going to eat, we can just add the price to them. Aya, why are you so annoying? You don't stop asking. So what if it's a little wrong? Do you want to continue to be right? Elder brother and elder sister said that this is the rule. When a mistake is made to a certain extent, the new rule will definitely replace the old one. At worst, we can just use a new method. Time after time, it always keeps people on their toes. Xiao Bei answered 2 questions and felt annoyed. She came here with a purpose, not to chat with Zhang Shuo. Although Zhang Shuo, the Prime Minister, had an extraordinary position in many people's hearts, that did not include her and her elder brothers and sisters. Zhang Shuo was taken aback when he heard Xiao Bei's words. Xiao Bei might not have said it intentionally, but the listener took it seriously. He suddenly realized why he had been feeling uneasy recently. Ultimately, it was because of the position of Prime Minister, the head of the Secretariat. But ever since the Emperor had ascended the throne, there had not been a single Prime Minister who had been able to remain in this position for too long. Could it be that his time had come? No, this was absolutely impossible. He had to think of a way to continue staying in this position. Li Longji did not know what Zhang Shuo was thinking, but he was happy when he saw Xiao Bei. In the entire Great Tang, it seemed that only the children of the Zhang family and Wang family were the most adorable. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had grown up, and Xiao Bei's group of little fellows had begun to appear. Pulling Xiao Bei over, Li Longji squatted down and pointed at the faraway market. Why are there so many people there? Li Longji's answer was that it was almost the new year and that they were busy preparing for the new year. He thought that Xiao Bei would give the same answer. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bei chose a different answer. Because they have money. The lives of the common people are better than before, so they have more spare money to buy things. The new year is actually not a single night. It is a kind of spirit, a kind of inheritance that comes from the previous generations. As long as the common people know that they are homesick for the new year, this nation will not be defeated by others. It is very difficult for a nation without an inheritance to accumulate its own history and civilization. If one is not careful, it will be like a flash in the pan. Aya, Xiao Bei knows so much. Li Longji hugged Xiao Bei and praised him. It was Big Brother and Big Sister who said it. They also said that while it seems like celebrating the new year is a kind of habit, when you look deeper, you will realize that it comes from the solemnity of the soul. Aya, in any case, I don't understand. In any case, Big Brother and Big Sister will be very happy during the new year next year, and I will also be very happy. Xiao Bei could not understand too much, so he could only repeat. Li Longji was stunned by Wei Wei's words. He had not thought about it carefully before, but now that he thought about it, it really was the case. The dynasty had changed, but the new year had not. What he felt more was the happiness in his heart. Xiao Bei had spoken well. The lives of the common people were better than before, so he naturally had to take a large part of the credit. Giving Xiao Bei a big kiss, Li Longji amiably asked, Xiao Bei, you answered well. We want to reward you. Xiao Bei, what do you want? Really? Xiao Bei was excited. She already had her goal when she came here, but she did not know what to say. She did not expect that the task would be delivered to her. A monarch's words are not to be taken lightly. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do it. However, we cannot just randomly find someone to help you vent your anger. There must be evidence. For example, the people who were arrested last time, and the people who were first impeached by you. Li Longji had been in a good mood these past few days, so he very happily agreed. Xiao Bei waved her fist. Yay! Uncle Emperor, I will say it now. Xiao Bei wants an official position. Didn't you just get promoted? Li Longji did not expect that Xiao Bei would still want an official position. This official position could not be promoted anymore. How many people would be unconvinced if a group of children were given a fourth-rank official position? If the court officials did not understand that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's efforts and gains were considered small, they would have already killed themselves in the morning court. Xiao Bei stretched out 2 fingers, her thumb and index finger, and gestured. I don't want a high-ranking official, I want a low-ranking official. A very, very low-ranking one. A 7th rank or 8th rank official. Xiao Bei knows that people need to know how to restrain themselves. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out from the forest will be blown away by the wind. Right, Xiao Bei knows a lot. What kind of official position do you want? Li Longji was amused. He kissed Xiao Bei again and asked. A low-ranking one. For example, a county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, registrar, Zangji, and brush official are also fine. Isn't it very low-ranking? Xiao Bei and Xiaoyuan Gij, Xiaozhu Gij, Xiaohai Gij, Xiaonan Gij, and Xiaonan Gij are not afraid of standing out from the forest. Xiao Bei had a very sensible look on her face as she seriously explained to Li Longji. Li Longji was stunned. Zhang Shua, who had just recovered, was also stunned. Isn't this called standing out from the forest? How old were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo when they became the county magistrate and registrar respectively? They only got those positions after the 2 of them went on a killing expedition in Tubo. How much did Xiao Bao harm Tubo? How did Cuckoo get her nickname of Demon? Those 2 positions were made from the blood of countless people. You also want them? Isn't this a joke? Xiao Bei found that the 2 people's expressions were not right. She lowered her head, thought for a while, and asked tentatively, Uncle Emperor, is it difficult? If it's really impossible, then forget it. When I told Xiaoyuan, he didn't agree. When we return to Jili province, I will learn from my brother and sister. When Xiao Bei said this, Li Longji suddenly reacted. After thinking for a while, he made a decision in his heart. It's not difficult at all. Who is our Xiao Bei? She is. Isn't she the one that everyone loves, the one that flowers bloom when he sees her, the one that comes when he sees her, the one that comes when the sun shrouds the sky? Xiao Bei praised herself. Yes, that's right. Minister Zhang, listen to my orders. Li Longji laughed heartily and said to Xiao Bei with a straight face. This official is here. Xiao Bei also had a serious expression as she blinked her big eyes and waited for her orders. I will abolish Jian and province's governor's office and set up 3 new counties. Zhang Xiaobei will be Jian and county magistrate, Wang Xiaoyuan will be Jian and county registrar, and Uncle Emperor can't do it. Xiaoyuan can't be a registrar. Only Xiaohai Gij can be a registrar. Xiaoyuan doesn't know how to calculate. Oh, Your Majesty, please continue. Xiao Bei suddenly interrupted Li Longji's words. Thinking of the current situation, she became obedient. Oh, then Zhang Xiaohai will be Jian and county registrar, Xiaoyuan will be county magistrate, and Li Longji gave all 9 people their positions in one breath. Zhang Shua wanted to stop him. Wouldn't this be child's play? If he gave them positions just like that, how would the other officials view him? However, when he heard that all the positions were from Jili province, Zhang Shuo gave up on the idea of stopping him. Now, in Jili province, other than the official who was transferred from outside to be trained by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, all the other officials were from the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family. Jian and province's governor's office was already in name only. There was no one left. What was the point of keeping it? If it was to be removed, then so be it. Since that was the case, when Xiao Bei and the others became officials, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be in charge. He didn't believe that the two of them would dare to let Xiao Bei and the others manage a county. Xiao Bei solemnly promised that she would improve the intelligence of that place. Suddenly, she thought of the story told by her brother and sister and felt that she should share it with others. She then said to Li Longji, "Our Tang Empire is still very weak. My brother and sister said that on the other side of the sea, in a very, very far away place, there are powerful countries. They can make big birds that can carry hundreds of people and fly in the sky. They can also make fast fish that can swim underwater. They can also carry many people. If they attack us, we will be in trouble." Is there really such a place? How did Xiaobao and Cuckoo know? Li Longji's originally happy mood was suddenly covered with a layer of shadow. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely not take it to heart. However, since it was from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was probably not wrong. He had seen the magical cannon, tried the hot air balloon, and also seen the glider that allowed people to fly back and forth. If there was a more powerful place, what should he do? I heard it from others. Xiao Bei replied. Yes, I heard it from others. Li Longji's first thought was of the experts from the Zhang clan and Wang clan. Could it be that the two of them had come from another place? That was really possible. The hot air balloon that carried the two of them had probably broken down and the two of them were unable to return. If that was really the case, then the two of them had been able to teach people like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and create many things that had never been seen before. How many people like the two of them were there in that place? And how long had it taken them to develop? When he thought of this, Li Longji's blood immediately turned cold. He was afraid that even more people would come from that place. Would the great Tang be able to deal with them? Xiao Bei, hurry and call your brother and sister over. We have something to ask them. Li Longji wanted to confirm if what Xiao Bei had said was true. Oh, Uncle Emperor, wait a moment. I'll go right away. Uncle Emperor, can't you just send a signal? I'm also very tired from running back and forth. Xiao Bei replied. He turned around and ran 2 steps before suddenly stopping in his tracks. He felt that he was very foolish. The signal was sent, and it was quickly received by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This telegram is really too difficult to make. Isn't it just a short circuit and a channel? It's really tiring to make. Those craftsmen who claim to be amazing haven't even mastered the principles after so long. What a waste of money. Let's go and see Li Longji. I wonder what he's up to this time. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan who was drawing the telegram and felt dizzy. Wang Wan hadn't finished the telegram yet, and now that Li Longji had sent the message over, he could relax a little. Wang Wan rolled up the telegram and rubbed her temples. As she walked out with Zhang Xiaobao, she said, "The conditions are tough now, and we have to work hard to overcome them. Back then, simple things are difficult here. It's a problem with the raw materials, and we have to work hard." Did something happen to Little Bei again? Someone just reported that Little Bei went over. When the two of them arrived at Li Longji's ship and listened to Li Longji's story, they finally understood what was going on. In order not to make Little Bei and the others proud, they did not think too much when they told stories. They even told them about planes, submarines, and other things. Naturally, the place they appeared in was a powerful country overseas. They did not expect Li Longji to believe them. The two of them looked at each other and reached an agreement. Then, they began to tell Li Longji about how planes flew, how submarines could travel underwater, the power of missiles, and the speed of torpedoes. Can we really attack from Luzhou to the capital? Li Longji was frightened. Wasn't that too far? Li Longji broke out in cold sweat when he thought about the situation when he encountered such a weapon. If the people from that faraway place attacked, how could he defend himself? Of course, it's very powerful, but... Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had scared Li Longji enough. He should at least give Li Longji some hope. However, if my great Tang develops another weapon, we can detect their missiles ahead of time and intercept them. We can also mark out a place on the ocean so that as long as they reach that place, we can attack them and not let them get too close. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not mention satellites and intercontinental ballistic missiles. Li Longji was not confident, let alone nuclear bombs. Otherwise, with an intercontinental ballistic missile and a nuclear bomb, the capital would be gone with a bang. Li Longji would have to live to his heart's content while he was still alive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hoped that Li Longji would maintain his current shrewdness and not be like the people in history who would relax after reaching a certain age and think that Great Tang was invincible. No matter how tired Li Longji was, he could not guess what the two were thinking. When he heard that there was a way to intercept them, he placed his hopes on this matter. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, tell me the truth. Do you know when they will attack? At least 40 years, right? It's not easy to get here. I heard from Master that the two of them were already in a lot of trouble and almost died on the way. Oh, Master saw them in a dream. Zhang Xiaobao said seriously to Li Longji. Wang Wan had a heavy expression as if this was true. However, in her heart, she was cursing Zhang Xiaobao's shamelessness. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to conquer the entire Eurasian continent in his lifetime, why would he make up such a lie? Li Longji's face was a little pale. He nodded and said, "That's good, that's good. Hurry up and create something that can intercept them. Tell us what you need." Li Longji did not believe in Zhang Xiaobao's dream at all. In his heart, he had already acknowledged the existence of experts from the Zhang family and Wang clan. As a liar, Zhang Xiaobao knew that Li Longji did not trust him that much. He had to come up with something even more miraculous. When he thought about the telegraph machine that Wang Wan had asked people to create, he suddenly had an idea. "Your Majesty, that thing is not easy to make. It requires more craftsmen and materials. Some of the materials might not be available in Great Tang, but this subject feels that if we continue to head east and north, we should be able to find them. Adjunct Wang and this subject are currently thinking of something new. Your Majesty will know once we make it. I heard from Master in this subject's dream that this thing is very common in that place. In fact, it might not even be used. It can be used to receive news from the other side within a few breaths of time. Your Majesty, there's no need to be anxious. We should first stabilize the situation. At the very least, there aren't any powerful countries in the surrounding area. Minister Zhang's words are correct. Hurry up and make that thing so that we can take a look." Li Longji didn't know what to feel at this time. He wanted to believe in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he also felt that this was a little unreliable. If he said that he didn't believe in them, he would have to admit that many things were made. Thus, he could only decide to take a look. If there really was something that could send news from 100 li away, no matter what, he had to find a way to support the two of them in finding craftsmen to make this amazing thing. At this point, the conversation between the three of them came to an end. After successfully swindling Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their ships. Li Longji waited for the two of them to leave for 15 minutes before emerging from the cabin. There was no longer any trace of joy on his face, and his eyes were very grave. When someone came to report that Zhu Zan and Qida were very obedient, he only nodded. He looked at the ships of the surrounding countries and gave a self-mocking smile. Small countries, just small countries. If they're destroyed, then so be it. Who dares to disobey the might of cannons? They're just fish and shrimp in the river, so how could they know the vastness of the ocean? If I tell them about missiles, they'll be scared to death. Li Longji muttered to himself. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to care about the Tufan and the Turkic Khaganate anymore. Hurry up and do it. Didn't you say that telegrams are easy to make? Do it first and let Li Longji see it. Even if you want to lie, you have to make sure that it's true and false. After returning to the cabin, Zhang Xiaobao urged Wang Wan as he ground an ink stick. What's the hurry? If you can do it, you can do the drawing. Things aren't as simple as you think. I reckon that this game between us and Li Longji will last for a very long time. As long as we can get the telegram out and make him believe it, we can gradually raise the foundation of the entire industrial system. He will be constantly afraid of us. It's really not easy. What if there's a gap in the technological tree? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao as she unfolded the drawing once more. She picked up the brush and prepared to continue. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed the brush a few times with all his might, but he didn't find any effect. He slowed down again and replied, back when we were making the atomic bomb, our other industrial systems couldn't keep up, but didn't we still manage to make it? It's the same now. Back then, it wasn't that we couldn't keep up. It was those 10 years that caused us to suffer. How many decades do we have in life? How many times do we still have ambitions? Forget it, it's all in the past. It's useless to talk about it anymore. You should think of a way to make a special place. Don't put it in Chongning. I always feel that that place is not under our control. Wang Wan's words were filled with endless resentment and regret. After saying this, she changed the topic. Zhang Xiaobao stopped what he was doing. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. He said, we can't put it in the seaside. Let's put the industrial base in Sanshui County. There are mountains behind it. Throw it in the mountains. When the children in Zhuangzi who have studied physics and chemistry are older and have mastered all the high school knowledge, we can let them join. That's the only way. Wang Wan replied. She began to think about her telegraph machine again. This thing was not difficult. The principle was there. But when it came to making it, the craftsmen couldn't keep up with it. It was often a very simple problem. If they wanted to understand it thoroughly, they usually needed more knowledge to explain it. After a few days of sailing, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy. Xiaobei and the others were excited. Li Longji returned to the capital with a lot on his mind. To be honest, Zhu Zan and Mo Jilian had never seen the prosperity of the capital. The information they got from others was far less shocking than seeing it with their own eyes. From the outside, there was not a single trace of brick or stone on the high city walls. It was as flat as a mirror. Pedestrians shuttled back and forth on the wide streets, and carriages kept moving. The trees on the sides of the roads, the gutters used for drainage, and the places where people walked on bricks made people feel that this was a very magical place. The first impression of people who had never been to the Tang Empire's capital was that it was big. It was very big, so big that it was a little scary. They didn't know how many people such a city could hold. The second feeling was wealth. Not a single person was begging on the streets. Everyone was wearing beautiful clothes, especially the women. They were wearing clothes that looked like they would freeze to death in winter, but they were actually so alluring. Mo Jilian really wanted to enter the palace to take a look. He didn't have the chance. He only took a few glances in the morning court. He didn't understand. Previously, when he came to the capital, he couldn't lift the curtains and look outside. At that time, he was sitting in a sealed carriage. Since the other places in the capital were so good, the palace would be even better. But Li Longji didn't give them such an opportunity. At least, he couldn't give it to them now. He needed to let them walk around the capital. After they were shocked enough, he would bring them to Xingxing Palace and let them see what an extraordinary place was. The matter of arranging accommodation for others naturally didn't need Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them brought their families back to Savant's restaurant. At this time, their families had already arrived. Zhang Zhong knew that his son and daughter-in-law had returned. He personally went to the entrance of the restaurant to welcome them. Seeing his son who had grown taller, his face was full of smiles. "We're home, we're home." Xiao Bei happily jumped into the arms of Jiang Wang clan and kissed her mother. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. She also missed her mother. She was much more sensible now. "Io, Xiao Bei has grown so big. Auntie won't be able to carry you anymore." Jiang Wang clan hugged Xiao Bei and said happily. "I can carry you." Xiao Bei learned from brother. "My body seems to be weightless." Mother, Xiao Bei knows how to cook chives and scrambled eggs. Brother even praised Xiao Bei for it. Xiao Bei hugged Jiang Wang clan's neck and said excitedly. Seeing that her daughter wasn't shy with strangers, Jiang Wang clan carried Xiao Bei upstairs and praised her. Xiao Bei was so happy that her face bloomed like a flower. After everyone had settled down, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found their father. They gathered together and discussed their positions after the new year. "Father, which ministry do you want to be a minister?" Zhang Xiaobao poured tea for the two families. He looked at his father and asked, "Father, which ministry do you want to be a minister?" When Father Zhang heard his son's words, he fell silent. He also didn't know which place was suitable for him. When he was in Luoyang, he didn't encounter the situation that he had mentioned earlier. No one tried to trip him up. Every time he had an idea, he would always be able to get support. Zhang Zhong understood that this wasn't because he was capable, but because his son and daughter-in-law worked hard outside. Everyone was afraid of his two children. He hadn't been idle during this period of time and had learned a lot. If he were to look at the 6 ministries, it seemed that any one of them would do. He mainly wanted to see what his son had in mind. While Zhang Zhong was thinking, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly. After almost 15 minutes, Zhang Zhong said, "Xiaobao, which ministry do you think is suitable for me to go to?" You're asking me? I think the Ministry of Works should be a minister. My father-in-law can go to the Ministry of War and be an assistant minister. If you feel tired, you can go to the Ministry of Rights. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and decided on his father's position. As for Wang Wan's father, he couldn't let him be an official that was too high. He wasn't cut out for it, and it had nothing to do with knowledge. It would be fine if he could be like Yang Guozhong, but he couldn't compare. As for the Ministry of Works, it was because his plan required a lot of craftsmen. The imperial court would definitely not let them go. If it was an incompetent official who was always looking for trouble, he might as well let his father be it. Wang Wan nodded in support. I think it's fine. He can go to the Ministry of Works as a minister. As for my father, he can go to the Ministry of Rights. There are too many things to do at the Ministry of War. My father will be tired. Father Wang didn't say anything. He knew that if he really relied on his own abilities, he wouldn't even be able to become an official, much less an assistant minister. All of this was because he had a good daughter. He didn't have any hopes in this life. In the future, he would have to rely on his son, Xiao Yuan. He believed that with Xiao Yuan's photographic memory and his daughter's and son-in-law's abilities, he would definitely be able to obtain a very good future. Seeing that his son had set his sights on the Ministry of Works, Zhang Zhong nodded and agreed. Since that's the case, I'll listen to my son, Xiao Bao. These words were said very casually. After he finished speaking, Zhang Zhong looked at Jiang Wang clan and suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling. Jiang Wang clan replied with a smile. She understood what she meant. Zhang Zhong sighed inwardly. He didn't know what to say. What was he discussing with his son just now? It was about the ownership of a minister in the capital. Normally, this kind of problem couldn't be discussed in his own home. When he was preparing to rely on the imperial examinations, he never thought that there would be a day like this. The ownership of a minister depended on his son. It could be said that it was decided. This should be considered bringing honor to the ancestors, right? Looking at the other 9 children sitting obediently beside him, Zhang Zhong felt as if he was in a dream. Not long ago, he would have thought about today's matter. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any other thoughts. Okay, then it's decided. Father, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go and prepare now. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and walked outside. Wang Wan naturally followed. When the two were about to walk out of the door, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly shouted, "Brother, I want to eat vinegar." After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, the old master of the Zhang family picked up his teacup and leisurely blew twice. He tried to use a calm tone as he said, "The position of minister has been decided just like that? Will someone try to steal it from my son?" Zhang Zhong hurriedly comforted him, "Father, no one can steal it. If Xiao Bao says it's the minister, then it's the minister. If he says it's the Ministry of Works, then it can't be the Ministry of Revenue. I believe in Xiao Bao." These words happened to be heard by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were not too far away. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled, "It seems that your status in the family is getting higher and higher. You can decide the position of minister. What's the point of being minister? If you really annoy me, I can even decide the position of emperor. And that, since you already know my ability, you have to listen to me more in the future. You can't refute me. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and puffed out his chest, trying hard to show a proud appearance. "Yes, this concubine understands. Does my husband have anything else to say?" Wang Wan knew that she could spend a few more days with her family. In her happiness, she compromised a little to give Zhang Xiaobao some face. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "You're quite obedient. Since that's the case, I'll invade you tonight." "Bah, your face is really big. Do you want to sleep on the floor?" "I'll stay with my mother today. You can go wherever you want. Isn't that giving you some sunshine? Let's go, what are you waiting for? Go, we'll go now." "Madam, please calm down. I'll make your favorite cucumber with garlic sauce later." Zhang Xiaobao stopped while he was ahead. It was good to satisfy his craving for food. When Zhang family and Wang family were happy, Empress Wang was also very happy. It was not easy to stay in the palace. She came out and went to Savant's pavilion to see her son and daughter. The 2 little ones had grown up a lot and could call out "mother." They could keep up with the nutrition. In addition, there was a reasonable way to train the babies. Now, the 2 little ones could already run. They could run, but they did not know how to walk. Once they walked, they would fall. When they ran, they could not stop themselves. If they did, they would fall. Someone had to be in front of them to stop them. When she saw the 2 little ones, Empress Wang was happy and sad. She was happy because the 2 little ones were not bad. They were white and chubby. Their little hands were moving and could make several kinds of hand gestures. He was sad that his own children didn't recognize him. He fed Softy something edible and took out toys to play with. Only then did the 2 little fellows let him hug them. These were his own son and daughter. After seeing her son and daughter, Empress Wang did not want to return to the palace. She insisted on staying outside for a few more days to accompany the 2 little ones. Wang Wan also agreed. After all, the more time the two of them spent together, the less the novelty would be. It was just right for Empress Wang to be separated from Li Longji for 10 to 15 days. Maybe after they went back, they could give birth to twins. That would be lively. Li Longji also took some time to come out and see his son and daughter. His son was very good-looking. He was not inferior to Li Yi in the past. In fact, he was even cuter now that he had grown up. Li Longji, who did not care much about women, changed his mind when he saw Pan. This was not because Pan was good-looking, but because of Princess Jincheng. Who said that a married princess could not come back? Who said that the women of the imperial clan would be bullied outside? Just look at Princess Jincheng and ask Zhu Zan if he dared to bully her. All of this was strength. Overwhelming strength. Dignity was gained from the roar of the cannons. After amiably chatting with the Zhang family and Wang family for a while, they decided that after the new year, Zhang Zhong would enter the imperial court and become the Minister of Works. Li Longji left happily. After returning, it was unknown who leaked this matter. When they heard that Zhang Zhong had returned from Luoyang, he did not even greet anyone and was going to become the Minister of Works. The jealous people glared at him until their eyes were as red as the robes of the fourth-rank officials. Before the new year, when the holidays were about to start, many memorials were sent to Gao Lishir. He did not say anything. Although he was the head of the secretariat, many of the memorials that required the emperor's approval were all approved by Gao Lishir. Recently, he had not been able to sleep well. He was afraid that he would do something wrong again and offend someone he should not offend. When the time came, he would lose his official position. Now, he did not want to compete with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan anymore. He only hoped that the two of them would not have any ideas about him. Li Longji seemed to have known that this kind of thing would happen. He told Gao Lishir in advance not to let this kind of thing disturb him. He began to look at the various rare animals and plants that were sent back from the south. These things that he did not even dare to think about before appeared in front of him. He could only sigh at the many things that he did not know about in the distant sea. At the same time, he was even more certain about the existence of that country that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had told him about. When the two of them created that thing that could transmit information from 100 kilometers away, then they would begin to carry out that thing called the Industrial Revolution on a national scale. Chapter 829. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The festive atmosphere started on the 30th and continued to the 15th of the first lunar month. The appearance of the ice lanterns everywhere made the people of the surrounding countries feel the brilliance of the great Tang once again. More people paid attention to the light bulb, wanting to understand why it lit up, especially Xian Luo and Japan. These two countries were temporarily not under the command of the great Tang, so they were a little ambitious. What they wanted to know the most was whether this light bulb would be used in war and what it would look like when it was used. Li Longji naturally couldn't tell them. Even if he wanted to tell them, they wouldn't understand. This light bulb was made by the Zhang family and Wang family, and the palace was also using it. However, they only knew how and didn't know why. Zhu Zan asked for a set and returned to his courtyard in the capital. He planned to return to Tubo after the 2nd of February. During this period of time, he could learn more about new things and see which one could be used in Tubo. Princess Jincheng still helped to inquire about information, but instead of looking for the enemy of the Zhang family and Wang family, she changed to looking for something good to help Tubo. The first thing she found was a washing machine. There was also a small river that didn't flow too fast in Zhu Zan's courtyard. It was a place for entertainment. After putting it up and seeing that it couldn't move, she found Zhang Xiaobao and changed it to a wind-powered one with the help of the craftsman. Ignoring the cold weather, she poured water for the washing machine in the courtyard and threw the clothes in. Then, she added the washing powder provided by the Zhang family and Wang family and watched the washing machine spin. Zhu Zan looked at the washing machine curiously and then looked at the light bulb. Aren't these the same thing? They are both blown by the wind. Why can one light up to replace candles, and the other can wash clothes? How would Princess Jincheng know? Hearing Zhu Zan's words, she shook her head and said, Zan Pu, this should be the benefits of the industrial system that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo mentioned. Now, it can only be used by the rich and powerful. Where there is still a need for wind or rivers, in a few years, ordinary people will be able to use it too. Yes, just like that marsh gas, the people of the Great Tang will be more and more comfortable in the future. Zhu Zan sighed. Right now, he no longer cared about anything else. He only hoped that after Tubo joined the Great Tang, the people of Tubo would be able to receive the same benefits as the people of the Great Tang. His original ambition had been completely crushed by reality. Princess Jincheng didn't know what Zhu Zanqi was thinking. Seeing so many good things, she said to Zhu Zanqi with a worried expression, Zan Pu, does Tubo still want to be enemies with Great Tang? I wonder how the Turks are doing. Commissioner K isn't someone who gives up so easily. So what if he doesn't? Could he withstand the bombardment of the Great Tang's artillery? Could he stop the hot air balloons and gliders in the sky? Those two things flying in the sky can throw cannonball-like things down. They are the grenades, the weapons that blew up many of our Tubo people. Zhu Zanqi seemed to want to stand on the side of the Great Tang. It also seemed like he wanted to find a reason for his compromise. If the Turks dared to not agree to Li Longji's request and started a war with the Great Tang, he would be able to comfort himself. It wasn't that he wasn't capable, it was that the Great Tang was too powerful. He couldn't return to the capital yet, but Tu also thought the same. He was very clear that even if Li Longji had the initiative now, he wouldn't let him return to the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's manor immediately. When the Heishui Commander-in-Chief's manor was taken down and the army turned around, that would be the time for him to return. At that time, even if he was the reincarnation of Chu Bawang, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. More importantly, it would depend on the reaction of the Turks. If the Turks still wanted to fight, he couldn't return either. He was afraid that he would throw himself into the arms of the Turks. Sigh. Actually, there's no need to do this. I've had enough. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Tu thought about it and said sullenly. After the new year, Zhang Zhong unquestionably entered the Ministry of Works and took up the position of Minister of Shangshu. It turned out that the other people in the Ministry of Works didn't move. Some of these people didn't have any achievements. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to become Minister of Shangshu. Whoever was willing to take up the position would take it. Some of them had built good relations with the previous Minister of Shangshu. Just as they were thinking of taking a step forward in the new year, the person who had received benefits from them was gone. Instead, it was someone they weren't familiar with, or rather, someone they had never dealt with before. Naturally, they were very unhappy. Fan Yu was one of the people who was unhappy. As the registrar of the Ministry of Works, he thought that he would be able to advance further this year. In the end, when he saw Zhang Zhong, who had been a high-ranking official in Luoyang, come to the capital, he couldn't sleep well for several days. Fan Yu knew Zhang Zhong's identity. He also knew that his son was Zhang Xiaobao and his daughter-in-law was Wang Wan. But so what? Could it be that everything in the Great Tang was decided by them? What did Zhang Zhong do to deserve the position of Minister of Shangshu? Did you know what the Ministry of Works did? Others had to learn step by step and work hard. What right did you have to change your position just because you had a formidable son? Fan Yu had an aura of someone who could be killed but not humiliated. The more he looked at Zhang Zhong, the more he found him to be an eyesore. Even though Zhang Zhong had treated him to a meal at Savant's restaurant and promised that as long as he did a good job, he would be able to receive good things from the Zhang clan and Wang clan in the future. Savant's restaurant's food and wine are good, but that isn't a reason for me, Fan Yu, to bend my knees. No matter what, I can't let him have an easy time. Does he know the importance of a secretary? After eating his fill, Fan Yu returned to the office of the Ministry of Works. He brewed a pot of Maojian tea that Zhang Zhong had specially provided for him today and started to think about how he could create trouble for Zhang Zhong. The secretary was naturally in charge of a part of the account books. There were records of the finances of the Ministry of Works, as well as the inventory and consumption of various items. Thus, Fan Yu set her sights on this. When the time came, Zhang Zhong wouldn't be able to know exactly how much money the Ministry of Works had left. He wouldn't know how many items they had in stock. Fan Yu dug out the accounts one by one and started messing them up. Of course, he had marked down all the areas that he messed up so that he wouldn't be confused when he needed the real data. In the end, when Zhang Zhong was checking on the various matters in various places in the afternoon, he was confused by a few accounts. Whenever he asked, Fan Yu would push all the blame to the previous one, saying that this was what she had done in the past and that it had been past. That's not right. Didn't the Ministry of Works have 16,500 strings of coins in its account books? Why is there only 4,000 strings of coins left? Where did the money go? When Zhang Zhong saw the final number of the account books, he was puzzled. He turned his head and asked Fan Yu. Fan Yu had a puzzled look on her face. She meant that she didn't know either. Zhang Zhong thought for a while and nodded. All right, let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. It's already late today, so go back first. Bring the things I gave you back earlier. In the future, when the Ministry of Works produces better products, there will be other benefits too. Fan Yu replied and didn't say anything else. She packed up and left with the things Zhang Zhong gave her. A person's heart is never satisfied. Zhang Zhong put down the account books and sighed. He understood everything. Originally, he wanted to get along well with his subordinates and help his son build up the industrial system bit by bit. He didn't want to start dealing with people right away. But in the end, things turned out like this. Zhang Zhong, who had let his subordinates get off work earlier, wasn't afraid that someone would impeach him because of this matter. He also packed up. He didn't plan to work today and wanted everyone to familiarize themselves with each other. Later on, he would find someone to check the background of everyone in the Ministry of Works. He had to record down who was in each family. He even had to record their parents' birthdays. He was concerned about his subordinates. He had done this many times in the past, and the results were pretty good. After returning to Savant's restaurant, Zhang Zhong casually told his son about this matter during dinner. He didn't need his son to help him deal with a registrar official. He could do it himself. It wasn't like he hadn't done it before. The reason why Zhang Xiaobao hadn't returned to Jili province yet was because he was worried that his father's position wouldn't be good. He was afraid that his father's heart would soften. He wanted to wait for his father to settle the matters in the Ministry of Works before leaving. He estimated that it would take about half a month. When he heard his father talking about Fan Yu, he nodded and didn't say anything. She was just a small character, so there was no need to care too much about her. It would be easy for his father to deal with her. At night, he casually chatted with his family for a while before returning to his room to sleep. Who knew that the next morning, right after Zhang Zhong left, Xiao Bei and her team followed him out. Her angry expression made those who knew her know that someone was going to be unlucky. Brother, when the time comes, you have to take a good look at the account books and find out what's wrong so that I can teach him a lesson. He actually dared to play tricks on my father and bully the Zhang family? On the way to the Ministry of Works, Xiao Bei's eyes widened as she discussed with Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai nodded. For the past half a year, he was the one who did most of the accounts. Now, He could still do the accounts that weren't too complicated and didn't make any mistakes. If he couldn't do it, he would ask his brother and sister. With the difficulty of the accounts that his brother and sister were doing, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with the accounts of the Ministry of Works. Xiao Yuan and the others were also very excited. They could finally open for business again. It wasn't easy to meet one during normal times. They didn't expect that they would be able to continuously have business before and after the new year. Zhang Zhong still didn't know that his son and nephew had come to help. He smoothly entered the Ministry of Works. The gatekeepers also got some benefits and didn't make things difficult for him like Fan Yu. He didn't dare to do anything like Fan Yu. Right after Zhang Zhong entered, Xiao Bei and the others arrived. They got off the carriage and walked straight in. The 100 children formed a team of guards and stood in a square formation to protect them. The gatekeepers of the Ministry of Works really didn't know who Xiao Bei was. If it was the guards of Xingxing Palace, they definitely wouldn't stop them. Instead, they would quickly go in and report to the emperor. Xiao Bei was now able to walk freely in the palace. He could go anywhere. Whose child is this? Where are the adults? This is an important place in the Ministry of Works. You can't enter. The gatekeepers blocked Xiao Bei and tried to persuade him. Xiao Bei didn't bully them. He took out a token and waved it in front of the gatekeepers. I'm Zhang Xiao Bei. My brother is Zhang Xiaobao. Today, I'm here to find trouble with the secretary of the Ministry of Works, Fan Yu. If you're not with him, then move aside. If you're with him, so it's Lord Zhang. Please come in. Do you need me to help report your arrival? The gatekeepers finally knew what the legendary Xiao Bei looked like. He quickly moved aside. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to impersonate Xiao Bei. Moreover, the 9 children were all here. That kind of aura of being pampered was not something that an ordinary person could fake. In addition, there were also 100 guards. As for whether the token was real or fake, he didn't see it clearly. Seeing Xiao Bei and the others walk in, the gatekeepers started to mourn for Fan Yu. He knew who Fan Yu was. She was the secretary of the Ministry of Works. It seemed that she was looking for trouble with the newcomer, Zhang Zhong. He already said that the old man had come out after beating the young one. Now that the old man hadn't done anything, the young one had already rushed forward. Zhang Zhong didn't directly look for Fan Yu. He planned to arrange his work for today first. He first went to his office and waited for the morning assembly. The sky was about to brighten. He needed to stay in his office to keep warm so that he wouldn't catch a cold. Fan Yu naturally didn't have the qualifications to attend the assembly. She was a 5th-rank official, so she came a little late. She just arrived a little later than Zhang Zhong. She had already prepared her speech and was just waiting for Zhang Zhong to come and find trouble. In the end, Zhang Zhong didn't come. Instead, it was Xiao Bei and the others who got lost and only found the place after a long time. When Xiao Bei and the others entered the room, everyone who was working in the room stopped what they were doing and looked at the group of children in confusion. Where did this group of children come from? Who is Fan Yu? You're the secretary of the Ministry of Works? Xiao Bei looked around and asked. Who are you? Fan Yu frowned and asked in return when she saw that someone was asking her by name. Xiao Bei looked at the person who spoke. It seems that you are the secretary. Left and right, where are you? Take her down. Understood. As Xiao Bei's voice fell, a chorus of voices rang out from outside. Then, over 20 children rushed in. Under Xiao Bei's instructions, they ran toward Fan Yu, and before Fan Yu could figure out what was going on, she was already on the ground. She was handcuffed and pressed down on him. He tried a few times and was finally pinned down. While the others were puzzled and didn't know how to react, Xiao Bei clasped his hands behind his back and slowly said, this official is a physician and only knows about the matters of the Supreme Court. This official suspects that Fan Yu is bullying his superiors and tampering with the accounts. Does anyone have anything to say? The moment Xiao Bei mentioned his official position, the people from the Ministry of Works immediately knew who he was. Why was this legendary little ancestor here? And he even captured Fan Yu? It was over. They didn't know how Fan Yu had offended someone and offended them. Not to mention that they had evidence, even if they didn't say anything, who in the Ministry of Works didn't give them some benefits? They didn't even investigate. Everyone knew that. Moreover, those benefits weren't worth much. If they really investigated, it wouldn't be worth it. Even the emperor wouldn't care. It would just be a smile. But today, Fan Yu was being targeted by Zhang Xiaobei. This wasn't the case. Everything must be investigated and strictly investigated. From the looks of it, who did he offend? Oh. So that was the case. Fan Yu had offended Minister Zhang. Fan Yu was still not convinced and continued to struggle. You said that I did, and I did? What evidence do you have? Even if I did, you can't arrest me. There needs to be a joint trial. Che, are you bullying me because I don't know? There needs to be a joint trial. If I arrest you, can't the Supreme Court arrest you? Today, I'll give you a joint trial. You don't usually have the chance to attend court, right? I'll give you a chance. Take him away. I'll go and talk to Uncle Emperor. My father has just arrived and someone wants to bully him. How can I let this go? With Xiao Bei's words, Fan Yu was forced to Hanyuan Palace Hall by Xiao Bei and the others without anyone interceding. At this time, the morning court session had already started. All the officials of the 5th rank and above had come here to stand in line. Zhang Zhong also stood slightly at the front, waiting for the discussion. After the morning court session, he probably had to meet with the emperor for a small meeting. Li Longji rushed over in his carriage. Just as he sat down and before he could say anything, he saw over 100 people rushing in. There was even a person being carried. When he took a closer look, it was actually a child. He recognized the person in the lead, Zhang Xiaobei. Because of Xiao Bei's appearance, Li Longji could no longer keep a straight face. He didn't know what was wrong with Xiao Bei. This was the first time that he came at such a time. He coughed and asked, "Official Zhang, why did you come to court today?" All the officials turned their heads to look. When they heard the emperor's words and saw the angry Xiao Bei, they wanted to laugh but held it in. Zhang Zhong also saw his daughter and saw Fan Yu being carried by people. He immediately understood what had happened. His daughter must have remembered what he said during dinner yesterday and went to find trouble with Fan Yu in the morning. Helplessly shaking his head, Zhang Zhong shouted at Xiao Bei, "Xiao Bei, what are you doing? Why aren't you withdrawing?" Xiao Bei didn't care about what his father said. He raised his head and said to Zhang Zhong, "Minister Zhang, this official is the imperial censor and also the High Commissioner of the Supreme Court. I have the responsibility to supervise all the officials. I hope that Minister Zhang will not overstep his authority." After speaking to his father, Xiao Bei didn't look at his father's glare and turned to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this official has just found out that the registrar of the Ministry of Works, Fan Yu, is acting improperly and the accounts are unclear. This official requests for a joint investigation." The officials were stunned. They didn't expect that Xiao Bei would directly arrest Fan Yu and bring her to the palace hall. From the meaning of his words, it seemed that Fan Yu had offended Zhang Zhong. Many people looked at Zhang Zhong. It would be a lie if they said that they weren't jealous. Look at his children. Their father didn't even need to do anything himself and a bunch of brats would do it for him. Li Longji was stunned for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he immediately understood. This registrar of the Ministry of Works called Fan Yu saw that Zhang Zhong was young and was new to the Ministry of Works. She wanted to find trouble for him. Zhang Zhong should have mentioned this to Xiao Bao when he went back. In the end, Xiao Bei heard it and chased after her to arrest her. Li Longji looked at Fan Yu from afar. If Xiao Bei hadn't caught her, he wouldn't have known who Fan Yu was. Seeing that Fan Yu was still struggling, Li Longji's expression sank. Without a good industrial system, there wouldn't be good weapons. Without good weapons, there wouldn't be any way to intercept a missile. What was Fan Yu trying to do? Recommended book, Taisui Rebirth. Chapter 830. As the registrar of the Ministry of Works, Fan Yu's greatest opportunity to show his face appeared in Hanyuan Palace Hall. Following that, he was like a small stone thrown into the ocean. Before the waves could splash much, he was submerged in the tide. As for how much of an impact it had nothing to do with him. Xiao Bei left the morning court in satisfaction. She did not participate in any of the court affairs. She wanted to return to Savant's restaurant as soon as possible and find her brother and sister for help. In the court, she had always addressed her father as Minister Zhang. To her, there was nothing more terrifying than this in the world. The sky was falling. She had to conduct a public relations crisis after the morning court ended. The situation was very grim. The morning court in Hanyuan Palace Hall continued as usual. Zhang Zhong was not in the mood to think about how to deal with his daughter. He wanted to let more people agree with his proposal to change the Ministry of Works. When Li Longji finished dealing with the several memorials presented, the first to speak was Zhang Zhong. He held a piece of paper in his hand and read them out one by one. In the end, he requested for the country's finance to allocate funds. 4 million strings of cash. Li Longji was shocked by Zhang Zhong's words. The country's financial income had increased in the past 2 years. Compared to the past, it could be said to be a world of difference. However, to take out 4 million strings of cash at once for one of the 6 ministries seemed to be a little too much. Zhang Zhong also knew that he had opened his mouth too wide. He quickly explained, "Your Majesty, the 4 million strings of cash that I mentioned is a one-time solution. In the future, Your Majesty does not need to take out a single copper coin for the Ministry of Works to be self-reliant. In 2 years, we will definitely be able to recover the money invested. Your Majesty, I feel that this cannot be done." Just as Zhang Zhong finished speaking, Zhang Shuo jumped out and directly objected. All the officials focused their gazes on Zhang Zhong. They wanted to see if the Prime Minister would emerge victorious in his first official confrontation with Zhang Zhong. Zhang Shuo felt very helpless. He should not have been the first to object. Instead, it should have been one of his subordinates. He had already used his body language to send the signal. Usually, his subordinates would know what to do as long as they saw his signal. However, it was strange today. His subordinates seemed to have bad eyesight and were in a daze. No one stood up to speak. Gao Lisher also saw this situation. He was very clear in his heart. As the saying goes, one should be soft-hearted after taking advantage of others. Which one of the people who could appear in the morning court had not received benefits from the Zhang family and Wang family? If you don't believe me, you can go house by house and see which house doesn't have furniture with the Zhang family's and Wang family's logos worth a few thousand strings of coins. Today was the first time that Zhang Zhong had attended a court meeting. If anyone dared to cause trouble at this crucial moment, they could forget about counting on the Zhang family and Wang family to continue giving them benefits in the future. Coupled with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's vengeful personalities, there was bound to be an outcome. Just as Gao Lisher had guessed, the people belonging to Zhang Xiaobao's faction did indeed have such thoughts. They could refuse the things given by the Zhang and Wang families, but they did not dare to offend Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Did they not see what happened to Fan Yu just now? The emperor did not even have the mood to investigate further. He directly sentenced Fan Yu to be exiled to Lingnan. Everyone who was not sent to Luzhou yearned for Fan Yu. This could be considered as sparing Fan Yu's life. Otherwise, when the locals heard that Fan Yu had offended Provincial Governor Zhang, the consequences were self-evident. Li Longji did not say anything. He was waiting for Zhang Shua to say something. He could not just object because he wanted to. He needed a reason. After Zhang Shua finished his objection, he was actually waiting for his people to stand out and agree with him. In the end, all he got was silence. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he continued, "Your Majesty, 4,000,000 strings of coins is not a small amount. Now that the 4 barbarians have submitted, our court should reward them with money and resources to win the hearts of the people. Tubo and the Tujue are not stable yet. In my opinion, we should first provide 2,000,000 strings of coins and resources to support the 2 barbarians and let them feel our imperial grace. Also, there are many martial manors in the northern part of Hebei province. If we don't appease them, I'm afraid the people will not be able to live and will change." When the officials in the court heard Zhang Shua's words, some of them agreed in their hearts. However, they only agreed in their hearts and did not show it on their faces. Li Longji still did not say anything. He looked at Zhang Zhong and waited for Zhang Zhong to refute. Those who knew Li Longji understood at this moment that the emperor did not seem to agree with Zhang Shua's words. However, they did not know the specific reason. They did not know, but Gao Lishur knew very well that the emperor's thoughts were no longer the same as before. Ever since he knew that there were more powerful people far away in the sea, he no longer cared about the things around him. This was especially true after seeing the spectacular scene of cannons firing at Mount Hua. Why would he care about the troubles around him? He would beat up whoever refused to comply until they submitted. Not to mention 2,000,000 strings of coins, he would not even give them 20,000 strings of coins. Zhang Zhong was also observing the reactions of the officials to see who was on his side and who was on his opposite side. He was quite satisfied with the current result. It was like this when he was in Luoyang. When he proposed something, no one objected. Even if they had different opinions, they would privately discuss it with him. Zhang Zhong also knew that the current great Tang was not afraid of war. His military factory in Luzhou was constantly producing weapons, and its strength was far above the surrounding countries. However, Zhang Zhong could not say it out loud. He chose another point. "Your Majesty, this subject agrees with Lord Zhang's idea of helping the Tufan and the Turkic Khaganate. However, it is better to teach people to fish than to give them a fish. What the Ministry of Works needs to do is to research all kinds of good tools. According to this subject's plan, there will be more good tools in a year's time. At that time, we will give them to the people in other parts of the dynasty to use. Your Majesty, what will we do when the Ministry of Works develops the tools in a year's time? How will the people live this year?" Zhang Shua continued to object. "If Great Tang does not give out the tools this year, will the people in other places not be able to live? Naturally, they will live as they have in the past year." At this moment, the person who stood up to speak was Li Linfu, a person Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to scheme against. At this moment, Li Linfu did not know that someone wanted to deal with him, and he did not know that the reason was because they thought that he would one day stand on that position. He felt that he should help Zhang Zhong. Recently, his family's life had been much better, and it was all because of the benefits given by the Zhang family and the Wang family. In addition, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still young, and their futures were limitless. He had to choose a side as soon as possible. Zhang Shua turned his head and glanced at Li Linfu, remembering him. He turned back and continued, "Your Majesty, it is different now. The 4 barbarians have just submitted. If we do not give them benefits, this subject is afraid that they will be resentful and start a rebellion. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that Minister Zhang's Ministry of Works plan is feasible, in my opinion. Another person stood up to support Zhang Zhong. Zhang Shuo kept refuting, waiting for people to stand up to support Zhang Zhong one after another. When Zhang Shuo saw that his people were still indifferent, he was finally discouraged. After the morning court session ended, Zhang Zhong happily returned to the Ministry of Works to do some work. He received 4 million strings of coins, but not all at once. According to his plan, it was divided into 3 phases. The first phase only required 800,000 strings of coins, and he received 1 million strings of coins. After the second phase, he could go to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for more money. Zhang Shuo's face was gloomy. He had failed in the confrontation in the court. It was not that he had not failed before, but this time was different. The previous failure was the emperor's final decision, but today's failure was the pressure of the court officials. No one on his side said anything. Was it because they were scared by Fan Yushi? What worried him the most was the emperor's attitude. Although he did not favor any side today, it was still a kind of bias, especially his attitude towards dealing with Fan Yushi before the court session. Zhang Xiaobei had 9 children and caught a registrar of the Ministry of Works. Did he really not ask clearly before convicting him? What happened in the morning court quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao's ears. Hearing that his father had suppressed Zhang Shuo in the first confrontation, Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to stay in the capital any longer. The plan was made by his father himself, and the matters in the court were also settled by his father himself. He did not need others to continue watching. When it was time to leave, he would leave. He was ready to go back and wait for the people he sent out to bring back good news. When he knew that his brother had decided to leave, Xiaobei was relieved. It seemed that he could leave today and did not need to worry about his father coming back to find trouble. After the excitement, Xiaobei was a little reluctant. Leaving the capital meant parting with his parents. His brother had said that he had to stay in Jili province for at least a year before he had the opportunity to be an official in the capital. He had to continue waiting for the family reunion. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bid farewell to the elders in their family and led the huge group to Jili province. This time, they did not take the waterway. The Yellow River was already frozen, and Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to spend so much money to blast open the river. The losses outweighed the gains, so he chose to take the land route along the river. Now, there were wide roads on both sides of the Yellow River, and there were countless merchants and pedestrians coming and going. The wheels of the carriage made creaking noises as it moved on the snow that was scattered with sand. After 2 days of continuous travel, Xiaobei was finally unwilling to follow the large group of people and slowly move about. He suggested that he should go ahead first. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't object and let the children do as they please. As soon as he left the group, Xiaobei was like a runaway wild horse. He organized an impromptu meeting with the other 8 people. The main content of the meeting was to continue to carry forward the style of the children's protection team that was not afraid of hardship and fatigue. They had to deeply understand the main spirit of the children's protection team, and better reflect the intelligence of the imperial censorate. They had to live up to the emperor's trust and live up to the people of the world. In the meeting, group member Zhang Xiaobei was the first to speak. He praised the previous operation and felt that the children's protection team was an outstanding group. They were a strong group that would not be defeated in the face of any difficulties. However, they also found a problem in the previous operation. That was, group member Zhang Xiaohai did not check the accounts early enough, resulting in insufficient evidence in the Hanyuan Palace. Zhang Xiaohai deeply recognized his own shortcomings and did not make any excuses. He wrote a self-criticism, and the content was that X and Y intersected on the same line. At the same time, he also criticized the members of the Wang Xiaoyuan regiment for not being good at their job, for not properly listing out the crimes that Fan Yu had committed in the imperial court. The member of the Wang Xiaoyuan regiment softly admitted his mistake. He said, "Cold against summer, day against year. Qiufu against swing. Dan Shan against clear water, light rain against Tan Yen. Finally, group member Zhang Xiaobei gave a concluding speech. She had new expectations for the future of the Children's Protection Team. She pointed out that the members of the Children's Protection Team must continue to unite around a group member who could find a place for the Children's Protection Team. The name of the Children's Protection Team must not be shaken until they grow up. They must broaden their horizons and walk out of the world. The meeting ended in a warm and peaceful atmosphere. This was a great meeting. It was a meeting that connected the past and opened the way for the future. This meeting established the foundation for the Children's Protection Team to be able to overcome all kinds of difficulties in the future. Half a month later, Xiaobei and the others arrived at Zhuo County and waited there. It was unknown whether they should cross the river and take the land route or try to take the sea route. The frozen sea showed signs of thawing. A few years ago, it was recorded in the booklet that Zhuo County was a Shangxian county. It had a large population, rich products, and convenient transportation. Xiaobei planned to rest here for a few days and train 100 guards at the same time. However, when the group entered the borders of Zhuo County, Xiaobei and the others, who already knew that it was a Shangxian county, were still shocked by how prosperous Zhuo County was. In front of them was a wide road that could allow 6 carriages to pass at the same time. Countless sheds were built in the fields on both sides of the road, covered with straw. As it was close to evening, wisps of smoke rose from the sheds, and countless people were busy working. Further ahead, there was a murmuring river or floating ice. There was a stone bridge connecting the shore. Outside the bridge, the water was channeled into a canal and slowly poured into a pond. As the sun set, the water sparkled. Small boats were propped up on the canal, making clanging sounds. Everyone worked together and shouted non-stop. When the net in the pond was raised, fat fish struggled and jumped. Further ahead, there were no catchers in the pond. They were dressed in leather and went back and forth into the water. They plucked lotus roots and threw them to the shore. There were children carrying school bags and picking them up. They piled up into a mountain and laughed non-stop. Aya, who's the county magistrate of Zhuo County? He's quite capable. The road is wide enough and flat enough. There should be a kong in the shed with chives planted inside. This place draws water to raise fish and plants lotus roots. The combination is quite reasonable. If you work harder, you can catch up to half of brother and sister. Xiaobei praised when she saw this scene. She commanded the group to continue forward. Zhuo County had piqued her interest. She wanted to see what would happen after they entered the county. The group increased their speed. When the sky turned dark, they arrived outside Zhuo County. What they saw was actually a city wall that was about 1 zhang tall. It's really not easy. I see a light over there. Let's go around it. Xiaobei ordered again. After the group went around the place, everyone could clearly see that there were many houses here. They were placed next to each other, and the light was from small flames spurting out from pipes. Xiaobei and the others recognized that this was the effect of burning marsh gas. It seemed that the marsh gas here was used quite well. When they wanted to take another step forward, the group was stopped by someone. Standing outside the fence, they could faintly hear the grunting of pigs and the crowing of chickens coming from inside. Xiaobei nodded. This should be a planned breeding area. She asked someone to explain to the other party. Then, she turned around and entered the city through the city gate. The lanterns of the shops on both sides of the streets flickered. With the help of the light, they could see that there was a canal built with cement on each side of the road. It should be used to drain water. In between the canal and the shops, there was also a sidewalk built with cement bricks. The shortest shop was 2 stories tall. Every time they reached an intersection, there would be a few 3-story buildings standing there. In other places, there would be very few pedestrians at night. However, there was actually an endless stream of people coming and going here. They would either go to the nearby shops to eat or gather in a spacious area to hum a tune. A group of children walked past in a row, reciting the Analects of Confucius. They went straight to a stall that was set up outside. Each of them took out a few new coins and threw them into the money box before starting to eat. The smell of pepper oil wafted over. Xiao Bei sniffed and rubbed his stomach. "I'm hungry. Let's go and eat. It's my treat." When they walked to the front, they saw that there were a few metal boxes on the stall. Each box was filled with different food. There were tofu, tofu skin, dried tofu, fish balls, crab balls, shrimp balls, bean sprouts, cabbage, sausages, and so on. There were many types of food. Xiao Bei and the others were no stranger to such things. At first, it was their older brother who made them for them. Later, it was spread to various places. Line up in 10 rows. Xiao Bei took out a piece of paper from her bag and shouted to the 100 guards. Whoosh! 10 rows stood out in an instant. Everyone in the lead had a corresponding metal box in front of them. Then, they picked up a string of notes and passed them to the back. Xiao Bei slapped the notes into the money box and said to the stall owner, "Put the money here. Later, count the sticks and count them as meat. In the future, remember to use different sticks to distinguish between meat and vegetables. Otherwise, when there are many people, you won't be able to do anything if you keep staring at others." After speaking to the stall owner, Xiao Bei started to eat. The price of meat was double that of vegetables. She didn't have the time to care about this. The stall owner was stunned. He took out the note from the box and was shocked. It was a $500 note. He looked at Xiao Bei and the others and knew that he had met the children of a rich family. He smiled and continued to put food into the metal box. Xiao Bei, who was eating freely, didn't care if the food was hygienic or not. After all, it was fine after it was boiled in boiling water. When she was half full, Xiao Bei remembered something very important. She looked up and asked the stall owner, "Who is the county magistrate of this county?" "It's County Magistrate Yan." The stall owner didn't want to tell a child, but he felt that her status was different, so he said it. "Oh." Xiao Bei nodded and asked, "Did he embezzle money?" Chapter 831. Little Bei had a lot of questions. She wanted to know the general economic situation of Zhuo County and the number of merchants coming and going. However, even after she finished eating, the stall owner went to a nearby restaurant to give her the change. She didn't get any useful information from him. Zhuo County didn't have any public announcements, so naturally, they wouldn't tell the people how much money was left in the county and where it came from. From this, Little Bei concluded that Zhuo County's county magistrate Yan had dirty hands. She planned to deal with an official before the arrival of the army. At this time, it was too late, and the children's group was full of children. Some people couldn't help but yawn. Like a contagious disease, one person yawned loudly, and everyone who saw him yawned as well. Little Bei rubbed her sore eyes and smacked her lips. She lowered her head and walked toward an inn with the brightest lights. As she walked, she muttered, "You took advantage of me for one night. I'll deal with you tomorrow." Early the next morning, Little Bei and her group ate breakfast leisurely. They came out of the inn and headed straight for the local yamen. On the way, they attracted the curiosity of many people. A group of children came out of nowhere and didn't look like students from school. At the entrance of the yamen, 2 yamen runners were looking at the sky in boredom. They wore thick cotton-padded clothes and looked listless. When they saw Xiao Bei and the others, one of the yamen runners' eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. He realized that the children who were being protected were about the same age as his children, but they were much more energetic than his children. Just as he was about to ask them kindly, he heard the voice of the smartest girl in the group. "I'm a doctor in the imperial court. I'm an imperial censor," and the Yamen runner was only focused on Little Bei's pleasant voice and didn't understand the specific content. When Little Bei glared at him and repeated herself, the Yamen runner finally reacted. First, he didn't believe her. "I don't care if you believe it or not. Go in and report to your county magistrate that we're here to check the accounts. Tell him to prepare himself and don't lie. Go quickly. You can't bear the consequences." Little Bei hated it the most when others treated her like a child. After all, she was an official. The Yamen runner did not think that these children were officials. He thought that they were the children of some wealthy family who knew the county magistrate and came to play. He smiled and nodded, then ran inside to report. He didn't go to the signing room, nor did he go to the study, nor did he run to the empty hall. Instead, he went through 2 courtyards and came to the 3rd courtyard at the back. He said to a person wearing coarse clothes with a greasy face, "Sir, please take a rest first. I don't know which family's child is playing outside. Judging from his clothes, he should be from a rich family. Sir, can you go and identify him?" An official with a greasy face was adding coal to the stove under a large iron pot. When he heard the bailiff's words, he straightened his back and let out a sigh. After a while, he relaxed and asked, "What do you mean? Come, give me more." The Yamen runner took the shovel and started to work as he replied, "Darren, there's a girl among them. She says she's a doctor or something. She's surrounded by a group of children. She says she wants to check the accounts. I don't know which of Darren's old friends she belongs to." The Yamen runner spoke casually, but when the words reached the ears of the official with a greasy face, it was not easy at all. The official, who had an indifferent expression just now, grabbed the Yamen runner who was still working and asked nervously, "How many children?" "A group. There's at least 180. Darren, you. How many are best dressed? Think carefully." The official asked again. "Let me think. 7? No, it seems to be 8. That's also not right. Oh, I remember now. It's 9. The group of children outside is in a circle, and in the middle is a square. The girl who spoke just happened to be standing in the middle. Darren, have you guessed who it is?" The Yamen runner still did not take it seriously. He thought for a while and wanted to say it. The official staggered, and his face immediately turned pale. He muttered, "It's over. They've finally set their sights on me." Sigh. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have chosen Zhu, a county magistrate. Add coal, don't stop. I admit it. Darren, what are you?" The Yamen runner was startled. He did not understand why the official, who was usually very indifferent to everything, would be so evil today. "No, nothing. That girl is a traditional Chinese physician. You don't know. This road leads to Jili province and the capital. I've been feeling uneasy recently, but I never thought that it would happen to them." County Magistrate Yen muttered, waved his hand, and walked out with his back hunched. He knew who had come and thought of the consequences. He was greedy. He was really greedy. If another official came to investigate, he might have heard the news in advance and made some preparations. There would not be too big of a problem. But who would have thought that it was the 9 children of the Zhang family and the Wang family who came? The news had just come from the capital along the road, but they had already arrived. When County Magistrate Yen moved to the entrance of the Yamen with his legs that had almost lost all strength, Xiaobei was using a colored pen to paint the edge of the door. He stepped on a big stone and seemed to be using a lot of effort. County Magistrate Yen saw the goldfish bag hanging from the waists of Xiaobei and the others. He looked at the group of children and confirmed that there was no doubt. "Darren, I am County Magistrate Yen, head Foreman Yen. I didn't know you were coming and did not welcome you. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Foreman Yen no longer thought about bribery or fraud. He waited for the final judgment. Xiaobei spent a lot of effort to paint the parts of the drum where the paint had peeled off bright red. He jumped down from the stone and shook his hands vigorously. He looked at Foreman Yen with dissatisfaction and said, "County Magistrate Yen, why is this drum so high? Do you want to tire the person playing the drum to death? That old man is so old. How can he beat it? Yes, I will order someone to lower the height." Foreman Yen agreed. He stopped talking and waited there. Xiaobei rubbed his arms and looked at Foreman Yen. He said unhappily, "Why are you standing outside? Why don't you invite us in?" Yes, we'll go in now. Please. I will immediately have someone bring the accounts. Foreman Yen gritted his teeth and hoped that his attitude was better. The child was easy to coax. If he admitted his mistake, he could be dealt with lightly. He didn't want to lose his position. He planned to continue being greedy. Otherwise, his plan would not be able to succeed. Xiaobei was invited in. He humphed as a sign of agreement. Foreman Yen ordered someone to bring the accounts. After entering the yamen, Xiaobei didn't follow Foreman Yan's instructions to rest in the living room. Instead, he walked straight to the back. As he walked, he said, "I heard that your yamen is always making a lot of noise. Let me see what you're playing at." "Xiaobei, look behind you. It's smoky." Xiao Zhu, who was the most observant, pulled Xiaobei and pointed to the sky. Xiaobei looked up. Of course, it wasn't the smoke from the kitchen. He listened carefully. There was also a rumbling sound. Without another word, he rushed inside. The group of children followed closely behind. Foreman Yan's face was full of bitterness. He was afraid that Xiaobei and the others would take a fancy to his things and take them as toys. Those were the fruits of his hard work. He wanted to stop them, but he didn't dare. When Xiaobei and the others entered the third courtyard, the obedient yamen runners were still sending coal into the stove. This thing is fun. It's so big. Brother, don't you think it looks a little familiar? Xiaobei saw the jar that was almost as tall as the house. He suddenly felt that it looked familiar. It does look familiar, Xiao Yuan said. I'm not asking you. I'm asking my brother. Xiaobei didn't give him any face. Xiao Hai was also looking at the thing. He nodded. It looks familiar. Isn't this the steam engine that brother and sister asked Foreman Yen to research? They haven't finished researching it yet. I didn't expect to see one here. I wonder how far they've come. At this time, someone had already brought the county's account book and handed it to Foreman Yen. Foreman Yen squeezed the thin account book and handed it to Xiaobei helplessly. Although the account book was thin, it was real. There were also fake ones. If it were another official checking, Foreman Yen would take out the fake ones. Even if the other party really checked seriously, they would have to spend a lot of effort to find the problem. Moreover, it would only be a small problem. Today, he was facing Xiaobei and the others. Craftsman Yen didn't plan on taking out a fake account book, nor did he dare to. Otherwise, this group of little fellows would tire themselves out from checking the account book. If they couldn't find any problems in the end and started crying, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely be angry. When he came to investigate, it wouldn't be so simple. It was better to be straightforward. In any case, if they were greedy and bad ideas were found by the 9 people, they wouldn't be able to count on any luck. What is this? Xiaobei looked at the thin account book and asked. It's an account book. It records the county's income and expenses this year, as well as the portion that I spent on myself. Foreman Yen sighed and introduced. Oh. Let me see. Xiaobei opened the account book as she spoke. She didn't recognize some of the words, but fortunately, she knew the key numbers. After flipping through 2 pages, she exclaimed, "Wow! Zhu, a county's tax income reached 820,000 strings of cash this year? How did you do it? How much was it last year? I just figured out a way to do it after hearing about Jili Province and Wuxia County from my younger brother. In the first half of last year, it was 140,000 strings of cash, and in the second half, it was 60,000 strings of cash. I invested all the money into breeding. Naturally, this year's harvest was more." Foreman Yen was very proud of the county's income. In 1.5 years, the amount had quadrupled. Xiaobei was very surprised. If this result was achieved by her brother or sister, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, an ordinary official could do it, so it was definitely different. "Then how much did you report?" 760,000 strings of cash, Foreman Yen answered honestly. Xiaobei nodded. "So you took a full 60,000 strings of cash? That's the entire revenue for the second half of last year, right?" "Yes." "What did you do with the money?" Xiaobei didn't feel any sense of accomplishment when Foreman Yen admitted to it right away. Instead, she was more interested in what Foreman Yen did with the money he took. Foreman Yen pointed at the big thing in front of him. "I'll do this. A few broke, and this is the last one. I'm about to succeed. Can you give me a few days?" Okay. This big thing only cost 60,000 strings of cash. Xiaobei started to spin around the steaming thing. She returned the account book to Foreman Yen and stopped paying attention to it. After spinning around a few times, Xiaobei stopped and turned to ask the nervous Foreman Yen, "What can this thing do? Can it be put on the car and let the car move on its own? Can it be put on the boat and let the boat move on its own? Can it help generate electricity and turn on the lights? Can it be put on the lathe to help make tools?" Foreman Yan's eyes lit up with every question Xiaobei asked. After Xiaobei finished asking, Foreman Yen nodded at Xiaobei as if he had found a confidant. "Then why isn't it moving? Is there a switch or something? Hurry up and turn it on. Don't hold it until it explodes." Xiaobei suddenly thought of a very important question. Foreman Yen was stunned. Wei Wei rushed to the round thing and picked up a stick from the ground. She stuck it into the air and started to spin it. Then, she shouted at the yamen runner who was still stupidly adding coal, "Stop, stop, stop adding coal." Only then did the yamen runner throw down the shovel and wipe the sweat off his forehead. Following Foreman Yan's actions, more steam came out. Then, the group saw the rods connected to the pot start to move up and down. A wheel on the other side also started to spin. Xiaobei and the rest widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They could always see the craftsmen at home working. They knew that as long as something could move, it could be turned in different directions. The most common example was a washing machine. "Yay!" Xiaobei happily rushed in front of Craftsman Yen. He reached out to grab Craftsman Yan's hand and slapped it. He said to Craftsman Yen, "County Magistrate Yen, we did it. We did it. The steam engine is out. How did you seal the place? Did you use gum?" Craftsman Yen was also dazed by the joy. He picked up Xiaobei and kissed him hard, saying, "No need for gum, just seal it with iron. Find a piece of iron that is tough and make it into a piece. Just press it on the key points. If there are any leaks, use another type of glue. Yes, you're so smart. Let's go to the best restaurant in the county to celebrate. We'll tell my brother and sister later." Xiaobei hugged Foreman Yen with one hand and waved his other hand excitedly. Foreman Yen nodded and walked out with Xiaobei in his arms. When he reached the front hall, he suddenly stopped. Only then did he remember what they were doing. "Let's go. The best restaurant. My treat. Xiaobei was still wondering why they stopped. This. Foreman Yen put Xiaobei down and pointed at the hall. Lord Zhang, aren't you here to check the accounts? Huh? Check the accounts? Ah. I'm done. I know everything. Xiaobei only reacted after being reminded. Then are you going to impeach me? Foreman Yen said what he didn't want to say the most. What impeach? The county's accounts are clear. The local economy is prosperous, and Lord Yen deserves the most credit. If there are more officials like Lord Yen in our court, why should we worry about the people not being able to live and work in peace? Xiao Yuan, help me draft a memorial and have someone send it to my brother first. When the time comes, send it to the capital. If Lord Yen doesn't reward such a good official, how can we spread the world? Xiaobei's righteous appearance stunned Foreman Yen. In a daze, he shook his head and asked, then what about the 60,000 strings of cash? 60,000 strings of cash? Which 60,000 strings of cash? Oh, it's the special department fee for the Ministry of Works to research the steam engine that Lord Yen mentioned. Yes, it's a bit low. We should increase the investment. A person of Lord Yan's insight can't lose his determination to continue research because of money. Xiaobei raised his hand to pat Foreman Yan's shoulder, but found the height difference. He could only pat Foreman Yan's leg to show encouragement. Foreman Yen stood there and pondered for a while. He finally understood Xiaobei's words. Not only did he not pursue the matter of his corruption, but he also made it sound so righteous. It seemed that everything was because of the steam engine. Xiaobei didn't care what Foreman Yen thought. There was finally a steam engine. His family hadn't developed it yet. His brother and sister only gave him an idea and didn't have the time to personally guide him. Now that it was done, his brother and sister would definitely be very happy. Thinking that this joyous matter could allow him to drink a small cup of wine, he excitedly pulled Foreman Yen outside. Hurry and find a good restaurant. I brought some wine from my collection. I'll treat you to a cup. Foreman Yen followed Xiaobei out. He didn't care about the grease on his face. He pulled a bailiff over to give him directions and headed towards the restaurant closest to them. He wouldn't foolishly disagree with Xiaobei's words. He managed to escape a calamity. It was still early in the morning, so it wasn't time for lunch yet. There weren't many people in the restaurant, and there wasn't a single person on the third floor. A group of people rushed up and occupied the entire third floor. They removed the partition screens and opened the doors to the rooms. They ordered a table full of dishes. Xiaobei had someone bring out the wine he brought with him. He personally poured a cup for Foreman Yen and a small cup for himself. He raised his cup and shouted, "For the birth of the steam engine, let's have a small sip." Lord Yen, do as you please. Later, tell us how you came up with the idea of making this steam engine. Everyone else was eating. Only Xiao Yuan drank a sip with him and continued to write the memorial. He had fewer mistakes than Xiaobei. When Foreman Yen, who hadn't eaten anything since he woke up in the middle of the night to figure out the final steps of the steam engine, was about 30% full and began to talk about his original idea, Xiao Yuan finished writing the letter, blew it dry, and handed it to Xiaobei. Xiaobei crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it out of the window. Send this memorial to my brother as fast as you can. Then pass it to General Gao and have the Ministry of Works send someone here. He turned around and was about to listen to the story when he saw Foreman Yan's confused expression. He smiled and explained, "It was for the person my brother sent. I didn't know about it before, but I accidentally found out. I just happened to help deliver the letter." Foreman Yen nodded. That was right. If a group of children didn't have anyone to protect them, it was easy for them to get into trouble when they encountered danger. No wonder they dared to barge into the yamen. If he really wanted to detain them, he would have been shot to death long ago. The people sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family were definitely not ordinary people. There might be a gun aimed at him from somewhere outside the window. Fortunately, he wasn't too ambitious. Xiao Hai guessed what Foreman Yen was thinking and comforted him, "Don't worry, they won't do anything to good people. Even if you didn't make the steam engine, they won't arrest you. Brother and sister will at most make you spit out the money you coveted. When your term ends, they will think of a way to reward you with more money." Xiao Hai's words confused Foreman Yen again. Xiao Bei echoed, "That's right, that's right. They won't arrest you. The county's income has more than doubled, so it's reasonable to be a little greedy. We can see that the people in the county are living very well. No one has sounded the drum for a long time, which means you are doing a good job as the county magistrate. It's inevitable for people to make mistakes. We can't just kill a capable official." The other children nodded. They had been with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for a long time. They knew how their brother and sister did things, so they tried their best to imitate them. Foreman Yen looked at the children and his eyes turned red. He was touched. He was finally recognized. Although it was only by a group of children, it was more precious than being recognized by adults. He didn't know how these 9 children were taught. They spoke like adults. Perhaps with his performance, his younger brother would have a better life. Xiao Bei peeled the salted prawns cooked with fresh prawns and took a sip of wine. He smacked his lips and said to Foreman Yen, "Tell me, how did you think of running the county well? Where did you learn how to make the steam engine?" "I have a younger brother, also surnamed Yen. He is the county magistrate of Yiying County in Jili Province. He was the one who told me about the Zhang family and Wang family's method. I changed it a little and used it in our county. I didn't expect it to be so useful. Steam engine is a good name. My father was a carpenter, and so was my grandfather. By the time my younger brother and I reached an official position, I still liked to make all kinds of things. Later, when I was waiting for an official position in the capital, a classmate of mine was assigned to the Ministry of Works. He knew that I liked to make things, so he gave me a small booklet to read. After reading that booklet, I realized that there was such a vast world. 2 years ago, I saw a washing machine and electric light in a rich family's house. I began to think about it. One day, when I was making something, I found that the steam in the can moved the small model of the wind generator. Then I thought, whether it is wind power or water power, they are all limited by the environment. Is there a way to get rid of the environmental restrictions? So I began to think about it from the perspective of steam. Then, I came up with that steam engine. Foreman Yen didn't care about the age of the audience. He finally found a place to vent the things that had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. He began to tell Xiao Bei and the others some of his stories. "It seems like you can't be a county magistrate anymore. You can either come to our family or go to the Ministry of Works. Otherwise, it would be a pity," Xiao Yuan said to Foreman Yen. Chapter 832. The winter snow had just melted, and the damp air on the ground was blown by the wind, chilling people to the bone. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage and slowly moved forward with the group. The sound of hooves echoed around them. It will take 5 years to migrate the people from the 2 places in batches. While the Tang Empire is strong and prosperous, we have to act early. Even if we have to deceive them, we have to lure the Tubo and Turkic people here. Zhang Xiaobao added a piece of smokeless charcoal to the stove in the carriage and put a teapot on it. He looked at the bleak scenery of early spring through the window and said. Wang Wan, who was sitting opposite him, put down the information that had just been sent by Lu Zhou and agreed, "I think so too. The problem of ethnic groups is the most difficult problem to solve. If we really don't care about those 2 places, there might be a situation where we can't get rid of them. There will always be some tribal rulers who are unwilling to give up the little power in their hands. They know that harmony can play a positive role in promoting the lives of the people, but they just have to look for trouble. They even use the lies of their status and religion to brainwash the people under their rule. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei nodded. They looked at the information in Wang Wan's hand and asked, "What does it say?" "Nothing much. Our arsenal is still as stable as ever. It's just that the business of the shipyard has been getting better and better recently. Ever since the merchants from the east of Jiangnan came back from afar and made a fortune, more people are thinking about ordering more ships from the shipyard. They also want to go out and look for the Golden Road." Wang Wan shook the paper in her hand and introduced it to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled and said, "That's good news." "What's that again?" "Anyway, it's a very powerful small country. Their navy is very powerful. It's called the Invincible Fleet. Let's learn from them." "Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The Invincible Fleet of Spain lost in the end to the pirate group. I'm afraid that if there are many merchants who go out to sea, some will not explore on their own. Instead, they will become pirates and hide to rob people who come back from sea. That will be a mess." As Wang Wan spoke, she looked at the kettle on the stove. She picked it up and poured out some of the water. Then, she sat back down and began to prepare the tea leaves. "Anyway, that's how it is. The loser isn't invincible. I'm talking about the winner. Even if it's chaotic, it won't be chaotic. I have a trick up my sleeve. I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 1 sheep is the same as driving away 2 sheep. What analogy! What a mess! Tell me, how do we deal with our own people attacking each other? Does it say that we'll annihilate their entire family once we find out?" Wang Wan picked up the tea balls one by one and knocked on the teacup with her hand. She began to be curious again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't immediately voice his thoughts. He rolled down the glass and allowed the cold wind to blow. After shivering, he opened his mouth. "I'm thinking that we should let our people have a little more courage. Don't let people say that there is no China behind the mountains. There has never been peace in this world. The so-called peace is not between 2 or a few people restraining each other. It's just a temporary unification. While we are still around, we should fight as much as we can. In fact, sometimes I wonder if I'm an evil person. In the past, I always hoped that one day the sea would suddenly collapse and sink a certain country into the water, just like the Yatlan civilization." Wang Wan leaned back lazily to attract Zhang Xiaobao's gaze and asked, "You're talking about Japan, right?" Zhang Xiaobao carefully looked at Wang Wan and said in puzzlement, "I didn't realize that the girl beside me has become a woman. Aya, if this figure is taken out, wouldn't it be called an S shape? Come, let me hug you." Wang Wan curled her lips and didn't respond to Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao didn't mind and continued, "I've never taken Japan seriously. I admit that they are developing well, but that small place is destined to be unable to achieve great things. I'm planning to let Li Longji stabilize and expand at the same time. He has to fight hard like the Yuan Dynasty and develop the economy like the Song Dynasty. I always hear that the Song Dynasty is good, but didn't it still fail? What you said about there being no China behind the mountains is actually referring to the Song Dynasty and the Southern Song Dynasty. Many people jumped off the cliff. When I was in Beijing, my mother asked me to discuss the engagement with you. She said that it should be decided by next year at the latest. You should think of a way to reject it." "Why should I reject it? It's not like we are getting married or engaged. It should be decided first. In fact, many rich families already have mothers at your age. I'm afraid that you will bully and be a hooligan at night after the engagement. Now that there is no crime of being a hooligan, the engagement is settled. Oh, I remember something. When some of the merchants become pirates, we will form a special maritime patrol team. One will train the navy, one will help the merchants to safely plunder resources from other places, and one will be able to beat people up as we wish. Just like the United States, we can openly bully people. Zhang Xiaobao did have the intention to take advantage of her, but only a little. Wang Wan didn't discuss the engagement anymore. She followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "A pitiful person must have a hateful side. The small countries that are bullied are not wronged at all. They want others to help them, but they don't want to take sides. No one is a fool. Why should they help others for free? What I am worried about is that as we expand, there will be colonization on many islands, and then they will start to become independent. This is a problem, but unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. There will always be some people who want to be the emperor, even if it's a small emperor. This is called better to be the head of a chicken than the back of a cow. To solve this problem, the best way is to develop technology and have enough military power. If anyone dares to become independent, we will fight them within a day. When we have nothing to do, we will call back the people in various places. Who knows? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any solution to this problem. It could be said that there was no solution. At this time, the person in charge of delivering the message to Zhang Xiaobao came over and handed the balled-up memorial to Zhang Xiaobao. When he opened it, Zhang Xiaobao was happy. "Come, look. Our Xiaobei has done another big thing. Zhuo County's county magistrate Yan is actually an inventor. He made the steam engine. Comrade Xiao Yan, who is the county magistrate of Yiying County in Jili Province, is his younger brother." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao handed the letter over. Wang Wan also smiled after reading it. Xiaobei and the others are really lucky. What are you going to do with Craftsman Yan? We can't let him continue to be a county magistrate. That would be a waste of his talent. Yes, if he can't be a county magistrate, he can be transferred to Jili Province to reunite with his younger brother. Arrange a judge position for him and let him study together with Craftsman Yan. The steam engine is a small matter. Even without him, we can still make it. The key is this person's idea. It is very rare. Come, give the order. Hurry up. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't willing to give such a talent to others. If he could make the steam engine today, he might be able to make the diesel engine tomorrow. The speed of the team suddenly increased. After rushing for 6 days, they finally arrived at Zhuo County. They saw Craftsman Yan, who was working with Xiaobei and the others to improve the steam engine. Xiaobei was very reserved and explained her advanced theory of using the steam engine to generate electricity and then use electricity to boil water. She received Zhang Xiaobao's affirmation and praise. Craftsman Yan was much more restrained. He knew that his fate was no longer in his control. He hoped that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really as open-minded as Xiaobei and the others said. Zhang Xiaobao was very kind. He naturally wouldn't let go of such a great talent. After discussing with Craftsman Yan for a long time, he tricked Craftsman Yan into agreeing to go to Jili Province to develop. The matter of the transfer was also handled by Zhang Xiaobao. After 2 days, the team continued their journey under Craftsman Yan's expectations. After a month, Craftsman Yan could go to Jili Province. After telling a few stories to his younger brother and sister as a reward, the team went all the way to the seaside. At this time, the sea had already been unfrozen. There was no ice at all. Only the bone-chilling wind was blowing. The group boarded the boat and headed in the direction of Jili Province. The boat traveled for 2 days. Just as they were about to reach their destination, a boat came in front of them. The people on the boat hurriedly found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Little young master, little miss, there's news from the commander-in-chief's manor of Heishui. Royal Prince Tang has been attacking for a long time and is in urgent need of reinforcements." The person reported to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan's eyes widened. There are so many people there, and they still can't defeat him? It seems like they want me to go. Chapter 833. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao returned to the prefecture of Jili State, they saw the detailed information sent back by Li Sun. Although it was called information, it was actually a nagging letter. Li Sun complained a lot in the letter. First of all, he complained that he did not have a good New Year. He had been leading the army outside. It was very cold and very uncomfortable. Then he complained about the supply difficulties. The people who went to help transport from Jili State could support the consumption of the army in the beginning, but as the army continued to advance, the inconvenience became obvious. Often, when the army advanced dozens of miles, the supply team behind would need a few days to send the follow-up supplies, which greatly affected the mobility of the army. Then he said that the people of the Black Water Commandery were cunning. They did not confront him head-on, but ran all the way back and took all the people with them. Before the new year, when they were about to catch up, they had to give up because of a heavy snow, which allowed the people of the Black Water Commandery to effectively gather. More importantly, many people who were taken from Shuzhou were sick and needed people to take care of them. The people who were taken from Jili State did not have a good time either. In the beginning, there was no problem. It seemed that they had adapted to the cold environment. However, as they fought on the snowy ground for a long time, many people had frostbite. In short, the Black Water Commandery was not a place where people could fight. They needed support. They hoped that Wang Wan, who was like a god of war, could show her power again. After reading the letter, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, "It seems that Li Sun encountered the tactic of scorched earth and cleared field. In addition, the army was not adapted to the cold climate for a long time, so he was beaten silly." Wang Wan nodded and agreed. She said, "It seems that our adaptive training in Jili State is still not enough. I am very worried about the people who went to North America. I don't know if they can survive. There is no news back yet. Li Sun is really too much. He only knows how to complain. He doesn't know how to clearly write down the tactics of the enemy. It makes it difficult for me to judge what the enemy's general is planning. How else could he have fought? When winter comes, he should have used the fastest speed to infiltrate the enemy. I think Li Sun wanted fewer people to die and wanted to use the momentum of the army to crush the enemy. In the end, the enemy didn't compromise and used all the available circumstances to teach Li Sun a lesson. The mountains there are high and the forests are dense. There should be a lot of primeval forests. Fortunately, we didn't give him a rifle unit this time. Otherwise, it would be easy for someone to set up an ambush and steal the rifle. It's so cold that he can't even pull the trigger." Zhang Xiaobao also analyzed the situation. Time and place were on the opponent's side. As for the people, both sides seemed to be about the same. Wang Wan put down the letter in her hand. After thinking for a while, she said, "We should have Li Sun stop. Withdraw the army and replace it with a new one. Right now, the morale of the more than 20,000 troops is as low as it can be. The Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion is large. We can't expect to take it down in a short time." After Wang Wan made the decision, she quickly sent someone to deliver the letter to Li Sun. It was estimated that it would take at least a month for the letter to arrive. There was no other way now. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed with Li Sun's proposal to withdraw the army. He added, "The gunboats can't go forward to reinforce from the sea because of the ice over there. Shouldn't we use them? I wonder if Shui Yun can go with them. It's best if she can send back the news as soon as possible." Perhaps because she heard Zhang Xiaobao's call, Shui Yun flew back the next day. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appear to be very intimate and eating a meal of beef, she reluctantly left with Wang Wan's order. A gust of cold wind blew, causing Li Sun to involuntarily shiver. He put down his binoculars and gently rubbed his face that was covered in wounds from the wind. He gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, "Motherfucker, this group of people don't have any backbone at all. Are they still men? If they have the guts, come up and fight with blades and guns. They only know how to hide." At this time, Li Sun's adjutant, who was responsible for giving advice, didn't say a word. He was also beaten to a pulp by the other side. As long as this side formed a large scale, the other side would immediately retreat. Relying on their familiarity with the terrain, their speed was very fast. Every time they looked like they were about to be surrounded, they would find that the other side had disappeared between heaven and earth. Li Sun gritted his teeth and turned to ask the adjutant, "Tell me, how do we fight this battle? A few days ago, we managed to surround them with great difficulty and surrounded them on a mountain. Just as we were preparing to attack after resting for a while, in the end, after one night, they actually turned into a city. We trapped them for a few days for nothing and let them run away again." When the adjutant heard Li Sun's words, he really wanted to say, "If you didn't insist on giving the enemy a chance to live that day, how could they have found a chance to escape if we surrounded them with only one person left? The people lying in ambush wouldn't have had time to move at all." Thinking this in his heart, the adjutant didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only go along with Li Sun's words and say, "Your Highness, I think they're not having a good time now. At least they've been running and never dared to confront us directly. They've eaten almost all of their food and other things. As for heating, without a house, how can they not be cold?" Li Sun didn't say anything. He thought the adjutant was talking nonsense. Who wouldn't be cold? He was cold too. After chasing for so long, how could there be a fixed house to stay in? Living in a tent, damp and cold, there was no way to fight this battle. The adjutant continued, "Your Highness, I think it's better to retreat first. Now that it's the beginning of spring, they must also need spring plowing. Let's give them the place first and let them feel safe to return to spring plowing. When they've tidied up the land and planted the seeds, we'll make a comeback. Your Highness, think about it. They've spent so much effort to plant the seeds, so it's impossible for them to give up so easily. If we attack again, they'll definitely want to fight us to the death. Now we're not afraid of fighting, but we're afraid that they'll run away. If they still run away, we'll destroy their land." Good idea. The important thing is to cut off their hope of survival. They'll definitely go crazy. Your idea is good, retreat. But if I retreat, won't I be laughed at when I go back? What should I say to the emperor? Spring? Why don't I see any signs of spring? It's still cold when it should be. Li Sun didn't want to fight anymore. He was physically and mentally exhausted. Now he was in a dilemma. He couldn't enter, because the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion was too big. He couldn't retreat even if he chased after them. Everyone knew that this was the Emperor's sword competition on Mount Hua. The people of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion wanted to wipe them out. If he didn't submit to such an obvious provocation, where would the national prestige be? What's more, this was his first battle. If he ran away with his tail between his legs, wouldn't the other brothers laugh at him? The adjutant might not be able to fight in such an environment, but he had a good grasp of human nature. At first glance, he knew what Li Sun was thinking, so he gave him an idea. Your Highness, we're not retreating. In fact, this is called a strategic shift. When Adjutant Wang was at the front line of Jinchuan, he also shifted a lot. Didn't he win in the end? A good general who only knows to move forward is not a good general. Sometimes it takes more courage to temporarily make concessions that are helpful to the overall situation. Li Sun liked to hear this. He squinted his eyes and kept nodding. He said to the adjutant, "Since you insist on shifting, I'll listen to you this time. Pass down my order. The front team will change to the rear team. Shift." Pay attention to maintaining the formation. Don't let them counterattack. The adjutant was stunned and looked helpless. He had to take the responsibility. But he didn't help to win the battle, so he had to do this. With Li Sun's order, the troops began to retreat. It was easy to say, but it couldn't be done in a short time. And it was impossible to retreat to Jili in one breath. They could only retreat to the Bohai commander-in-chief's mansion first. Li Sun was very reluctant to go there. He was afraid that if he met the people of the Bohai commander-in-chief's mansion, they might learn from the Blackwater commander-in-chief's mansion and make trouble. It would be really difficult to deal with them. The Tang army retreated when its morale was at its lowest. As in all wars, the people of the Blackwater commander-in-chief's mansion would not give up such an opportunity to chase. Although they did not engage in a large-scale battle, the harassment of the small groups of troops never stopped. Traps, night attacks, and all the tricks that could be used were used, making it very difficult for the troops that Li Sun sent to bring up the rear. Li Sun could hear the casualties from the rear every day. Not many people died, but they were always dying. He was very worried that the troops at the rear would retreat when they had no morale. In that case, he didn't know how many people would die. After retreating for a few more days, what Li Sun was worried about did not happen. Instead, there was a turning point. The 2,000 people left behind to stay behind actually built a temporary camp in an open place. They learned from the people of the Blackwater commander-in-chief's mansion that they also poured water into ice and were resting. Your Highness, the 2,000 people at the rear seemed to want to counterattack. One morning before breakfast, the army officer came to Li Sun's tent and said to Li Sun. Li Sun was stunned and asked puzzledly, "Do they want to fight to the death?" "That won't do. 2,000 people are not a small number. If they die, how can I explain it to Xiao Bao? They are from Jili province." The army officer shook his head and replied, "Your Highness, I don't know whether they want to fight to the death or not." They didn't continue to send back messages as before. Instead, the people in charge of receiving them saw a lot of smoke rising there. "I thought they wanted to stay there for a long time and wait for a chance to counterattack." Hearing the army officer's words, Li Sun was more confused. "I don't seem to have given such an order, right? Aren't they messing around? Stay? With what? The food left for them is enough for them to eat for a few days. Now they are almost finished. Do they want to starve themselves to death? Find a way to get in touch with them." The more Li Sun thought about it, the angrier he got. They didn't listen to his order. Could it be that he couldn't command the people from Jili province after fighting such a depressing battle? While they were talking, a messenger rushed in from outside. He looked anxious and reported to Li Sun, "Your Highness, bad news. Your Highness, there is smoke rising there." "I know. Isn't it just the troops at the rear?" Li Sun said disapprovingly. Yes. But that smoke, Your Highness, you'd better go and see for yourself." The messenger wanted to explain, but suddenly gave up. It was only a few steps away. He could see the situation over there as soon as he walked out of the tent. "Let's go and see." Li Sun, who was puzzled, walked out of the tent. At this moment, there were many people standing outside. They were all looking towards the north. The first thing Li Sun felt when he came out was that it was a cloudy day. When he followed the others' gazes, he was frightened. He saw that in the north, there was thick smoke that covered the sky. It was not smoke at all. It was smoke that would only appear when there was a big fire. At this time, the wind was blowing towards the north and a little towards the west. The smoke was also slanting towards the northwest. After being stunned for a while, Li Sun shook his head hard and shouted, "Who knows what's going on? What happened over there?" Everyone was at a loss. Standing beside Li Sun, Lu Jun muttered, "It turns out that a big fire can be ignited in such a cold time. Even snow can't stop the spread of the fire. Li Sun nodded. It was also the first time he thought that such a big fire could be ignited. He suddenly had an idea that he didn't want to believe. He said to Lu Jun, "Could it be that the people from the Blackwater Commandery saw that we were guarding the rear, so they got a lot of things to ignite the fire and wanted to burn them to death? That's 2,000 people." The army officer was speechless for a moment. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body was trembling slightly. He seemed to be imagining the scene of those 2,000 people being burned alive. He had a painful expression on his face. Those were the elite troops of Geely State. Quickly think of a way for me to contact them and ask them to retreat. Retreat quickly. We should retreat too. If the wind changes direction, it will be troublesome. Li Sun quivered and shouted to the people around him. The soldiers around him shook their heads helplessly. How could they contact them? Who wouldn't die if they went there? At the moment when everyone was at a loss and helpless, a clear eagle cry suddenly sounded in the sky. Everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw a snow-white eagle hovering in the sky with its wings open. Then it began to dive toward the ground. When Lu Jun saw the eagle, the first thing that came to his mind was to shoot it down. He shouted, "Quickly, shoot it down, so as not to hurt His Highness." After shouting, he found that many people didn't move. Only a few people pulled their bows. Before they could aim, Li Sun's voice came. "Put down your bows. If you shoot it, you won't live. Shuiyun, I'm here. Shuiyun, come down." The eagle in the sky responded with a cry. As expected, it flew down toward Li Sun. It hovered at a low altitude. Seeing no danger, it landed on the tent and scratched a few holes in it. "Your Highness, this eagle." Lu Jun had never seen Shuiyun before. He didn't know what it did. "Hee, this is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's treasure. I didn't expect it to come here. Quickly, have someone prepare some food. I want raw meat." Li Sun's mood suddenly improved a lot because of Shuiyun's arrival. He rubbed his hands together and came under the tent. He looked up at Shuiyun and said, "Where did you come from?" "Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have a message." Shuiyun nodded to Li Sun under the shocked gazes of the soldiers who had never seen it before. Then it raised one of its wings and pointed to the sea. It let out a short cry. "From the sea? Are you with the fleet? Are you sending me a message?" Li Sun picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground and put it on his shoulder. Shuiyun nodded again. It opened and closed its wings and flew to Li Sun's wooden stick. It raised one of its claws and let Li Sun take something down. Lu Jun was dumbfounded. He muttered, "Motherfucker, where did this goblin come from? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are already monsters. I can't believe they can raise an eagle like this." Shuiyun turned its head and glanced at Lu Jun. Obviously, it had heard Lu Jun's words and expressed its dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha." Li Sun laughed, looking very happy. He said to Lu Jun, "We only have one Shuiyun in the world. This is good. As long as there is news, there will be a way. I don't know if the news came directly from the fleet or from somewhere else." While they were talking, Li Sun had already taken off the bamboo tube tied to Shuiyun's leg. He also helped Shuiyun massage it to relax. It was uncomfortable to be tied for a long time. When Li Sun stood up and opened the letter, someone had already brought the wild animals that had just been killed to him. They cut them into strips and put them on the ground. They wanted to see how Shuiyun would eat them. However, Shuiyun didn't move at all. It only stared at the person who brought the meat. "All right, let's do it this way. Those who should withdraw, withdraw, and those who should stay, stay. What's there to be afraid of burning the forest? As long as we can disrupt the enemy's deployment in the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office, everything will be worth it." "Cuckoo is indeed Cuckoo," she can command from so far away. After reading the letter, Li Sun suddenly seemed to change into a different person. He went from a defeated general to a victorious general. Lu Jun really wanted to see what was written in the letter. Seeing that Li Sun didn't give it to him, he had to change the topic. He pointed to the meat on the ground and asked, "Your Highness, does this eagle not like to eat venison? It's called Yun Shui. It's not that it doesn't like to eat it, but it's afraid of being poisoned. Shui Yun, don't worry. Eat it. If someone dares to poison it, I'll kill his whole family." Li Sun explained to Lu Jun and made a promise to Shui Yun. Shui Yun shook its head and still didn't eat it. Obviously, it didn't believe Li Sun's promise. "Go, get a live one." Li Sun had to give another order. This time, a very thin rabbit was sent. It might have been hungry in the winter. Li Sun personally cut off strips of meat. Only then did Shui Yun cooperate and eat it. Lu Jun looked at Shui Yun enviously and asked Li Sun, "Your Highness, what are we going to do next? Most of the troops will retreat. Leave 2,000 people here and don't move. Leave as many supplies as possible. Then follow orders. This time, I'll show them the power of our Tang army." Li Sun took out the letter he had just put away with a sneaky smile. Chapter 834. Li Sun, who had received the tactical support from Wang Wan, was completely relieved. Most of the troops retreated, except for those who had received instructions from the fleet in advance to cover the retreat. 2,000 people had already started to set fire. Li Sun left another 2,000 people behind to provide support, and at the same time divided into small groups to set fire. Billowing smoke rose from all directions, blowing here and there as the wind changed direction. The people who had finished setting the fire all hid by the seaside and did not move. They were under the protection of the gunships that could not continue to head north. Looking at the gray sky, Li Sun sighed, as if talking to himself or to the people around him. "Unfortunately, I don't know how much wealth will be lost this time. It's all my fault. I didn't succeed in conquering the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to resort to this." Shen Jun was beside Li Sun. Hearing Li Sun's words, he was very puzzled and comforted him. "Your Highness, why worry? Even if it's burned, it's the trees of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. It's not a pity." The others who only knew how to fight nodded in agreement. Li Sun chuckled. "What do you know? There's no Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. You have to look at the long term. Now it seems to be someone else's territory, but after this is over, it will be Tang's territory. There are many trees that can be used as pillars, and the rare beasts and medicinal herbs on the mountain are all gone. Do you know how much money has been lost? It can't be counted. If the burned land is developed, it might be able to contribute to 1/5 of Tang's territory. Damn Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion, playing hard and fast and guerrilla warfare with me. Isn't it because they can't adapt to the environment?" Shen Jun was shocked. "So much money? If I had known this would happen, I would have let Wang Wan personally lead the troops. I think that with her ability, she can definitely destroy the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion." Shen Jun only realized after saying this that he was belittling Commander-in-Chief Tang. He was about to explain, but Li Sun waved his hand. "Yes, I'm not as good as Cuckoo, but Cuckoo can't come here to command the troops. Wouldn't that make it seem that Tang has her as a general? That's why they only gave me advice and didn't come here personally. This battle has to be won, no matter how many resources are lost or how many Tang soldiers are injured or killed. Not only must we win, we must get a result as quickly as possible. We can't drag this out. If we do, who knows how many people will start having other thoughts." The army officer sighed and echoed, "Your Highness is right. Our Tang Empire is full of talents. We can't let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan participate in everything. Otherwise, what will others think of our Tang Empire? Let's burn it. We'd rather lose it. Li Sun laughed. Who said they won't participate? They just won't fight directly. When the number of casualties is about the same, Zhang Xiaobao will definitely have a way to minimize the losses. Since they came up with the idea, they will definitely have a follow-up plan. Can we really get any benefits from it? Shen Jun didn't believe it. What benefits could there be if it was burned down? I don't know about others, but Zhang Xiaobao definitely won't just focus on destruction. Maybe it's a trick within a trick. Let's wait and see. We'll know when the time comes. Li Sun didn't doubt Zhang Xiaobao's ability at all. He looked at the gray smoke that dyed the sky and felt much better. In the government office of Jili State, craftsman Yan, who had become a judge, finally got together with his younger brother. They talked about various things after they parted. Although they used to communicate with each other through letters, it couldn't be compared to face-to-face communication. His younger brother was much more honest now. He didn't think about corruption and bribery anymore. Back then, he was bold because he wanted to use his life to get more money and then provide it to his family, such as his father and brother. Now, he was more worried about whether his actions back then would implicate his family. After learning that his brother was fine after embezzling 60,000 strings of cash, he secretly admired Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's breadth of mind and decided to be a good official in the future. It wasn't that he didn't want to live a better life, but he knew that as long as he followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and did things properly, he wouldn't be fooled by the fact that he didn't have much money now. Once he left office, whether he was promoted or transferred to another place, he would be rewarded handsomely. Now, he didn't have much money, but he also didn't have enough to spend. All the necessities of life should be provided by the government office. The things given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only be described with one word: extravagant. If he was a county magistrate somewhere else, even if he tried his best to be greedy, he wouldn't be able to get the various furniture in his house now or the refined food every day. The two brothers met again after a long separation and had endless things to say. They sat in the Bihai Insha restaurant on the main street of the government office from morning until it was time to light the lamps. Perhaps because they knew that they couldn't eat much, the two of them ordered a few cold dishes and warmed up the wine. By the time night fell, they were already drunk, but they didn't make a fuss. There was an indescribable smoothness to them. I heard that you've been following Governor Zhang and have a deep understanding of him. How much do you know about him? Looking at the bustling scene of the brightly lit streets outside, craftsman Yan felt much more energetic after drinking a large bowl of hangover soup and asked his younger brother. The county magistrate, Yan Arian, who was called was very embarrassed at this time. In the past, when he wrote to his older brother, he didn't dare to say that he was targeted and thrown to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to deal with. He only said that he was chosen by the two, so he was transferred from another place to Xinsai County, which was close to Baoxin County. Then he was transferred to Jili County and promoted all the way from an ordinary county magistrate to the position of county magistrate. He asked people to bring back good things like fungus, ginseng, sea cucumber and so on. He also said that Zhang Xiaobao gave him because he performed well. In fact, all county magistrates had this treatment. Hearing his older brother's question, he hesitated but still decided to tell the truth. He stood up and said a few words to the waiter in the restaurant. After a while, the waiter of the restaurant served a pot of tea. He poured a cup for his older brother and picked up a cup for himself. He said, "Brother, try this Maojian tea. It's premium Maojian tea. It's only a little worse than the premium Maojian tea given to the emperor and a few important people. You can't buy it outside even if you have money." Craftsman Yan was stunned. He picked up the cup and tasted it. He nodded and said, "It's indeed better than the one I bought. The package I bought also said premium." Why is the taste different? Did they fake it? After drinking 2 sips of tea, Craftsman Yen felt like he was cheated and was angry. Yen Arian smiled and said, "It's not fake. The package says premium, so it's premium. It's just premium Maojian tea that can be bought and sold. It doesn't count those that can't be bought and sold. If you like it, you can take more when you leave." "Oh, I'm leaving. I'm in the manor now. It's time for me to go back to Ying County. Why don't you give me good tea? You said you can't buy it. Where did you get this tea?" Craftsman Yen smacked his lips and savored the bitterness and sweetness of the tea. He was very happy that his younger brother was living a good life now. "It's from the Blue Sea Silver Sand. You're now the magistrate of Jili province. Your benefits are better than mine. I won't use my own things to make up for it. I say I understand Governor Zhang, and I really do. How can I not understand the so-called enemy? It's a pity that I'm too bad as an opponent. He doesn't recognize me as an opponent. I've racked my brains to create some trouble, but he doesn't even look at me. I've worked myself to death and learned some skills. It's nothing more than a fool's dream to want to deal with Governor Zhang. Big brother, what do you want to know?" "I'll tell you what I know." After Yen Arian told him his original thoughts, he felt much more relaxed. It was as if he had put down a heavy burden. His words shocked Craftsman Yen. He began to look at his younger brother again. He wanted to see if his younger brother had 3 heads and 6 arms. He actually dared to go against Governor Zhang. After looking at him for a while, he lowered his voice and said, "Arian, didn't the letter say that Governor Zhang likes you? Why did it change?" Yen Arian smiled bitterly and said, "How could he like me? Any random person from his family is better than me. It was the emperor who liked me. No, it was the emperor who liked him. He put me, a useless official, by their side to train them. I'm not the first one. The first one was a man named He Wei. Now, he's a high-ranking official in Yaozhou. I came later. His Majesty wanted to see what they were capable of, so he threw me around them. After a while, the edges and corners in my heart were smoothed out. Before I came to Jili province, I wanted to make trouble for them. In the end, I didn't succeed. I didn't want to accept it, so I did my best to understand it. That's why I wrote to you about how to build the province. Don't worry, I've already given up on my previous plans. I'm going to follow them and be a good official. I won't be as reckless as before." When Craftsman Yen heard the last part of his brother's words, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He let out a long breath and asked, "How much do you know?" "A lot. I know that their family has a lot of money. They have a lot of shares in the Tang Bank. They also do business between the clouds and the water, between the clouds, Blue Sea Silver Sand, and the supermarket. They also do business on roads and bridges. They also have a fleet on the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, a fleet on the sea, and a land transport team. Luzhou is their world. They also have a huge force in Tubo's Jinchuan. They have a big ranch in Feng province. They have a winery and a ski resort in Wing province. There's no need to mention this place. In addition to these, I also know that they have a lot of weapons. Not all of them are exposed to the public. I know that the number 0 seedling protection team of their 2 families has started to form their own teams. They are trained to be generals. I know that all the servants in their family's inner court are very powerful. I know that there is an even more important matter that others do not understand, and that is that in my observations, I have discovered that they are not thinking about fighting with the officials of the Great Tang, nor are they thinking about competing with the merchants of the Great Tang. They want to solve all their problems at once, such as... Yen Er told his brother what he knew, but before he could finish, his mouth was covered by his brother's hand. Craftsman Yen looked around nervously. When he saw that there was no one else, his face turned yellow. He moved closer to his brother's ear and said, "Second, let's not talk about what they want to do. If they want to rebel, they need evidence. Otherwise, trouble comes from the mouth." "Brother, what are you talking about? Rebel? Who's rebelling?" "I didn't say that the Zhang family and the Wang family wanted to rebel. If they wanted to rebel, they would have done so long ago. With the strength of their two families, even if they don't directly become the emperor, they can at least control half of the country. What I want to say is, for example, they sent people to travel along the sea. It seems that they are looking for some very good things. From the people in their family's inner court, I heard that as long as they can find those things, our Tang won't have to fear any disasters in the future. Also, they want to turn all the places they can see into our Tang's land. Xinyuan Island is one of them, but there will be more in the future. For example, the Bohai Sea Commander-in-Chief's office. In the past, our dynasty couldn't directly control it, but now we can. They are currently attacking the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office. Once they take it, they will continue to occupy the north. What I want to say is that if you follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, you won't have to worry about not being able to become a high-ranking official. Wang Wan doesn't have to worry about losing a war. Even if they don't have the legendary mystical abilities, with just their weapons, others won't be able to defend their territory. Zhang Xiaobao's ability to build a territory has already reached the level of a demon. I've studied it before. Miraculously, no matter where they go, they can always find the local resources very quickly. There are coal mines, iron mines, gold, silver, copper, and so on, as well as all kinds of local specialties. For example, when I interplanted soybeans and sesame seeds in Shinsai County, they produced sesame oil. Sure enough, it's different. It tastes good and sells well. Yen Er's words left his brother dumbfounded. Craftsman Yen knew of the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he didn't know so much about it. Only after hearing from his brother did he truly understand the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family. If that's the case, doesn't that mean they can turn stone into gold? No wonder the 9 children in their family can be so arrogant. At such a young age, they are already 4th-rank officials. Although they are not official, they are still officials. They can be impeached and can also be questioned. It turns out that the current emperor is afraid of them rebelling. Craftsman Yen felt a lot better. He no longer cared about why Xiao Bei and the others could be such high-ranking officials. Going back to the history, such a thing had never happened before. Yen Er shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with that. His Majesty is. Speaking of this, Yen Er lowered his voice. His Majesty feels that he owes the Zhang family and the Wang family too much. The two families have countless businesses, such as the Tracker Association on the Yangtze River, the Breeders Association in Jiannan, and the construction team in Jiannan. But they don't have a lot of money to spend. Little brother's not a lot refers to the proportion, not the actual amount. The money for the research on all sorts of powerful weapons is from their family. Many of the soldiers' benefits are from their family, not the imperial court, roads, bridges, or disaster relief. Wherever the Great Tang needs money, their family will take it, and not a small amount. His Majesty has obtained fame, all sorts of good technology, and land, so he will naturally compensate them. Thus, their family's power is slightly greater. Craftsman Yen suddenly understood. If his brother hadn't said this, he really wouldn't have known the situation. After thinking for a moment, he said, they do have a bit more power. For example, the rumors from the capital say that Zhang Zhong's position as minister was arranged by his family. For example, the transfer of my position was done with a single word. But if they do this, can their family really support the entire Great Tang? Will His Majesty tolerate a family like theirs in the Great Tang? Of course, they won't be able to support it for long. They are currently changing. One reason is to avoid His Majesty's suspicions, and the other is to gradually withdraw from this kind of financial support. For example, in Gemu province, they miraculously found a very large coal mine. I don't know how they were so accurate. After they found it, they started to contact others to mine it. It's the same for aluminum and other mines. They also transported all sorts of resources back from overseas. In the future, when there are other people to be officials in this place, they can split the benefits and have money. Naturally, they can support the local army. I heard from their family's inner court that in the future, the taxes will be directly managed by the capital and then sent back. Their family will then withdraw from this place. This way, they won't have to continue managing the conscripts, and His Majesty won't have to worry. Yen Er pointed to the north and told his brother about the large coal mine they found there. Craftsman Yen nodded woodenly. You really can turn stone into gold. You can find all sorts of mineral resources just by coming here. Amazing. Even more amazing is yet to come. Brother, have you heard of Kuanbu? Of course, it's good stuff. Many children in school are eating it now. It's said that eating it won't make one's neck grow longer. It's also written in the medical books. Why bring it up? Craftsman Yen looked at his younger brother with an expression that said, why do you have to ask your brother such a simple question? Then, do you know that Kuanbu can be planted? Do you know that the wood ear I usually ask people to bring back to my family is planted by their family? Have you seen the place where ginseng is planted? Have you seen the pearls that are planted? Yen Er asked one question after another. Every time he asked a question, Craftsman Yen would shake his head vigorously. When Yen Er was done, Craftsman Yen blinked and said in disbelief, don't tell Big Brother that they can grow these things. Yen Er did not say anything directly. Instead, he took out a box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a necklace made of pearls. He pushed it in front of his brother. Brother, this is a gift from your younger brother to sister-in-law. It's a reward for doing a good job in the county. These are the pearls that Lu Zhou cultivated for 3 years. There are also more than 10 bottles of pearl cream. I didn't bring them today. I'll ask someone to send them to you when I get back. When Craftsman Yen saw the pearls in the box, he was completely dumbfounded. After a while, he recovered slightly. He picked up the pearls and examined them carefully. They were round and shone with a dazzling radiance. Under the illumination of the street lamps, they looked extraordinarily beautiful. Each pearl was about the same size, about 5 minutes long. It was not that he had never seen bigger pearls. Although he did not own one, he had seen more than 10 6-minute pearls placed together. However, those pearls were different from the ones in front of him. He had seen them before and knew that they were priceless. It was not easy to find them among the shells. The pearls he saw today were cultivated. If they could be cultivated, the pearls would not be as valuable as before. How could pearls be cultivated? How did the Zhang family and Wang family do it? When he thought of this, Craftsman Yen asked, have the pearls lost their value? No. Apart from being used to make cosmetics and jewelry, most of the pearls are sent to the hospital and treated as medicinal herbs. Yes, medicinal herbs can also be planted. When I have time, I'll go to the seaside and take a look. I'll tell you where to plant Kuanbu, Zhang Xiaobao and the others call it kelp. One of the spices in their restaurant is obtained from kelp. Second Yen seemed very excited. It was as if he was the one who had done all this. Craftsman Yen nodded in a daze. Okay. The stars in the sky were sparse and the moon was bright. Craftsman Yen had yet to recover from his shock when he returned to his own courtyard. Today, from what his younger brother told him, he completely understood the background of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was not afraid of their influence. Instead, he was happy. He was so happy that his mind was in a daze. He liked to research all kinds of things. Researching things required a lot of money. If he succeeded, it would be fine. If he failed, he did not know how much money he would need to replenish it. From now on, as long as he followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, money would not be a problem. Just like what his younger brother said before they parted, if he followed the Zhang family and the Wang family, he would not have to think about other things. He would work hard and be loyal. In the future, as the territory expanded, he would need more officials. If he caught the eye of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it would be easy for him to become a provincial governor. He would work hard, whether it was for his interests or for his future position. Craftsman Yen made up his mind. He waved his fist and stood up, preparing to go outside to see the beauty of the nightless city. Unexpectedly, he met two people as soon as he stepped out of the door. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. There was an indescribable indifference on his face. When he was easygoing, he gave people the feeling that he was a crane in a flock of chickens. No matter how he looked, he found them familiar. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully under the light of the street lamps. Yes, he knew them. Provincial Governor Zhang, Adjunct Officer Wang, why are you two here? Craftsman Yen asked, puzzled. Magistrate Yen, you really want to go for a walk? Before I came, I made a bet with Xiao Bao. I said that after drinking with your younger brother today, you should be tired and would go to bed early and come back tomorrow. Xiao Bao said that you would definitely sit in the courtyard for a while and then want to come out. Who would have thought that you would really come out? Wang Wan blushed slightly as she spoke. She glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had a smug look on his face. It was unknown what the bet was. Craftsman Yen did not pay attention to other people's expressions. His own face had changed, becoming incomparably pale. Before he came out, he had been frightened by the conversation with his younger brother. He had not recovered yet. Now, he was frightened again. Wasn't this too amazing? He could even predict whether he would go out or rest at night. Before he could even take a step out of the door, he was already blocked at the door. What else did they not know? No wonder his younger brother was so arrogant. With this kind of ability, he would not lower himself to his younger brother's level. When his younger brother did something, he did not need to send people to monitor him. Perhaps he could predict it with his fingers. Ah, the heavens, the earth, it was no wonder that they led the army to war or engaged in economic construction, and discovered all kinds of mines so smoothly. It turned out that it could be calculated. It was no wonder that His Majesty was so good to the two families. Presumably, His Majesty was aware of their abilities and might even calculate the fate of the country. The result must be good. Official Yen, what are you thinking about? Perfect, the two of us have something to say to you. Let's go out and take a look. To be honest, even though the two of us watched over the construction of this place, the two of us did not have much time to appreciate it. We were busy all day, running from east to west, and from west to east. At this time, Wang Wan spoke to wake Craftsman Yen. That's right, that's right. The two of you must be very tired. It must be very tiring to predict. Craftsman Yen followed up on his earlier thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned. At the same time, they smiled at Weiwei. They did not explain what psychology was and walked on the street with Craftsman Yen. Craftsman Yen was a little nervous and a little excited. He did not know how to talk to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After walking for a few dozen steps, he seemed very bored. It was Zhang Xiaobao who spoke first. Official Yen, do you want to be an official or a researcher? If you want to be an official, look at the construction situation of Zhua County. As long as you don't go greedy for money to do research, I can arrange for you to be the provincial governor of a province. Zhang Xiaobao's words stunned Craftsman Yen. He then reacted and asked, what if I do research? If you do research, you can't be an official. You can only be a research official. It's not the Ministry of Works, nor is it the Military Weapons Administration. It's a new department that will appear soon. What you need to do is to research all kinds of technology. There will be other people taking care of your daily life. Zhang Xiaobao told Craftsman Yan about the things he had been thinking about recently for him to choose from. Craftsman Yan knew that if Zhang Xiaobao said that there would be a department dedicated to this in the future, there would definitely be one. No one in the imperial court could stop it. Which aspect did he want to work on? The meaning behind his words was that as long as he became a research official, he would not be able to manage the people. He had to consider it carefully. As he thought about it, Craftsman Yan raised his head to look at the bright street lamps. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. Wang Wan also looked at the street lamps and explained, the electricity used for these street lamps is driven by wind turbines. They found a vent here and set up a cluster. No matter which direction the wind blows, there will be a windmill that will turn. Usually, it will provide public services and street lamps in the provincial capital. Some merchants who are willing to spend money will also receive electricity. This is all due to the advancement of technology. If the steam engine is good enough and can be used to generate electricity, there won't be a need for a vent. Being a research official is a blessing to the people. In fact, researching more advanced technology will also benefit many people. As for the treatment of technical officials, they will be treated the same as administrative officials. At the current stage, they will be treated better than administrative officials. Our great Tang needs the rapid development of technology to leave other countries far behind. We need to build bigger ships and search for more useful resources overseas. As soon as Craftsman Yan heard this, he understood what Wang Wan meant. Wang Wan wanted him to be a technician because he had figured out the steam engine. He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about how the things he made in the future could be as convenient as this electric light. He felt a great sense of achievement. Adjunct Wang, is my steam engine going to be used on the people soon? I will continue to improve it and try to make it smaller and easier to use. What benefits will the people get from it? In an instant, Craftsman Yan felt that he was very noble to be able to use the things he made on the people. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also admitted that Craftsman Yan's idea was noble, but the two of them couldn't follow Craftsman Yan's suggestion and use the steam engine on the people. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan and said to Craftsman Yan, Lord Yan, the steam engine is good, but it can't be used on the people right away. Then where should we use it? Craftsman Yan was surprised. Use it on warships. I'm sure Lord Yan has heard that we have a very powerful naval weapon called the gunboat. Wherever it goes, even ghosts and gods will retreat. However, the speed of the ship is still too slow, and it consumes a lot of manpower. A lot of space is wasted. If we put the steam engine on the ship will be faster and save the space needed to move the oars. We can also carry more cannonballs and hit whoever we want. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Craftsman Yan directly. Craftsman Yan opened his mouth and sighed. He said, so it's used to kill people. The invention of this technology isn't to immediately benefit the people? Yes, it's used to kill people. If people don't accept it, then kill them. If they accept it, then it's a deterrent. It's not directly benefiting the people, but it's still in the category of benefiting the people. Without powerful military force, how can the people live a stable life? Good technology should always be used on the military first, even if the creator of the technology didn't think so. For example, when my family made firecrackers, it was to prepare for cannonballs in the future. Now, go to Tubo and say you're from the Great Tang. See if anyone dares to be disrespectful to you. Go to Xinlua and see if they dare to expel you and look down on you. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that Craftsman Yan would give up being a technician. Such a talent was not easy to find, especially since Craftsman Yan's thinking was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan needed the most. Therefore, he gave an example when persuading him. Craftsman Yan lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he raised his head and looked at the people walking on the streets. He nodded and said, "They don't dare. They're already scared, especially Xinlua. Your Jili province is so close, and you can attack from both land and water. Plus, with Adjunct Wang's vengeful personality, they don't dare." Just like what Adjunct Wang said when he led the logistics camp in Yingzhou to kill the Tubo people, "If you kill me, I'll slaughter your village." Thinking about it, the people who died in battle, the people who starved to death, and the hundreds of thousands of slaves who ran to your hands should be enough for each person to slaughter a village. Then, Lord Yan, have you thought it through? When Wang Wan heard Craftsman Yan mention her, Wei Wei smiled and asked. Nodding, Craftsman Yan's gaze became firm. "I've thought it through. I'll be a technician and strengthen the Tang army first." Hearing his answer, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heaved a sigh of relief. In order to give Craftsman Yan some confidence, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Lord Yan, actually, the steam engine can not only be used on warships. If it's the mainstream of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, it can also be used for civilian transportation and carrying people. Try it on warships first. If it's useful, we'll immediately put it on civilian ships. Then, it'll be more convenient to travel between the north and the south. Lord Yan, you should have heard of the Huayuan Express delivery. That's actually under our management. With a fast ship, it'll be more convenient to send goods and letters to the people who need them." Perhaps he was numb from the shock, but when he heard that the most powerful letter delivery organization in Great Tang was under the management of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, Craftsman Yan didn't show any surprise. Instead, he smiled. "I know. My little brother wrote me letters in that direction. Back then, my little brother was afraid that you guys would find out about his letters, so he didn't dare to use the official route. I didn't expect that the other direction he took would still be under your control. I'll definitely study the steam engine properly." Wang Wan suddenly had an idea and added, "Lord Yan, actually, there's one more thing that we haven't told you yet. After all, it requires too much money to support. However, I can promise you that as long as you can make the steam engine work well and not break down too often, we'll spend a lot of money on it. Can you tell me about it first?" Craftsman Yan was curious. "That thing is called a train." "Why is it called that?" "Because it needs to ignite and release steam. It travels on 2 tracks, and its speed is very, very fast. It can travel at least 1,000 kilometers in 2 hours. Oh, no, it can travel at least 70 to 80 li. It's very convenient whether it's transporting people or goods." Wang Wan almost told him the speed of the train she and Zhang Xiaobao used back then. 2 hours was 2 hours, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to travel 1,000 kilometers. Craftsman Yan, who had already thought that he wouldn't be surprised, couldn't help but widen his eyes. If it can travel 80 li in 2 hours, wouldn't it be faster than the 800 li express? "Governor Zhang, Adjunct Wang, can you go ahead and tell this lowly official in detail?" If someone else had said this, Craftsman Yan felt that he would have scoffed. Who were they trying to fool? Traveling 70 to 80 li in 2 hours meant that it would only take 40 to 50 days to travel from one side of Great Tang to the other. How was that possible? But when Wang Wan said this, and when he thought of the two's ability to calculate, even if he didn't think it was possible, it should still be possible. For a moment, Craftsman Yan couldn't hold back his curiosity and insisted on dragging Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to a place so that they could talk about it in detail. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the roadside and saw a big stall in front of him. The meat skewers on the stall were emitting light green smoke. There were also bowls of rice wine being served by the waiter from time to time. Many people were eating and drinking there despite the cold of spring. He said to Craftsman Yan, for example, go ahead and try the meat skewers as a check. If they dare to use bad meat, I'll get Xiaobei and the others to come over. Craftsman Yan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was joking. During the day, he had heard from his younger brother that the people of Jili province already regarded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as gods. No one would violate the rules set by the two of them, let alone use bad meat when roasting meat. Thinking of how Xiaobei and the others had come to find him not long ago, he smiled and said, yes, if Governor Zhang really went to find Xiaobei and the others, even if that person didn't have a problem, he would have said what he was thinking. At the time, I was so scared that I didn't even dare to hide it. They're just children, they only know how to fool around. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have met such a formidable person like Official Yan. Let's go, it's my treat today. Zhang Xiaobao was also very happy to hear his younger brother and sister praised. Of course. Who told Governor Zhang to be so rich? Craftsman Yan followed over and found an empty table to sit down. He first ordered a pot of hot tea to warm himself up, then randomly chose a few skewers to roast. The three of them began to talk about the train. Chapter 835. The Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion, which was the Swanee tribe and its affiliated tribes, had just turned defeat into victory. They were ready to take down the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion, which was secretly supporting the Tang army. The battlefield was very bright. The Tang army could not adapt to the bad weather. Although there was an army that was very good at fighting in the forest, they could not withstand the cold of the snow, so their fighting strength was greatly reduced. Just as they were about to defeat the Tang army of more than 20,000, the Tang army suddenly changed tactics at the critical moment. They used a small elite force to pin down the enemy and then set fire everywhere. The thick smoke not only scared away all kinds of animals, but also made the Tang army lose the strategic initiative. It was said that the commander of this army was a nephew of the great Tang emperor, Li Longji. He had been accustomed to a life of ease, so he wasn't very familiar with war. For some reason, his fighting style had changed, becoming unfathomable. It was impossible to continue north. That kind of cold would not be relieved by the change of season. Coupled with the cold of the late spring, one would die if one went. If they wanted to head west, those high mountains would not be easy to cross, and even if they did, they would probably be met with fierce attacks from the Turks. They would not give the Great Tang an excuse to send a large army to pressure them. There was no need to consider the south. That was the territory of the Tang army. The only place that could temporarily avoid the fire was the east. If they went down the mountain and ran to the coast, the fire could not reach the water. After this consideration, the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion began to carefully move toward the coast. Fortunately, the sea was still frozen where they were going, so the Tang ships could not get close. Throwing away everything that was in their way and taking only clothes and food, the people of the Swanee tribe headed for the seaside. They no longer thought about taking down the Commander-in-Chief's mansion in Bohai Sea, nor did they have any intention of wiping out the entire Tang army. Li Sun, who had been staying by the seaside in the south, had been living quite comfortably for the past few days. Originally, he was worried that they wouldn't be able to win the war, but after seeing Zhang Xiaobao's follow-up plan, he knew what to do. The hot air balloons on the fleet rose to avoid the smoke and were responsible for patrolling high in the sky. Your Highness, what do you think is so coincidental? Why do all the people in the hot air balloons on the fleet come from Izhou? If it were people from Suzhou who flew to such a high altitude, they would be frozen to death even if they were not scared to death. What a coincidence! Li Sun did not see the plan in Li Sun's hands. It was not about the military, and there was very little about it. Most of it was about the construction after the war. It involved a lot of benefits, and Li Sun did not want others to know about it. Otherwise, he would not be able to benefit much. Hearing Lu Jun's words, the team responsible for protecting Li Sun huddled close to Li Sun and rested. They had the same thought as Lu Jun, which was that this was a good idea. It just so happened that there were people in the fleet who were used to the cold weather. Li Sun glanced at Lu Jun and curled his lips. What coincidence. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Didn't you know it was cold when you sent the fleet here? It has already been prepared. No matter what the situation is, it will not be affected. Now, we don't need these 2,000 people. Go up the mountain and grab the things. Don't miss the roe deer, and all kinds of game, including mushrooms and other mountain vegetables. Lu Jun wanted to see the plan in Li Sun's hands, but he knew that His Highness would never give him the chance, so he had to follow the order and arrange it. When he came back, he worriedly advised, Your Highness, should we get on the ship? If the people of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion also come to the coast and suddenly rush over from the north, Your Highness will be in danger. I'm just afraid that they won't rush over. It's better if they rush over. Xiao Bao and the others haven't seen if the new weapons they made are good. It's just right to use them on the enemy. The rest of the guards, don't be idle. Go and dig a hole for me. Think about how to avoid the explosion under your feet. Try to calculate the enemy's reaction. Go. Li Sun gave another order. The guards didn't know what the commandery prince wanted to do, so they obeyed and really went to dig a hole. 2 days later, all the holes were dug. None of them were deep, only about half a foot. At this time, Li Sun asked someone to signal the fleet on the sea. The fleet immediately lowered a small boat. When they arrived, the guards saw many iron pancakes. The people who delivered the iron pancakes were very careful when moving them, as if they could take people's lives at any time. Lu Jun looked at them for a while. In the end, he still couldn't figure out what the iron pancakes could do. He asked Li Sun, Your Highness, can those things kill the enemy? Li Sun had already moved some distance away from the boat. She worriedly watched as the iron pancakes were placed into the holes that had been dug. She nodded her head and introduced, Those things are called landmines. Do you know about cannons? Cannons are used for active attack while landmines are used for passive defense. So it's the same as cannonballs. One explosion will kill people. Lu Jun also began to retreat. He knew the power of cannonballs. That's natural. After stepping on it, as long as you raise your foot, it will explode. There's also a trip mine and a hanging mine. The psychological deterrence is far greater than cannonballs. You must be careful. Don't go over after you bury it. Otherwise, even if you have several lives, it won't be enough to kill you. Li Sun only knew about this kind of weapon. He had never seen it in detail, but when he introduced it to others, he seemed to know it very well. Lu Jun didn't doubt Li Sun's words. He also didn't doubt the authenticity of the weapon sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. He pulled Li Sun back and hid, afraid that he would accidentally step on one. Even though he knew that the place where the landmines were buried was very far away from him. A guard stood in front of Li Sun, his body faintly blocking that direction. He curiously asked, Young master, why did you ask them to catch all kinds of wild animals and collect mountain vegetables? Of course it's to make money. In this mountain, Xiao Bao wrote in his letter that there are many kinds of resources, especially minerals. When the time comes, it won't be easy for us to occupy them. However, other resources won't be a problem. Animals will run. No matter how big the mountain fire is, it will start from one direction. Most of the animals will run away. Some will run further west, and some will run to our surroundings. Xiao Bao and the others can't continue to pay. Otherwise, the imperial court will think that they want to stretch their hands too far. Sometimes, it will make people jealous. Li Sun had been with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for a long time. In addition to the teachings of his family, he understood that what the Zhang family and Wang family needed to do now was not to build up one place after another. What they needed to do now was to avoid making others unhappy. This others referred to his imperial uncle. The guard nodded in agreement. That's right. The Zhang family and Wang family have made enough money now, and the power they control is not small. If they still want to occupy a place everywhere, they don't know what's good for them. But how can they make money by catching animals? The other guards also had the same idea. Now, there was no one in Gongji province who did not know about the Zhang family and Wang family. The members of the imperial family who had gone to various places knew about the sphere of influence of the Zhang family and Wang family. If the provincial governors who were in charge of a region did not know about the Zhang family and Wang family, they would really have seen a ghost. The Zhang family and Wang family had been in the limelight for a long time. It was time to hide. Li Sun understood that his imperial uncle could not do without the Zhang family and Wang family. As long as the two families acted appropriately from now on, they could still maintain a balance. In particular, Xiao Bao's letter stated that in the future, when they expanded and occupied territories, the Zhang family and Wang family would not participate and would let others do it. In this way, more people would have too much power to cover up the Zhang family and Wang family. More people would occupy the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion and the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. His imperial uncle had to find a way to maintain a balance. Compared to the Zhang family and Wang family, which were easier to control, the new territories that the Tang Empire occupied in the future would be more troublesome. With one less worry in his heart, Li Sun's expression became more natural. He said to the people who still could not figure out why they had to catch so many wild animals and collect wild herbs. Can the wild animals here be seen south of the Yellow River? I think it's impossible, so we'll catch a few live ones and send them to the capital to raise. As for the rest, we'll kill them and directly make them into cans here. Then, we'll sell them to other places. A can of braised roe deer meat can be sold for 10 strings of coins, and people will fight to buy it. Why is that? The army officer did not understand for a moment. Things are valuable when they are rare. What is identity? Being able to wear clothes that others can't wear and eat food that others can't eat is called identity. I think 10 strings of coins for one is cheap. When the time comes, we'll definitely sell them at a higher price. If we entertain guests at home and can't take out a few cans of roe deer meat, it's shameful. Li Sun suddenly felt that he had become smart. Everyone else was a fool. No matter whether they were really stupid or pretending, at least he felt comfortable in his heart. So, all the animals here can be sold for a lot of money? The army officer thought about it and was very excited. He wondered if he should catch a few more before leaving and show them off when he returned to the south of the Yellow River or even further south. It would be good even if he could let his family have a taste. This was a treasure. Many animals had never seen it before, let alone eaten it. Li Sun nodded and said, "The money earned from this will be used to recruit people from other places. Don't think that a large part of the forest will be burned down. As long as the ashes are nurtured for a year, they will be able to grow food. After plowing and plowing, when Xiao Bao and the rest deliver new food, they will be specially used to cultivate seeds." Seeds? New? Is there food that hasn't been seen before? The army officer tried to guess what the new seeds looked like. Of course, if Xiao Bao says there will be, then there will be. Moreover, the output will be very high. Even if people don't like to eat it, it can be used to feed more animals. It can also be brewed into wine. After purification, it can be used as firewood. Li Sun once again put the future matters on himself. He felt that he had participated and was also the organizer. Even if no one gave him credit, he thought that he could get a share of the credit. Now the people around him were silent. They all thought about the future and whether what His Highness said was true. In Jili province, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan no longer bothered to think about the situation in Blackwater's commander-in-chief's mansion. The two people's energy was more focused on science and technology. Now they had written down all kinds of ideas and passed them to the craftsmen from all over the country. It included all kinds of aspects. For some aspects, the two people understood more thoroughly and developed faster. For those that they didn't understand, they gave a general idea and let the craftsmen figure it out by themselves. After meeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the craftsmen who didn't have a high status obviously improved a lot. In addition to being given official titles, the treatment they received was also incomparable to before. According to their own abilities, they were evaluated. The higher the rank, the more salary they could receive every month. At most, they could receive 200 strings of coins a month. Under the temptation of money and the promotion of official positions, the craftsmen worked very hard. If they were interested in a certain aspect, they would dive into it and study it. They wouldn't give up until they had some results. The leaders in charge of various fields, according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request, had to gather together once every 10 days to discuss their own achievements in areas that they didn't understand. They could get inspiration from other people's fields and cooperate with each other. More Taoists were also invited. They had nothing to do, so they refined pills. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't eat their pills, but they appreciated their persistence. They personally refined several kinds of pills for them. After using both fire and water methods, the Taoists saw a new world. On this day, after reading the report on the progress of the Industrial Revolution, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed in the room to discuss new things. There are still many Taoists from all over the country who haven't come. Think of a way to trick them. People like them are very useful if we use them well. They already have a lot of knowledge, but they lack a guide. We can't let them continue to pretend to be gods and ghosts. We have to get them into scientific research. Zhang Xiaobao had lost weight recently. He was busy with the matters of the bank and managing the accounts at home. He also had to learn physics and chemistry from Wang Wan and guide the other craftsmen. In addition, he couldn't fall behind on his younger siblings' homework. He didn't have a regular schedule and lost a few pounds. Wang Wan also didn't have it easy. She had to teach various theories to the craftsmen. Many theories required more theories to support and reason. Just the calculation equations of chemistry and physics gave her a headache. It wasn't that she didn't know, but that the craftsmen didn't have a good foundation. She began to explain various symbols, but it involved a very important problem. That was the Tao of heaven. Many craftsmen were more rigid and insisted that the sky was round and the earth was round. In fact, the meridian line had already been measured. Although it wasn't so accurate, it showed that they already knew that the sky wasn't round and the earth was round. Thinking of this, Wang Wan was very helpless. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say that he wanted to recruit a large number of Taoists, she said worriedly, "If all the Taoists come, the local people will lose a spiritual pillar and will inevitably believe in Buddhism." Speaking of Buddhism, Buddhism is very useful. It involves a philosophy, which has the same effect as Confucianism, legalism, and so on. It can strengthen people's hearts, persuade people to do good, and have an effect on mental illness. However, I am very opposed to this Buddhism. I don't see any other effect besides collecting money. Not all the people who believe in Buddhism are kind people, and not all the monks in the temple are compassionate. I am worried that Buddhism will rise again. Zhang Xiaobao frowned. He was really afraid that what Wang Wan said would happen. Once a religion was formed, there would naturally be people to perfect it. As long as there was a philosophy, it couldn't be completely eliminated. Not to mention the ignorance of the people now, even in the era where he and Wang Wan lived, it was the same. Many corrupt officials took out a lot of money and sent it to the temple, thinking that they could get the protection of the Buddha Lord because of what they did. The temple really accepted it and never asked where it came from. In the end, it became a profession. There were also various black-hearted businessmen who would rather spend tens of millions of yuan to the temple for stability than spend millions of yuan to do something practical. Of course, Taoism was the same. There were also various sects from foreign countries. There was no leader who really had no selfishness. It's very difficult to suppress. Although it's not easy to become a monk now, and there are various tests, so what if you pass the test? Buddhism was passed down from India, but the ones who really perfected it are actually us China people. That kind of sophistry makes people feel very helpless. I've experienced it more than once. Zhang Xiaobao became more and more depressed the more he thought about it. He rubbed his temples and complained. Then let's get Li Longji to destroy Buddhism again and return to the secular world. Wang Wan gave an idea. It's useless. Back then, the four olds were so powerful, but what happened in the end? Buddhism is in the human heart. As long as someone wants to use it, as long as someone still believes in it, it will never be destroyed. Actually, the most important thing is the spiritual sustenance of a person. If everyone only believes in themselves and doesn't look for other spirits, then it's simple. But this is impossible, right? Zhang Xiaobao could guarantee that his heart wouldn't change, but he couldn't make everyone in the world think the same way as him. Wang Wan also understood. The reason why people don't believe in themselves is because many people can't summarize a set of systematic theories related to the spiritual aspect. Think of a way. Even if you can't destroy it, you have to limit it and suppress it. Keep a portion of it and use it as a tourist destination in the future. In fact, many of the money earned by the temples back then wasn't all spent by the temples. My party still has its ways. Just like how there are always underworld gangs, if we really want to fight, we can get rid of them in an instant. What kind of money can we use to supplement the tax? I've decided to write a letter to Li Longji and ask him to deal with Buddhism. Alright, we won't kill them, but we have to limit them as much as possible. For example, Buddhism has to pay taxes, and the land that belongs to each temple has to be rented. Do you think that you can live a comfortable life just because you can recite a few lines of scriptures? Of course, we have to continue supporting those that we should support. For example, we have to make sure that they don't forget to add the imperial authority when they propagate their teachings. If a religion can't serve the ruler, then there's no need for it to exist. The ruler is too much of a failure. Zhang Xiaobao had also made up his mind to give them a sweet date after giving them a slap. Not only Buddhism, all the other sects in Great Tang had to be treated this way. They were not to believe in Tubo at all. Otherwise, it would be troublesome in the future. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, Xiaobei and the others were not relaxed either. They were already officials in Jian and County, but they hadn't been appointed. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they didn't know how to. Although they had learned a lot from their brothers and sisters, they were at a loss when it came to applying what they had learned. When they were clamoring to be appointed, Zhang Xiaobao didn't stop them. He just asked them to take out a proposal according to their official position. Xiaobei and the others were immediately stunned. Usually, when they saw their brothers and sisters doing things, they didn't take out any proposal. It was as if the two of them had come up with an idea long ago. They actually asked for a proposal. Hence, Xiaobei and the others decided to learn more. They didn't want to learn from their brothers and sisters. They felt that it was too big and impractical. Carrying their spring vacation homework in their backpacks, Xiaobei and the others formed a team and set off in the direction of Yiying County. Making a proposal is a very difficult thing to do. Cheer up, otherwise, we'll never be able to become an official. Xiaobei grabbed the straps of his backpack and walked in the middle of the team. He kept muttering. It was unknown whether he was telling others or encouraging himself. They were looking for Craftsman Yan's younger brother and learning from him every day in the yamen. They wanted to learn the skills before the end of the holidays, make a proposal, and become an official. Of course, they had to finish their homework. When they arrived at the yamen and began to participate in the daily matters, Xiaobei and the others realized that things weren't as simple as they thought. At first, they thought that there weren't many things to do in the yamen. The most interesting thing was to ask for cases. If a citizen wanted to complain, they would beat the drum at the entrance of the yamen and be led in to ask about the case. Then, the bad guys would be punished and the good guys would be protected. In the end, after 5 days, the little guys were dumbfounded. There were cases, but they weren't good or bad people. For example, there were 2 neighboring families. One family's fence was blown down by the wind, and the other family's chickens were crushed to death. Normally, the family whose fence was blown down should compensate the family whose chickens were killed. However, the reason the fence was blown down by the wind was because the drainage ditch of the family whose chickens were crushed to death flowed past the fence. The flock of chickens kept digging under the fence. What is this? Xiaobei, who wanted to be an impartial official, counted with his fingers but couldn't figure out how to judge this case. In the law, there were no specific rules in this area. If the case was judged according to the law, one side would definitely be at a disadvantage. The chicken farmer could be judged to have destroyed the foundation of the neighbor's house, but the one who complained was the chicken farmer, not the family who crushed the chicken. If the person who fell down the fence harmed the neighbor's poultry, the chicken farmer wouldn't be convinced. Can we judge one family first, then the other? This way, one case will become 2 cases, and each family will be judged separately. Xiaobei thought hard for a long time before asking Second Yen. Second Yen shook his head and patiently explained to Xiaobei and the others, being a parent official doesn't mean that you can just figure out the case. What you need to do is to adjust the relationship between neighbors. The law is nothing more than human feelings. If everything is judged according to the law, then it's enough to have a person who is proficient in the law and has a special knife and pen. Then how should we judge? Xiaobei humbly asked for advice. Second Yen and Weiwei smiled and asked the 2 families below, Li Si, your chickens were crushed to death. Do you want me to judge your neighbor, Li Fangcheng? County Magistrate Yen, yes. Li Si, who was asked, glared at Li Fangcheng angrily and replied. Second Yen then turned to Li Fangcheng, do you feel wrong that Li Si destroyed your fence? That's right. Lord, you have to judge for me, Li Fangcheng said. Second Yen nodded, then I will judge. Li Fangcheng, there is a ditch next to your fence. Did you not know about it? Why didn't you report it if you knew? Today, you crushed a chicken. Who knows, tomorrow, you might crush a neighbor's child. Many chickens don't return to the nest after laying eggs. There are children who go and pick them up. I think you are planning to crush Li Si's child one day. Do you admit to your crime? Li Fangcheng was dumbfounded when he heard this. It was just crushing a chicken. How did it become murder? Second Yen turned to look at Li Si. Li Si, don't you know that wherever the ditch passes, the foundation of the house will be unstable? You tried to frame someone's house. I think you want to cause your neighbor's house to collapse. Do you admit to your crime? Li Si was also frightened. Why did he become a homicide case when he came over to talk about the chicken's death? Guards, take these 2 into custody. After I finish writing the case, send it to the provincial middle school. Then, I will go to the capital and behead them after autumn. Second Yan's voice continued. Xiaobei turned and nudged Xiaoyuan, is there such a thing? Do we need to behead them? Xiaoyuan thought hard and shook his head. He whispered, no, he is making a judgment blindly. Xiaobei and the others knew, but the 2 commoners below did not. They did not understand the laws of the Tang Empire. The most they knew was that a life for a life and a debt must be repaid. Seeing that the death of a chicken would cost 2 lives, the 2 of them were afraid. Li Si was the first to speak. Sir, I won't sue. I won't sue, okay? My chicken was just about to be killed for meat. I still have to thank Li Fangcheng. I will fix the ditch later. Li Fangcheng quickly followed. Sir, I am willing to compensate for the chicken. I have long wanted to fix the fence, but I don't have the time. I will fix it later. That won't do. The two of you must have resentment in your hearts for coming here today. When the time comes, I will have to work hard on this case, Second Yen said with a straight face. Sir, we don't have resentment. We don't have resentment. Actually, the two of us are fine. I will go back and clean up the chicken, make 2 dishes, and drink with Brother Fangcheng. Li Si promised. Li Fangcheng continued, that's right. I will go and buy wine. Brother Li Si's chicken is delicious. Sir, I won't trouble you. The two of them came to an agreement. They wiped their cold sweat and walked out of the yamen with a look of lingering fear. Seeing the two of them leave, Second Yen chuckled and said to the 9 children, did you see that? As long as there is no injury or death, as long as the loss is not too great, don't judge if you can. If you judge one of them, the other will definitely bear a grudge. If you judge both of them, it will not be easy for you to get along with your neighbors in the future. Who knows what will happen? As an official, you have to judge the situation. It is better to let go of a quarrel than to make a case. Don't think that you can judge casually just because you have learned a lot of law. That kind of official is definitely not a good one. Xiaobei and the others were shocked. They nodded and finally understood that it was not easy to be an official. They decided to learn from him and become a good official after they learned. Very soon, someone passed the message to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After reading the contents of the letter, Zhang Xiaobao smiled. It seems that to be a bad official, you have to be more capable than a good official. Once you become a good official, you will be more impressive than an ordinary good official. Isn't that so? This is good too. We can let Xiaobei and the others learn from others since we can't teach them directly. Do you really intend to let them become officials in Jianan? Wang Wan was also very happy. It was indeed not easy to find such a good official. These 2 brothers were really capable. The elder brother was greedy for money and did research. At the very least, they could govern the place well and then be greedy. She would rather have such an official than be an honest official who had nothing to do with the people. Thinking of the appointment that Xiaobei and the others got from Li Longji, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao looked in the direction of Jianan and nodded. Once they have learned enough, let them go. There are not many people there. It's fine to let them go there and play. Even if they have to fork out money to let the remaining people live a good life, I will still give it to them. There's no need to repay me. You can just spoil them. What do you mean by spoiling them? Let them experience more. It's better than learning from us. There are many experiences that need to be experienced by oneself. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and stopped thinking about his younger siblings. He picked up the map on the table and looked at it again. He asked Wang Wan to analyze where there were more mines. Half a month passed quickly. Xiaobei and the others had not finished their vacation and continued to learn from Yan Er. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still waiting for the people they sent out to discover North America and return safely. Li Sun ended his leisurely days. As the weather warmed up, the seawater gradually melted. He was a little emotional when the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office did not attack. He wanted to take the initiative to attack. Li Sun carefully looked at the map that was drawn up on the spot. Beside him, the military officer had a serious expression. They are now gathered at the coastal line. They know that I am here, but they don't come to attack. What do you think they are planning? Li Sun pointed at the map. That was where the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office were. They had already determined the other party's location through the hot air balloon. Lu Jun came closer and thought about it carefully before saying, "Could it be that he's recuperating from his injuries and is preparing to take us down in one fell swoop after the injured people have more or less recovered?" Recuperating? I don't think so. I suspect that they know that we have gunboats here and don't want to put themselves in a dangerous place. It seems that we need to let the gunboats leave. Pass down my order. Let the gunboats sail to a place where people can't see. The hot air balloon in the sky continues to rise. Li Sun thought about it and issued an order. Lu Jun's mouth moved. He wanted to persuade Li Sun not to put himself in a dangerous place, but in the end, he did not say anything. He also knew that Li Sun's temper was not easy to change. He could only wait for the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office to attack and protect them. As the fleet retreated, Li Sun also pretended to leave. He sent all the prey to the fleet, including wild vegetables and other things. Then, he set up camp and slowly retreated. He was right. The reason why the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office did not attack them was that they were afraid of being attacked by the gunboats in the sea. After the gunboats retreated, Li Sun also pretended to leave. He immediately reorganized his team and chased after Li Sun. Li Sun had the hot air balloon responsible for reconnaissance. He found the situation early and took a detour to ambush them. When the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office were about to enter the minefield, he suddenly rushed out. However, not many people rushed out, only about 300 people. It was obvious that they were the kind of people who stayed to cover the rear. The people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office were stunned at first. Seeing so few people, they ordered more than 2,000 people to continue to charge towards the 300 people. They did not know that there were deadly things buried underground. As soon as they entered the minefield, those who were not smart enough were blown up into the sky. Booming sounds were heard one after another. Those who were stunned by the explosion thought that the gunboats were coming back. Therefore, they fled in all directions. Some ran back, some ran in other directions, and some even pretended to be dead on the ground. Apart from the people running towards the back, who were fine, the people running in other directions stepped on the landmines one after another. Amidst the explosions, there was a heart-wrenching sound. This completely shocked the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office. They looked around blankly, hoping to find where the enemy was attacking so that they could escape in advance. Li Sun saw the opportunity and ordered the others to bypass the minefield and attack the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office. The gunboats in the sea also turned to the north and attacked the gathering place of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office. Due to the high mountains and dense forests, the hot air balloon, which could not play a big role, also began to gather and fly towards the camp of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office. All of a sudden, the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office were in chaos. After all, a defeated army was different from an army that was ready to attack the enemy. When Li Sun ordered the troops to rush over, he sent a signal to the 2,000 people who were hiding in the mountains at the beginning to form an encirclement. Not many people were killed by the landmines in the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. The main reason was that the effect was too shocking. They died inexplicably, and those who ran back were under a lot of psychological pressure. They directly messed up the formation of their own side. When the enemies from 3 directions converged here, the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office no longer had the courage to fight. They left some people to cover the retreat while the others ran further north with the old and the young, hoping that the Tang army would give up chasing them if they ran far enough. Go after them. We won't kill those who surrender. Li Sun shouted loudly. He wanted to take the lead but was protected by others. He also shouted along with Li Sun. Those who stayed to cover the retreat and those who were hit by the mine surrendered first because they did not want to die. Li Sun left some people to tie them up and watch them while he continued to chase with the rest. The people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office were unable to form a formation because of the chaos. Plus, there were the old and the young in the team, so they could not increase their running speed. The more they ran, the more anxious they became. The more they ran, the more tired they felt. Cries came from the team from time to time. The old people who could not run gave up first, followed by the women and the children. The cries and shouts of those who were willing to stay resounded over the beach and the woods. Li Sun did not chase fast. Every time he got close, he would slow down and watch the old people and the women. There were no children, who were all carried by adults. The chase lasted for half a day. The people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office wanted to hide after a certain distance, but they could not hide from the hot air balloons flying in the sky. What was more, they thought that they had run out of the Tang army's sight, but in fact, they were still within the range of the Tang army's telescope. Li Sun commanded his people to chase for another half an hour. Finally, he could not run anymore. The main reason was that he did not have to catch up with the enemy at one time. Without the thought of fighting to the death, people were easy to slack off. Stop, don't chase, wait for them to run back. If they had run to the north earlier, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything. But who asked them to give me time to arrange? Rest, then face the enemy. Bring the captured people here, the best thing to do is to attack their minds. Li Sun gasped and put his hands on his waist. He really could not run anymore. Shen Jun had been left behind. Compared with Li Sun, Shen Jun was much worse. After all, Li Sun had received training from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In fact, the people from the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office could not run anymore, but they had to. If they did not run, they would lose their lives. When they found that the pursuers behind them were silent, they cautiously stopped and temporarily reorganized. Many adults were listless, while the children were tired of crying, resting or sitting on the ground in a daze, waiting for the arrival of an unknown fate. A large number of things were thrown away in the process of running away. Only a few people still had jerky and pancakes. They sent people to look back and found that the Tang army really did not chase, so they began to gather up the edible things to fill their stomachs. Eating a mouthful of dry things and finding unmelted snow as water, the people of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office had a very difficult time eating. After they finished eating, they felt even more tired after running for so long. Suddenly, they heard the sound of killing coming from the north. They struggled to stand up and looked at the road that should have been their escape route. They saw a dense crowd of figures on the hillside in the north. The monarch of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office looked at the less than 10,000 people around him and then looked at the thousands of vigorous Tang soldiers in front of him. He could not summon up any fighting spirit for a while. When the other party was less than 100 steps away from them, they all had helpless expressions on their faces. Where did you run from? The monarch of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office wanted to know why he died. He knew that he could not survive in any case. After all, he had sent people to plot against Li Longji. A person stood out from the opposite side and shouted at the top of his voice, "Run, why don't you run again? Do you think you know to run north and we don't know to ambush you first? Well, I'll let you know what's going on." When Our Highness retreated, he began to order people to take boats to the ice over there. At that time, the ice had not melted. He sent us to go around the ice to your back. We thought you could launch an attack a few days ago, but we didn't expect you to wait for so long. We almost ate up all the food we brought. Now you are surrounded on all sides and have been on the road for such a long time. I wonder if you still have the strength to fight. Surrender. Our Highness said that those who surrender will not be killed. Except for you, the leader, everyone else will be spared. Hearing his words, the people of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's office finally understood what was going on. For a moment, they regretted. If they had not been worried that they would freeze to death in the north, they would not have been surrounded today. As the other side said, they had no strength to fight. They all looked at the monarch and wanted him to make a decision. If they fought, they were not afraid to fight to the last person. Chapter 836. Seeing them caught, Li Sun vented his anger and said, "You want to play guerrilla warfare with me? Don't you know what I do? You want to assassinate my uncle. If I don't teach you a lesson, where is the dignity of the Tang Empire? Take them away and take them back to the capital as soon as possible. My uncle is still waiting." Well, there are more people waiting. While ordering people to tie up all the people of the Blackwater Commandery and take them to the boat, Li Sun released the pigeons to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He didn't have the pigeons to the Tang Empire, and the pigeons to Jili Province were brought by the boat. In fact, the best helper should be Shui Yun, which could fly directly to the capital. It had been there several times and even lived in the capital for some days. But no matter what Li Sun said, Shui Yun didn't nod. Li Sun couldn't beat or scold it. After all, Shui Yun was so smart. He was afraid that it would hold a grudge. Zhang Xiaobao got Li Sun's letter. After reading it, he threw it to Wang Wan and said, "That's good. There should be a part of Russia there. Now they can't take it." Wrong. That part used to belong to the Blackwater Commandery, but it was taken by them later. Send the news to the capital. I believe Li Longji will be very happy. Wang Wan also glanced at the letter. Most of it was Li Sun taking credit for himself, so she ignored it. The carrier pigeon flapped its wings and returned to its home in the capital. Gao Lisher hurried to find the emperor with the letter. "Your Majesty, there is news from Jili Province. The Blackwater Commandery was taken down by Commandery Prince Tang," and Gao Lisher said to the emperor happily. Li Longji was indeed happy. It was not as simple as the Blackwater Commandery's mansion scheming against him. It also involved the surrounding countries that had just agreed to join the Tang Empire. If the Blackwater Commandery's mansion couldn't be taken down, it meant that the Tang Empire's army was not very powerful. If everyone resisted together, they might be able to force the Tang Empire to return to its previous situation. Li Longji was filled with anger when he thought that the participants of the sword competition on Mount Hua would find excuses to stay. They were all waiting for the news from the Blackwater Commandery. After some thought, Li Longji said to Gao Lisher, "Send someone to deliver the letter during the morning court session tomorrow. We will listen to it together with the other prefectures." Gao Lisher understood that the so-called other prefectures were referring to Tufan, Turkic Khaganate, and other places. Their status as vassal states was no longer there. He nodded and left to make arrangements. Li Longji continued to admire the flowers blooming in the greenhouse with Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng had been living a good life in this period of time. She would take a stroll around the palace every day to understand the current situation in Great Tang and catch up with the people she knew in the past. Right now, her thoughts were no longer on Tubo. The more she understood, the more she felt how powerful the Tang Empire was. That person floating in the unsinkable lake was actually made by someone. There were many animals in the zoo that she had never seen before. From the models, she could clearly see the various places in the Tang Empire. The oven that was used to bake pastries and bread could also be used in Tubo. The eggs that were beaten with an egg beater and mixed with milk tasted very refreshing. From a small place, one could feel how prosperous the Tang Empire was now. Walking on the streets of the capital and seeing the living conditions of the people, it was like heaven and earth compared to Tubo. During the morning court session the next day, Li Longji deliberately asked the others to come to the court session to discuss matters. The people of the surrounding countries did not know that the Blackwater Commandery had been defeated. They did not know why Li Longji wanted them to come to the court session today. Was he going to make things difficult for them again? The morning court discussion lasted for 2 hours. When an urgent report came in saying that the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's manor had been captured and all of them were going to be escorted back to the capital, everyone finally understood that Li Longji was telling them not to count on the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's manor to win against the Great Tang. They should just do what they had to do. Li Longji looked at the expressions of the people and was in a good mood. He thought to himself, "You want to see the Tang Empire in action? Dream on. Let's see who else dares to stir up trouble." The officials had also just heard of this matter. The first thing that came to their minds was that Li Sun was quite capable. The second thing that came to their minds was that with such a big place, who was going to govern it if everyone was escorted back? Everyone, who do you think should be sent over? Li Longji also thought of this problem. If it was based on distance, it would be best to send Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, he could not do this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan were already very powerful. If they were any more powerful, even if he did not say anything, the pressure from the officials would not be able to withstand. This was not a good thing for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan. The officials looked at each other, but no one said anything. They were thinking that that lousy place was far and cold. If they sent their own people over, it would be no different from being exiled. "Official Zhang, how should we arrange it?" Li Longji was very dissatisfied with the silence of the officials. This was because he felt that if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were given that place, they would definitely turn it into a prosperous place. With this comparison, if others were not willing to go, it could only mean that they did not have the ability. If they all wanted to go to a better place, would they not want to work hard to change it? Then what was the future of the Tang Empire? Thus, he stared at Zhang Shua and let him speak. Zhang Shua did not want to be seen by the emperor, but he was standing very close to the emperor. There was no one in front of him, so the emperor looked up and saw him. Seeing that the emperor was asking him, Zhang Shua braced himself and stood up. He looked at Li Linfu, Yu Wenrong, and the others and was about to send them to the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's manor. However, he paused and gave up on this idea. He felt that the emperor's attitude towards him had been getting worse and worse recently, and his opponent was also trying to cause trouble. If he was really the one who suggested it, what would the emperor think? Would it force his opponent to make a move against him in advance? Of course, he could not mention his opponent, nor could he mention his own people. That would make his subordinates cold. Last time, when he fought with Zhang Zhong, his subordinates were a little uncontrollable. Thinking like this, Wei Wei lowered her head and rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she had a good idea. "Your Majesty, this official thinks that we can choose one person from Li Sun or Li Yu to work there. Li Yu has done things steadily in Chongning and has developed the area well. Not only is the economy prosperous, the government is smooth, and he knows how to help the surrounding provinces and counties become prosperous together. This official thinks that if Li Yu is sent to the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's manor, it will definitely be another Chongning. I believe that it will not take long before that place will become prosperous. Li Sun is the commandery prince of Tongan. I believe that all of us know how to govern Shuzhou. He is even more capable and is a member of the imperial clan. We can trust him. This is what this official thinks. Your Majesty, please make a decision." After saying this, Zhang Shua let out a long breath. He felt that he had not offended anyone. As for Li Sun and Li Yu, there was no other way. After all, they were not princes. He believed that the emperor would consider it. Li Longji knew what Zhang Shua was thinking. He was very dissatisfied with Zhang Shua's words. Did he think that governing the country was a child's play? Was it a question of who was taking advantage and who was at a disadvantage? A capable person would be capable no matter where he was placed. Thinking of this, Li Longji did not let Zhang Shua go. He asked him again, "How many capable people have come out of Jianjia Academy this year? What do you think?" "Your Majesty, you can't do that. The people of Jianjia Academy are indeed extraordinary, especially the internal assessment that they have to pass before taking the imperial examination. They are good at managing the people of a region or managing a family in the capital. However, they are too close to the Zhang family and the Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are in Jili province. If we send them there, the entire northern Hebei province will be connected by them. It will be difficult to govern at that time. If they are plotting something. Before Zhang Shua could finish, Zhang Zhong, who was standing beside him, was unhappy and questioned him loudly. Zhang Shua, who are you saying is plotting something? Zhang Shua also reacted. Usually, Zhang Zhong was always silent in the court, so people almost forgot that he blurted it out. He quickly smiled at Zhang Zhong and said, "Haha, Minister Zhang, I misspoke just now. Sorry, but I said that we can't send the people of Jianjia Academy." Zhang Zhong glared at him and said, "According to what you said, the people of the academies funded by Zhang family and the Wang family, who have been trained by us, can't be sent to the places where our family members are officials as long as they pass the imperial examination, right? Apart from this group of people, the people who have been officials with our family members should also be the same, right?" "This. Your Majesty, I misspoke again." Zhang Shua was about to refute, but he suddenly saw the emperor's bad expression and quickly admitted his mistake. Li Longji took a deep breath and was silent for a moment. He said, "Since Minister Zhang recommended Li Yu and Li Sun, then I will send Li Yu." When Zhang Shua heard that the emperor agreed to his suggestion, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of pride. He lowered his head and stood back. Li Longji wrote a decree and sent it to Chongning, which confirmed the appointment. When the morning court ended, Li Longji invited the people of the surrounding state capitals to have lunch together. When the meal was finished, everyone began to leave the capital the next day. They already had a plan in mind. When it was time for Princess Jincheng and Zhu Zan to leave, Li Longji sent Gao Lisher to bring them a lot of things. He also specially arranged a dozen palace maids and a group of guards. Zhu Zan didn't say anything. Originally, Princess Jincheng had brought along palace maids and guards, but after they went to Tubo, they were slowly dealt with. He knew that he couldn't continue to deal with the people sent this time. Otherwise, he would incur Li Longji's endless anger. When all the things were done, Gao Lisher returned to the palace and found Li Longji. He reminded, "Your Majesty, the governor's mansion of Heishui doesn't seem to be easy to manage. There are no people, and the roads are not smooth. In addition, it's cold, so it's useless for Li Yu to go there. Don't forget that your adopted son is in Jili province. Li Yu will naturally go to Xiaobao and Cuckoo to ask for a plan. Others may not have a solution, but I don't believe that Xiaobao can't do it. If you don't believe me, just take a look." Li Longji didn't have the slightest doubt about Zhang Xiaobao's ability. His words were very firm. "I hope so." Gao Lisher didn't object this time. A few days later, Li Yu, who was enjoying peace in Chongning, received the imperial decree. When he saw the content, he showed a sad expression. He muttered, "How can this be? I worked so hard to make Chongning rich, and now you want to transfer me elsewhere? What about Chongning? Give it to someone else? You're clearly bullying me." Little Worm, who had been Li Yu's advisor, also came over and read the imperial decree. He said, "Your Excellency, there's no one in the governor's mansion of Heishui now. What can we do there? Why don't we write a letter to His Majesty and postpone this matter? Dream on? Chongning is gone just like that. Pack up and take a boat. When we pass by Jili province, ask Xiaobao." Li Yu, who didn't want to leave Chongning, finally decided to leave as soon as possible. "Yes, Your Excellency, we should leave early. The young master of the Zhang family must have a solution. There weren't many families in Jili province back then. Didn't they end up like this when they went there? The earlier we leave, the earlier we can make arrangements." Little Worm also thought of the people they would meet on the way. Li Yu closed his eyes and waited for Little Worm to come back. He asked Little Worm, "Do you think we can trick Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Even if they stay in the governor's mansion of Heishui for 2 months. Your Excellency, it doesn't seem possible. Jili province is to the west of Xinlua while the governor's mansion of Heishui is to the north of Xinlua. It's also close to Japan. I think the young master of the Zhang family must consider how to scheme against these 2 places, especially Xinlua." Little Worm was a think tank after all. His analysis was clear and logical. "Oh, you're right. Xinlua hasn't made its stance clear. Even if we don't beat him, we should give him some pressure. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can't always stay in Jili province." Li Yu thought carefully and realized that Jili province was too important. Zhang Xiaobao might not be able to spare time. Li Yu packed up his belongings and bid farewell to the people of Changning with tears in his eyes. He boarded a big boat in a neighboring county and was carried dozens of miles by some strong people of Changning. Only then did he enter the Yellow River. Touching the 10,000 people form with the handprint of the people of Changning, he also felt the treatment of a good official. When they entered the Yellow River, their speed was much faster because they were following the current. After traveling for a few days, Li Yu was bored when a boat suddenly appeared in front of them. The boat had a cute rice sprout painted on its flag. Without waiting for Li Yu to call for it to stop, the boat stopped by itself. When Li Yu's boat slowly approached, a person came out from the boat with a bag in his hand. "Greetings, young Master Li. Our young master asked me to give you something and a plan for the construction of the governor's mansion of Heishui. Our young master said that if you don't want to go to the governor's mansion of Heishui, you can use this plan and thing to lure others." The person said respectfully to Li Yu, who was puzzled. At the same time, he put the bag in his hand in front of Li Yu. Li Yu looked at the thing in the bag and the letter with the plan in puzzlement. He laughed and said, "Go, why not? Send a part of the thing to the capital. I'll make those who don't want to go regret it." Chapter 837. Li Yu, who felt that he had been exiled, finally found a chance to hold his head high. He vowed to make those who were unwilling to come regret it. The things in the pouch were very ordinary, so ordinary that ordinary people could afford them even if they wanted to. Li Yu ate a lot. There was venison, beef, pork, and fish. These were the canned food that the Zhang family and Wang family originally prepared for the people of the inner court. When the canned food first appeared, many servants of the big families were envious. Regardless of the taste, at least it warmed their hearts. Later, Li Longji also asked for a lot of canned food and put it in the palace. He would give it to people when he had nothing to do and occasionally eat it himself. For a time, it really became popular. The Zhang family and Wang family did not mainly sell canned food, so they found a lot of merchants to cooperate with. The merchants paid the money and were not responsible for management or production. They were only responsible for the dividends, so the production of canned food gradually increased and the price of the common varieties decreased. Li Yu was holding a can in his hand. What made him happy was not what was in the can, but the packaging. The outermost layer of the can was a paper box. Inside the paper box was a wooden box. The wooden box had a beautiful pattern on it, and the can was at the innermost layer. The can was placed in a groove in the wooden box. The bottom was lined with smooth fur, and the iron was pressed with a yang seal. Book, do not blame the cold for 3 feet, and the delicacies are fairies in the snow. Product, Northern Mountain Beyond Mountain. There was also an exquisite can opener with a sharp blade and a smooth wooden handle. The words, Beyond Mountain, were carved on it. Seeing this packaging, Li Yu thought of a phrase, buy the casket and return the pearl. Not to mention whether the taste was better or worse than the Zhang and Wang family's special canned food, just the packaging alone was enough to give people a lot of face. They could invite 3 or 5 friends to sit in the corridor and listen to songs and eulogies. When they were hungry, they could take the canned food out. It had to be 30% more elegant. Li Yu opened a can and tasted it. He smacked his lips twice and felt that there was an indescribable taste. He looked at the person who delivered the can in confusion. The person who delivered the canned food was Zhang Wang from the inner courtyard. Naturally, he was good at reading people's expressions. Before Li Yu could ask, he introduced, "Young Master Li, this can contains roe deer meat. In order to get rid of the fishy smell, it was smoked with pine wood before it was canned. There's a rosin smell in it." "Yes, yes. Now that you mention it, I can taste it. It tastes like pine oil. How much is it?" Li Yu took another bite. Sure enough, it tasted like pine oil. "The one in your hand costs 10,000 copper coins, and the one below costs 500,000 copper coins. They can't be sold directly. They need to be custom-made, and the quantity is limited. We only accept 10,000 sets every year." The person from the inner court explained. "It's really expensive. According to previous calculations, it's 10 strings of coins and 50 strings of coins. Is this box more expensive?" Li Yu took out a bigger box from his pocket and asked. "You don't need the box. You don't need to pay for the canned food. What you're holding right now is a small bottle of wine brewed with ginseng, velvet antler, and other precious herbs. It's also stored in a glass bottle." The person from the inner court was careful and didn't give Li Yu a chance to ask for the box. Li Yu didn't care and opened the other package. There was indeed a bottle of wine inside. There were a lot of medicinal herbs written on it. He didn't know if they were really put in. "Well, let's see how regretful they are. Well, since we only sell 10,000 cans a year, it doesn't seem like we earn much. The governor's mansion of Heishui is a large area. Even if we don't use a single copper coin, it's only 500,000 strings of coins. That's equivalent to the land of several provinces." Li Yu felt that he earned too little again. "Young Master Li, it's said to be 10,000, but when it's done, it might not be 10,000. Each can has an individual number, but it's not the one that counts next to each other. It's the pinyin alphabet used to mark the pronunciation. It's a very long string. Who knows which one it is? Don't you agree?" "Yes, there's no such thing as a businessman." Li Yu admitted that he couldn't compare with Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. He asked people to send the other cans to the capital on the ship, especially to the high-ranking officials. He slowed down and headed for Jili province. When Li Yu arrived at Jili province and met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to discuss the follow-up plan, the cans had already reached the hands of the officials in the capital. The exquisite packaging and unique taste immediately won the praise of the officials. When the pigeons that Li Yu released from Jili province flew to the capital and reported the various mines of the governor's mansion of Heishui, the officials who didn't want to send their own people to the governor's mansion of Heishui all regretted it. It turned out that the governor's mansion of Heishui wasn't barren. The people of the governor's mansion of Heishui didn't have a good idea. They used to beg for food with a golden bowl. When they regretted it, they began to propose to the emperor to send more people to help with the construction. As for the problem of population, they thought that Li Yu could solve it. Li Longji knew that the idea was Zhang Xiaobao's. Gao Lisher's letter described the matter in more detail. The governor's mansion of Heishui didn't ask people to take the initiative to migrate. They only recruited employees from Tubo. They could bring their families and do things on the ship. When they reached the shore, they would build warehouses and houses on the shore. Naturally, there would be people who were willing to go down and stay. While weakening the strength of Tubo, they could also enrich the governor's mansion of Heishui. Therefore, when he heard that the officials wanted to continue to send people, Li Longji didn't object. Not only did he send officials, he also wanted to find merchants from all over to cooperate with them. He also wanted to connect the Niha River and the Niha River at the border with Xinlua. It was convenient for ships to travel, and they didn't need to go around Xinlua Island. When the officials made a suggestion, they had to think of a way to send merchants who were related to them. Even if they weren't related, they had to think of a way to make connections. Does everyone agree? Seeing that the matter was almost done, Li Longji asked another question. The people led by Zhang Shua nodded. Their political opponents also agreed. Since that's the case, then we'll wait for the merchants to find them and talk to Li Yu about the cooperation in detail. The imperial court will use the entire governor's mansion of Heishui as a shareholder. The land and resources there will be considered as an investment. Tomorrow, everyone will decide on the merchants who will participate. Li Longji finally said something that stunned all of the ministers. If the imperial court used land and resources to invest, how much would others have to pay? And what was the proportion? This was a problem. Chapter 838. In the dream, the flowers do not bloom, the wind blows the catkins to the immortal platform. Ask the gentleman to travel thousands of miles drunk, not the heavenly palace but Peng Lai. Ever since Li Yu submitted a letter to the imperial court and sent away many canned food, he started to get busy. Some of his brothers wrote to ask about the specific situation of the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. Naturally, they did not ask about Li Yu, but wanted to get Zhang Xiaobao's detailed plan from him. They did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao's actions would be as simple as they seemed on the surface. Otherwise, Xiao Bao would not be Xiao Bao. Zhang Xiaobao himself did not know that he had another nickname, Ji Lianhuan. In many people's hearts, he was already a godlike existence. There was a nursery rhyme that said, "Millionaire, make a lot of money, the top ranking is hard and hard. Hard and hard, you have to be humble, the top of the sky beyond heaven." Sky beyond heaven, Sanshui City, Sanshui Zhang family had a man. Jumping out of the 5 elements, not in the 3 realms. Seeing that he did not speak of a scheme within a scheme, he used a chain of schemes. Zhang Xiaobao's reputation spread like this. It was said that the current emperor complained when he was drunk one day in Xingqing Palace. His desolation could not be described in words. Whether it was true or not was still to be verified. Li Yu's brothers and sisters replied to his letters one by one. His blood brothers and cousins came to him one by one, and he also had quite a number of cousins. Adhering to the idea of making money together and helping each other when it was difficult, Li Yu boasted about the future development of the Blackwater Commander's mansion. In addition to those close to him, there were also capable officials and connected businessmen in the capital. They all contacted Li Yu because of Zhang Xiaobao's name, hoping to get a share of the soup. Li Yu told others according to Zhang Xiaobao's plan, but in his heart, he always felt that Zhang Xiaobao still had a backup plan. When he saw the plan, he thought that it was almost done, but the little worm found him and told him that it was not so simple. According to the plan, one was to transfer other people to the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief Manor to weaken their cohesion, develop the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief Manor's mineral resources, hunt wild beasts, collect medicinal herbs, and make the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief Manor rich. It was to facilitate the transportation of merchant ships to and fro, to connect the Mud River, and to cut the journey short. After reading the plan, Little Worm said to Li Yu, "Sir, what do you think of Changning?" Li Yu was puzzled. "Well, I was the one who developed it, but now I'm giving it to someone else." In Xiao Bao's words, it's like picking peaches. Fortunately, Imperial Uncle asked people to pick the peaches and gave me a bigger piece of land to plant peaches. What does this have to do with Xiao Bao's plan? Of course. Think about it, Your Excellency. Changning is just a county, while the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion has several provinces under its jurisdiction. Changning is the young master of the Zhang family. At that time, there was nothing to develop in the county. It was only after the young master of the Zhang family came up with one plan after another that Changning became what it was today. Since the young master of the Zhang family was able to come up with so many plans for a county, what more for several provinces? If that was the case, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't be the Zhang Xiaobao we know, and he wouldn't be in existence that surpasses the top-ranking list. This humble one thinks that things can't be as simple as the plan in front of us. What do you think, Your Excellency? Little Worm had analyzed Zhang Xiaobao's plan for Changning for Li Yu, and then compared it with the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion's territory. He voiced his conjecture. Li Yu slapped his thigh hard, ignoring the pain, and said loudly, "That's right. Now that you mention it, I remember that Zhang Xiaobao's plans for the surrounding areas have always been continuous. For example, Xinyuan Island, he still has a backup plan. For example, Japan, the silk we collected is now being used there. For example, Tubo, after a few years of torment, he still hasn't relaxed. A few days ago, the Turks have voluntarily submitted to him, the kind that is different from before. Now that the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion has just been conquered, the people have moved to the capital to wait for the imperial uncle's decision, and to go there, they have to go through Xinlua. How can Zhang Xiaobao not have some ideas? No wonder I keep feeling that something is missing. Let me go ask." Having made up his mind, Li Yu hurriedly went to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were spreading out a piece of paper, writing and drawing. Li Yu curiously went up to take a look and saw that it was a large snow scene. Wang Wan was drawing seriously, and Zhang Xiaobao was mixing the colors. Li Yu squatted beside Zhang Xiaobao and whispered, "Xiaobao, what are you playing at? Not telling you means not telling you our follow-up plan. Since Little Worm can tell you about Changning, you can ask him and see if he can figure it out." Zhang Xiaobao said casually to Li Yu, but Li Yu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao in horror, not knowing how Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was Zhang Xiaobao who told him. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Li Yu and said, "Little Worm is quite capable, but he has a shortcoming, which is that he always shows his thoughts on his face. During the days in Jili province, every time I see him, his expression is too obvious, always giving people the feeling that he wants to say something but then hesitates. You are not busy with your own things and have the time to come here. It must be because I told you the final plan yesterday. Little Worm, who always likes to guess what I told you, otherwise you wouldn't have the ability to think so much. You need to train Little Worm more. Come, look at this Rhyme River painting. What do you think? You can guess other people's thoughts just by looking at their faces? Your plan is finished. Start drawing for fun." Li Yu was slightly relieved to hear Xiaobao's explanation, but he was still very surprised. "You can't learn this skill. Who said it's for fun? Didn't you come here to ask about the plan? This painting is a plan. When it's finished tomorrow, you will have things to do." Zhang Xiaobao added some water to a box of ink and brought it in front of Wang Wan, so that Wang Wan could apply some light ink. Li Yu was even more confused. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, he could only watch patiently. Looking at the ink, it seemed that she had been painting for a few days and didn't finish it in one breath. The painting was too big and tiring. Now that the painting was almost finished, it looked good, but he didn't know what it had to do with the plan. Wang Wan painted for a while more, then handed the brush in her hand to Zhang Xiaobao. She picked up another brush, paused for a moment, and then began to write on the completed painting. The flowers of the northern kingdom bloom and disappear. Floating clouds fall from the 9 heavens. The river water is soft, and the snowy mountains are painted with frost. Brewing wine, swords are like rainbows. Brewing tea, people at the border are like jade. One is not a hero until he reaches the northern kingdom. Looking back on last night, the wind came. When Li Yu looked at the painting, he thought it was very beautiful, but when he saw Wang Wan writing, he was shocked. He whispered, "Is it very dangerous over there? Why does it feel like going to the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion is like going to a hero and not coming back? It's not dangerous. It's just a saying. That's the real place to go for skiing and skating. How many heroes have actually gone there? If you exaggerate, when people go there and realize that it's not that dangerous, you can brag to others when you come back. For example, you can make a ski slope that's a few hundred feet long and not too steep. You can name it, Heroes Snow Road. When you go there, you'll realize that even children dare to skate down a wooden plank." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Yu. Li Yu nodded. "Oh, it's a lie. Sure. I'm not lying to anyone. It's really cold there. You find a way to find a woman from the brothel there. Find someone who's not afraid of the cold. It's okay if her skin is a little darker. She'll be white after a while. Now your task is to go to Penglai, Hunan province, take this painting, and advertise that the Northern Kingdom is the place for immortals. Let people refute. It's best to make it look like they're about to fight." Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the south. Li Yu continued to nod. "Should we let people go there together and then compare which side is better? When we compare, even if we can't say which side is better, the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion will be famous." "Okay, I'll go." Go. It's best to find more literati and bring them to the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion. If they can write a few famous works, we can post a notice and offer a big reward." Zhang Xiaobao dried the ink on the handwriting, rolled up the painting, and handed it to Li Yu. Then, he waved his hand at him. Li Yu pursed his lips solemnly. He really looked like he would never return. He walked out. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something important. He stopped and turned his head to ask, "I haven't told you the plan yet. It's definitely not as simple as a painting. I'm afraid that you won't keep your mouth shut. In fact, it's not a big deal. Ships travel between the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion and Penglai. No matter how Xinlua goes around, it will stick to it. Some people who want to get close will directly cross the Mud River. Some who are willing to enjoy the scenery will go around Xinlua. They can even disembark on the shore and pass through Xinlua on land to experience the local life. At that time, I'll organize a tourism agency and find a suitable place to build a house along the coast of Xinlua. Then, I'll help Xinlua build a road that crosses the northeast and southwest. I'll do business on both sides of the road so that it's convenient for people to rest and shop. If the people of Xinlua dare to bully the people of the Great Tang, I'll have an excuse to beat them up. If they don't bully and get used to interacting with the Great Tang, I can arrange for the people of the Great Tang to buy land and live there. Build more boats and let people go to the seaside around Xinlua to play. Build more shops and send the things of the Great Tang to be sold there. Let them get used to the clothes of the Great Tang, get used to the food of the Great Tang, get used to the culture of the Great Tang, get used to the clothes of the Great Tang, get used to the food of the Great Tang, and get used to the culture of the Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao counted with his fingers as he spoke to Li Yu. Li Yu finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to stab people with a soft knife. It was related to the issue of sovereignty. I know, I'll definitely keep it a secret. Xiaobao, you're really something. Others are just trying to get some money to spend, but you're planning to take over the country. I hope I can see that day in my lifetime. Li Yu felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, at least he was very excited in his heart. He shook his head, carried the painting scroll, and strode out of the door. Zhang Xiaobao craned his neck and waited for Li Yu to walk away. Then he said to Wang Wan, "Why do I feel like he's carrying a dynamite to blow up a fort? Come on, don't mock people. Li Yu is a good comrade with ideals, but I also feel that he wants to be heroic. Don't ruin the painting I painstakingly painted. Wang Wan also came over and looked at Li Yu's back. Li Yu knew the importance of his task. He took a boat to Penglai as quickly as possible and went straight to the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant. He asked someone to frame the painting and hang it in a conspicuous position. Then he began to look for people to make trouble. He also posted a notice and offered a large reward. Any scholar who knew and liked snow could write a poem about snow. Once selected, they would receive at least $10,000. Once the notice was posted, there were quite a few people who wanted to earn $10,000. For many people, it was not just a matter of money. Once they were selected, they might become famous because of it. That was the most important thing. In the past, there were many people who came to Penglai. Now there were even more people passing by. They were all businessmen who wanted to get some benefits from Heishui Commandery. Some of them even had official backgrounds. When there were more people, it would be chaotic. Many businessmen picked the bigger ones from the smaller ones and found people who were slightly more capable to organize others. On this day, a group of people came from Huainan Dao. Many people in Huainan Dao were soldiers in Jili province. They occasionally wrote letters back and knew that Jili province was good. Especially those whose family members were soldiers in Jili province. When they received benefits from the local shops of Zhongli and Wang every month, they were not only envious, but also jealous. Today, more than 400 people from An province had just arrived in Penglai. They wanted to go to Jili province to see if they could find a job. If not, they would go to Heishui Commandery. These people thought that Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang, who could build Jili province well, could also guarantee the interests of Heishui Commandery. As soon as they received the news, they left their hometown and rushed here as fast as they could. Fortunately, the waterway was smooth. They arrived in Penglai in 2 months. The discipline of these 400 people was much better than that of other places. The leader was a person surnamed Su, called Su Gui. His family was also a small local family. He organized this group. When they arrived in Penglai, everyone wanted to see the mirage. Unfortunately, the weather was not good today. It was foggy and they couldn't see anything. Su Gui inquired about the price of the inns in Penglai. They were very expensive. Since there were many outsiders, the price naturally rose. Now that the weather was warm, he was reluctant to spend more money. He was going to find a spacious place to camp in the wild. He knew that he was not good enough, so he had to find his brother-in-law or son-in-law. Thinking of his son-in-law, Su Gui's mood was very complicated. He looked down on this son-in-law who was like marrying into the family. However, he felt that this son-in-law was a little capable and talented. He had helped a lot along the way. However, this son-in-law had a little problem. He always liked to drink. His alcohol tolerance was not high. He drank too much and then made nonsense poems. Go and ask him and see what he says. Su Gui, who had made up his mind, found his brother-in-law who didn't forget to take a sip of wine when he was resting. Tai Bai, because there are many people in the inn, the price is high. Is there any way to find a place to settle down? Su Gui found his brother-in-law and asked his brother-in-law who had just put down the wine gourd and looked at a place in a daze. Tai Bai didn't seem to hear it. He took another sip of wine and continued to be in a daze. Su Gui had to repeat it loudly. This time, Tai Bai woke up. He looked at Su Gui and suddenly laughed. It doesn't matter. Penglai immortals saw my face and lent me a brush, ink, and gold inkstone. A word is worth 1,000 coins. Good wine and delicious food. Inviting fairies, singing without stopping, drinking 300 jars, not getting drunk, walking on the East Sea, leading the giant turtle, sleeping on the beautiful carpet, the mirage railing, the pen is still not dry. Su Gui frowned. This brother-in-law of his should be drunk again. What splendid felt! Quickly find a place to shelter from the wind. It would be a good thing if he fell ill from the cold at night. Tai Bai, have you thought about where to live? Su Gui touched his brother-in-law again and asked. His brother-in-law, Tai Bai, drank the rest of the wine, smacked his lips twice, pointed to the biggest inn in front of them and said, "Tonight, we will live in Bihai Insha." Chapter 839. Bo, mi da ba 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 yu. Immortal Palace Song, Night Chant. Tai Bai, listen to me, I beg you, change a place, there is a shop on the left, go there are few people in his shop, even if we offend him, he won't dare to do anything to us, more than 400 people. You can't go to the blue sea silver sand, you can't go there, Tai Bai, let my family go, please. Su Gui pulled his brother-in-law with all his strength and begged, but he was slowly dragged by his brother-in-law to the blue sea silver sand. My husband, the blue sea silver sand also has shops in province, it is said that they are all over the Tang Empire, and it is as famous as between the clouds and the water. Some people even say that both are backed by the Zhang family and the Wang family. Their family recruited more than 400 people to seek a way to make money, and if they offend the Zhang family and the Wang family, we can't stop them. Seeing that her brother was not as strong as her husband, Madame Su also went to persuade him. Among the more than 400 people gathered here, those who knew the situation showed anger on their faces. Li Bai is too unreasonable, he wants to die, but he wants to implicate us. I don't know what the Su family did to find such a son-in-law, sigh. The people around nodded and echoed, their voices buzzing. Li Bai, who was about to find a good place for the 400 people, stopped when he heard the noise. He turned his head and stared at the person who made the noise first until the person lowered his head. Then he snorted and said, "You are a benefactor, you don't have to bear the anger of others, humph." The person who made the noise just now lowered his head, he knew that Li Bai was scolding him. On the way here from an province, Li Bai had been helping to organize. When they met, he always said that he met Li Bai, that he met a benefactor, but others said that he was a fickle villain. Su Gui's face was also hot, he said to Li Bai embarrassedly, "Tai Bai, I didn't think so, but the blue sea silver sand is unusual, have you heard of anyone who dares to make trouble at the blue sea silver sand? How can we let more than 400 people live in the blue sea silver sand for nothing? Zhang Wang is noble, like the convergence of the sea, not tired of the trickle of water. Today, the solid has become great. The Zhang family and Wang family are wise. Now, I will put up a bounty. I will help my fellow villagers find a home." Li Bai looked at the banner hanging outside the restaurant that offered a reward for writing poems and essays, and then walked forward. Su Gui wanted to stop him again, but his sister stopped him. "Brother, let our husband try. Maybe, even if he doesn't succeed, the jade sea silver sand will not stoop to our level." Sigh. Su Gui sighed. In the end, he did not continue to drag Li Bai. He watched as his brother-in-law strode into the blue sea silver sand with his head held high. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the wind was blowing, threatening to destroy the city. Su Gui had an anxious expression on his face. He told the people from his hometown not to wander around so as to avoid causing trouble. Smelling the salty smell of the wind, he looked at the blue sea silver sand restaurant from time to time. Mrs. Su was also anxious. She was afraid that her husband would be detained in the restaurant if he was careless. Although there had never been a case of bullying in the Zhang family and Wang family's restaurant. After a while, the sky became darker, and the wind became weaker. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound around. Everyone felt that it was easier to breathe, and raindrops appeared on their faces. At this moment, 4 waiters came out of the blue sea silver sand restaurant. They looked at Su Gui's direction and hurried forward. One of them asked, "Are you the Su family of Anzhou?" "That's right, young man." "Did Tai Bai jinxing cause trouble in the building?" "If he broke something, we are willing to compensate." Su Gui's heart skipped a beat. He thought that something had gone wrong. He put his hand into his sleeve to feel for money. He could not leave his brother-in-law alone. "Sure enough, it is Mr. Su. Mr. Su, His Highness has asked for you. The people who came with you have already made room. You can rest at any time. Mr. Su, do you want them to settle you down now?" The waiters confirmed the identity and invited Su Gui. They pointed to the courtyard behind the blue sea silver sand and waited for Su Gui to make a decision. Su Gui suddenly found that everything around him was far away from him. He was the only one standing between heaven and earth. He turned and turned until the sun and moon lost their light. He was in a daze. His body swayed twice before he found that he had returned to the mortal world. The sky was still the same, but the rain was heavier. "Is my husband, Tai Bai, okay?" Su was calmer than her brother. She stepped forward and asked. The waiters were told to be polite. They looked at Su and said with a smile, "Are you the young lady of the Su family? Young Master Li is talking happily with His Highness Liu. The rain is heavy now. Can you take shelter first? Please, young man." Su heard that her husband was fine. She was relieved and made the decision. More than 400 people were divided into 6 courtyards in confusion. It was a little crowded, but they settled down. Su Gui, who had recovered, carefully told the people who followed him to control their food. The food in the blue sea silver sand was good, but they should not get sick. They should not do things they should not do. They should not break other people's things. They should not go out casually. They should be polite to the people in the restaurant. After all this, Su Gui followed his sister upstairs to see how his brother-in-law was doing. He did not want to offend the people in the imperial family by drinking too much. When the two of them were brought to the 3rd floor by the waiter, they walked up another floor. When they arrived at the highest room in the entire restaurant, they heard a familiar clanking sound coming from inside. It sounded like someone was knocking on plates and bowls with chopsticks. Before the waiters went to knock on the door, 2 people sang from inside. "Thunder rolls on the windowsill. The heavy rain carries me to the blue sky. Penglai has 1,000 cups of wine. The immortals eat outside the mountain. Calling my heart, flying across 9,000 mountains on a crane, confusing my eyes. When I wake up, I am drunk, and when I am happy. Rhyme does not belong to the mortal world. This is Chang Yi's face in the moon. Stepping on the snow without any trace, waving my hand to plant a green lotus. Tai Bai, drink. Today's wine is hidden by Xiao Bao for 7 years. I am happy. There is another jar. Let's drink it. I am so annoyed these days. When the Blackwater Commandery was not famous, no one was willing to come here. After the canned food and several mines appeared, people rushed to come here. Drink. Su Gui and Su stood outside and listened to the singing. They did not dare to go in and disturb them. At this time, they heard a voice. It seemed that the speaker was not old. The waiters did not lock the door. They guessed that the 2 people inside were almost drunk. They quietly opened the door and motioned Su Gui and Su Gui to go in. He turned around and went downstairs. It was very dark under the dark clouds. There were no candles in the room. Only the flashes of lightning outside occasionally illuminated the whole earth. Su Gui and Su Gui stood close to the wall and did not say anything. They just watched. They saw a man about the same age as Tai Bai holding a bowl in his hand. He was complaining. Madame Su watched as her husband sat across from that person and drank as well. There were a few cans on the table, and there was a smell of meat that was neither braised nor smoked. It smelled very fragrant, and it should be the canned food that she had only heard about on the way here, but had never seen before. Tai Bai, don't you think that those people are too unreasonable? Eat. This bamboo tube contains flying dragon. It is about the same size as a chicken, but smaller than a chicken. It tastes good. Before I came here, Xiao Bao personally cooked it for me. Ordinary people can't eat it. Come, drink the wine in the bowl and then pour it. Li Yu's eyes were blurred, but he did not forget to drink and eat. Li Bai was almost drunk. In a short time, the two people drank 3 pounds of wine in a very small jar. The jar was engraved with the word specially provided. Next to it, another jar had just been opened. It seemed that he was ready to drink. Su Gui sniffed and whispered to his sister, "Good wine. It is soft but not greasy, strong but not hot. Tai Bai is going to enjoy it." At this time, Li Bai drank the wine according to Li Yu's words. He picked up a flying dragon, took 2 bites, spat out a bone, and poured the wine again. Then he grabbed a washed cucumber dipped in sauce and took a bite. With a happy expression, he echoed Li Yu and said, "Mediocre people in the world are troublesome. It is good to drink in a golden cup. People's hearts are difficult. Far away, drink and laugh. Macho, macho, I'll help you. Drink, what wine is this? It's delicious." Li Yu was tongue-tied and muttered, "Pure barley wine, 7 years in the cellar. The wine made by the Zhang family and Wang family has been in the cellar for 12 years at most. There is a lot of wine, but they don't take it out for others to taste. Tai Bai, my task is to find more people to write poems in Penglai. Those who write well will travel with those who draw well and then write when they come back. Help me write a few more poems, and I'll introduce you to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They are busy and have no time to write poems. Okay, drink. Sleepwalking is dark, but the water is not dark. White snow is decorated with red plum blossoms. Fairies can't help but fall into the pot. They make a pile of mistakes in the human world. Suddenly smelling a fragrance, they come on the clouds and are unwilling to return. In the 9th day, the gong calls 10,000 times, leaving the purple flute and jade people blow. Li Bai rarely had a chance to contact the upper-class people. Naturally, he worked hard. After a few words, he drank half a bowl of wine. The wine that he drank first came back. He put his legs on the chair next to him, grabbed the back of the chair with one hand, and held the empty bowl with the other. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the rain outside the window. It was getting heavier and heavier. He didn't say anything for a long time. Li Yu didn't want to disturb him. He drank slowly and tried to remember what Li Bai said just now. When he felt that he couldn't remember, he said to the people outside, "Someone, ask some girls to come in and sing. Great talent, I met a great talent." When a few women came in from outside, they curiously looked at the 2 people standing against the wall and sang what Li Bai had just said. Li Yu drank the wine in his bowl and shouted a few times to the beat. When he wanted to pour more wine, he found that there were double images everywhere. Just now it was 1 Tai Bai. Now it's 2. It means that I drank too much. I can't drink anymore. Tai Bai, Tai Bai. Li Ji murmured incoherently. In his last moments of consciousness, he called Li Bai twice. Then, his head fell on the table and he fell into a deep sleep. The bowl in Li Bai's hand also fell down and hit the table with a soft sound. Then, both of them fell silent, leaving only the women singing over and over again in the rain. The next morning, Li Yu opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on the bed. Beside him was a servant girl. She was guarding the charcoal stove and pouring water into the pot. "How many years have I been drunk?" Li Yu still hadn't recovered from the scene of drinking with Li Bai yesterday. He kept talking in an exaggerated manner. The servant girl laughed and replied, "Young Master Li, are you asking about the immortal palace or the mortal world below? Since you're awake, try the hangover soup made by the Queen Mother of the West. After drinking it, you'll wake up." "Thank you, fairy." "What about Li Bai?" Li Yu took the soup the servant girl brought over and took a sip. It was neither cold nor hot. He raised his head and drank it all. Immortal Li went to the Dragon Palace. "He left a message for you." The servant girl picked up a piece of paper from the small table and handed it to Li Yu. Li Yu took a look. Sure enough, it said, "Jin Yuliang of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea invites me to drink. After 10,000 cups of wine, I return on the waves. The Phoenix girl wears a red dress on the West Mountain. You can drink more than me." Li Yu rubbed his stomach and asked the servant girl to help him put on his clothes. He went outside to take a look. "Your Highness, is Tai Bai here?" Li Yu walked out for a while and met Su Gui, who was looking for him anxiously. Yesterday, the two of them drank too much and were carried away by the servants. Su Gui and Li Yu didn't intervene. They planned to leave today for fear that they would delay things. Li Yu handed the paper left by Li Bai to Su Gui and said, "He went to the beach to drink and will come back at sunset." He said on the paper. Su Gui looked carefully and whispered, "Your Highness, what did it say on the paper? So stupid. Do you really think he can go to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea? He went to the beach in the east to drink and will come back at sunset in the West Mountain. I already know that you are from an province. Don't worry. After Tai Bai stays for a few days, I will take you to Jili province. I will ask Xiao Bao to arrange a good job for you in Blackwater. Oh, I will be in charge of Blackwater's governor's mansion in the future. I will arrange it." If it weren't for Li Bai, Li Yu wouldn't have said so much to Su Gui. Penglai was not a place he was in charge of, so he didn't need to be so kind. He still had to put on airs. Su Gui also understood that the status gap was a little big, so he didn't dare to ask more. He thanked him again and hurried to the place where more than 400 people lived. He told them the good news, otherwise they would always be worried. Once Su Gui was far away, Li Yu shook his head, which was still a little confused. As he walked back, he said, "I met a great talent. I have to write to Xiao Bao and Huan Huan to tell them." Children were playing, and the mountains were noisy. The sun shone through the thin fog, the dew and green leaves hung their heads shyly, and the green grass and flowers were delicate. The tea house by the road was boiling warm water. Suddenly, people waved and laughed. On the mountain outside Yining County in Jili province, Xiao Bei led a large group of people. She carried a bamboo basket on her back and carried tools in her hand. Early in the morning, she began to pick two kinds of wild vegetables, root vegetables and cat ears. When the sun was high in the sky, she came back with a full harvest. The people behind her helped her pick up the wild vegetables from time to time. When she arrived at the tea stall at the intersection, Xiao Bei, who was full of strength just now, did not do anything. She took out a small note from her bag and didn't let the people make tea. She just watched the people in the tea stall wash the bowls and pour a bowl of water for each of them. She breathed hard and tried to drink it. "Today we are going back to the prefecture. After my brother and sister finish the examination, we will go to Jianan province to be officials and pick vegetables. Then we will ride a horse and go back to ask my brother to make a root vegetable box." Xiao Bei, who was thinking about being a parent official, began to assign tasks after she was no longer thirsty. Everyone immediately got busy at the tea stall. Everyone was very serious. Even Xiao Hai, who did not care much about things, was looking forward to what would happen after he became an official. When a group of little guys finished picking the wild vegetables and left enough for the people in the tea stall to eat, it was already afternoon when they rode back to the prefecture. A carrier pigeon flew from Penglai along with them. Zhang Xiaobao first comforted his brother and sister, asked them to rest and eat the box at night. Then he took the letter and went back to the room with Wang Wan to read it. Opening the letter, Zhang Xiaobao glanced up and suddenly froze. He and Wang Wan, who also saw the letter, looked at each other and said tacitly, "Li Bai jumped out?" "What do you mean by jump? Li Bai is not young." Wang Wan refuted Zhang Xiaobao. "You just said it. Why did he go to Penglai? It seems that it will not take too long to see him. Many people praise him. Do you think he will ask for an official position from us?" Zhang Xiaobao also had a little yearning for this figure. It was not that Li Bai had a lot of prestige now, but after all, he was a legendary figure. He could not meet him for too long. Wang Wan nodded and said, "Yes, we should take a look. And that Wang Wei, now he is also an official in the capital. When will we get together and see who can write better poems? I guess Li Bai will ask for an official position from us. He only needs our help to recommend him. Although he is very powerful in history, it is very difficult for him to be an official now." "Then do you want to help?" "It is said that he does not want to take the imperial examination. Otherwise, he would have come to take the imperial examination." "Why?" Zhang Xiaobao hesitated. He was afraid that if he helped to recommend Li Bai would drink too much. It might be difficult for others to recommend him, but if he and Wang Wan recommended him, Li Longji would definitely value it very much. If Li Bai drank too much in the imperial court and scolded people he caught, others would definitely say that he should not have recommended him. If things went wrong, he would be impeached. Wang Wan read the letter again and thought about it for a while before saying, Li Bai couldn't pass the imperial examination. The imperial examination doesn't just require one to be able to write poems. There are other requirements as well. Otherwise, why would we need to work so hard to learn? He wants people to look for him like they look for a hermit. The most suitable era for such a person is the spring and autumn period. What is important is the strength of character. When it comes to planning, those who are capable will succeed. Those who are not will disappear in the long river of history. Oh, now that you mention it, I understand. It's just like the graduate students at our time. Many of them have no real ability. After graduation, they don't want to work in a small place. They want to work in a big place, but they don't want to work there. They always look like they have talent but don't want to work there. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's words, he gave an example. Who knows? After all, there's too little information in the book, and it's too old. We'll see when we meet him. If he's capable, we'll arrange for him to be an official. He actually wants to be an official who can talk to Li Longji in court. Let's arrange for him to be a county magistrate first. Wang Wan was also in a difficult position. She did not have a direct impression of Li Bai. The only impression in her mind was that Li Bai was good at writing poems. Chapter 840. After staying in Penglai for 3 days, Li Bai was the first one who couldn't stay. He wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as soon as possible. First, he wanted to see the two legendary people with his own eyes. Second, he wanted them to recommend him. In the 3 days, in order to satisfy Li Bai wrote a lot of poems and drank a lot of wine. He had a good time with a group of literati who were attracted by the high reward. Li Yu planned to let the literati quarrel with each other according to the original idea of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, because of Li Bai's participation, he wrote a few good poems in succession. Many people began to agree with the Blackwater governor's mansion. It was almost one-sided. Very few people have been to the Blackwater governor's mansion. They didn't know the specific situation there at all. However, it was imaginable that people with good literary talent would write a poem or an essay. People with good painting skills would also draw snowy scenes according to the appearance of winter in other places. With Wang Wan's painting of the fog, it also gave them a reference to imitate and sublimate. Li Yu chose a good painting and hung it up. Within 3 days, Peng Lai became the focus of a special discussion about the Blackwater governor's mansion. Anyone who came to Peng Lai found that if they didn't talk about the Blackwater governor's mansion, it seemed that they couldn't keep up with the times. Seeing that the general trend was set, Li Yu didn't plan to continue to waste time in Peng Lai. He arranged a few clever people to be in charge of the next publicity matters. After several hints from Li Bai, he finally took more than 400 people from Anzhou to Jili State by boat. The boat sailed for half a day. At noon, Li Yu set up a banquet on the bow of the boat. He found Li Bai and continued to drink. He wanted to discuss with Li Bai about going to the Blackwater governor's mansion to help him. Li Bai gladly accepted the banquet. He was addicted to the past 3 days. He knew that the wine and dishes of Bihai In Sha were good before. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to go to the 3rd floor. At most, he was invited to the 2nd floor by others. The wine and dishes he ordered were not so expensive. There was a big difference in the price of good wine and bad wine. In the past 3 days, Li Bai had been drinking white wine and red wine back and forth, and was flattered by other people who were not as good as Li Bai in literary talent. Li Bai felt as if he was not in this world. The wind blew from the surface of the sea, bringing with it the salty smell of the sea. In the distance, the fishing boat chased the direction of the circling seabirds. The sun shone on the waves, sparkling endlessly, making Li Bai, who had never really been out to sea, have a different feeling in his heart. Tai Bai, when we meet Xiao Bao and Cuckoo after we return to Jili province, I guess they will let you follow me to the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief mansion. What kind of job do you want to do? Li Yu asked Li Bai while he was waiting for the rice wine to start boiling. He added some ginger, salt, and sugar into the jar from time to time. When Li Bai heard Li Yu's words, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I work for Provincial Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang?" Li Yu blinked and felt a little uncomfortable. He understood what Li Bai meant. Li Bai just wanted to work for someone with great ability and then enter the imperial court. When they were talking yesterday, he told Li Bai that his recommendation would not be of much use now. He thought that Li Bai was preparing to take another path. Li Yu pondered for a moment and was really angry. He was indeed not as good as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. When he saw Li Bai was still waiting for a reply, he thought for a moment and said, "Tai Bai, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo also like poetry, but only a little. They prefer to do practical things. They began to learn how to do things when they were in Sanshui County. When they came to Luzhou, they had a lot of opportunities to practice. Tai Bai, why don't you follow me to the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief mansion first? You can get used to the feeling of being an official, sort out the accounts, and organize the people to work. When it's time, you can go to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." Li Bai felt a little regretful. He thought for a moment and said, "All right. What do they like?" "They like money. Xiao Bao likes to make money and spend money. Cuckoo likes to turn money into an army. The more soldiers she can control, the happier she is. Many officials in the imperial court say that they are too tacky, but they are using their things. They are happy that they have a high-ranking membership in the Savants Pavilion and the Joy House. You can't help them in this regard." Li Yu knew that Li Bai wanted to cater to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's interests. Unfortunately, ordinary people could not help much with the things that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo liked. Only the imperial uncle could help a little in terms of policy. That was the return of their efforts. As expected, Li Bai was worried. He picked up a tune bean and threw it into his mouth and chewed slowly. Then, he asked, "Do Provincial Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang have any other ideas about Tubo and its surrounding areas?" "I know a little about it." "Well, you can talk to them about it when the time comes." Li Yu really did not have the heart to attack Li Bai in this regard. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo certainly had ideas about Tubo. Not only did they have ideas, but they had also made practical actions. It was good to let Li Bai talk to them. Maybe he could really provide them with a new idea. Li Yu looked at the boiling wine and felt that it was almost ready. He scooped out 2 bowls and said to Li Bai, "Tai Bai, although Xiao Bao and Cuckoo seem to be young, they know a lot of things. They don't like things that are too vague. Remember, try to be practical when the time comes." Of course. After hearing Li Yu's words, Li Bai was a little nervous and answered. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also thinking about how to arrange Li Bai. Li Bai is coming. What position do you think we should arrange for him? I know that he's ambitious, but we can't just assign him the position of Prime Minister. Even if we do, Li Longji won't accept it. There are still 2 Prime Ministers in the Imperial Court. Zhang Shua hasn't stepped down yet. According to history, he's finished. Sigh, it's all because we helped him. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he used a pen to write a poem on a piece of paper. The moonlight before the bed is bright. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's poem and smiled. Why did you think of writing this poem? Who knows what Li Bai can do? We have to wait until we meet him to know what he is capable of. I hope that he is really capable. That way, he can do more things. Zhang Xiaobao changed a piece of paper and wrote on it, "Those who abandoned me, yesterday. Draw a knife to break the water, water flows faster. Raise a cup to drown sorrow, sorrow grows more sorrowful." After he finished writing, he sang, "Yesterday is like the east flowing water, leaving me far away. Today, my heart is full of worries. Draw a knife to break the water, water flows faster. Raise a cup to drown sorrow, sorrow grows more sorrowful." Tomorrow, the first part of this poem from more than 100 years ago was changed according to his poem. I think, if we really arrange for him to be an official, and he really does it well, then will there still be a poem like the one we have read before? You see, Su Shi is not bad. If his official career continues to be so good, will there still be Dongpa pork? Will there still be a misty reign of Renpingsheng? Li Bai is the same. So is the pleasures of the world. Since ancient times, all things flow to the east. Will such a sentence disappear? Zhang Xiaobao was worried about this matter. Wang Wan shook her head and held Zhang Xiaobao's hand, saying, "So you wrote, 'The moonlight before the bed is bright,' right? Because this poem is the most difficult to understand. Whether the bed is a bed to sleep on or a bench to sit on is very controversial. It's like the Lang Lang riding a bamboo horse, circling the bed to play with green plums. In fact, it's nothing. Even if Li Bai couldn't write so many unsatisfactory poems, I think he could write another kind of poem." Li Shimin and Li Longji both wrote poems. Many famous court officials also wrote good poems that were passed down. A real poet can write at any time, just like how people in our time like to write diaries. Words are a kind of carrier. No matter what kind of feeling or mood, they can be written. It's just that some people use it well and write comfortably. Xin Qiji is a general. Didn't he also write looking for him in the crowd 1,000 times? It's useless to think so much. The sooner we meet Li Bai, the sooner we see what he can do and make arrangements. After all, he can be considered a celebrity. Okay, recite a few more of Li Bai's poems for me. I'll remember them. If he dares to recite poems to me when he gets here, I'll bully him to death. If not, I'll let Xiao Yuan do it. In a few days, Xiao Bei and the others will be sent to Jian to be officials. Most of them have migrated. Let's see how they manage with so few people. When I went to teach them yesterday, I just arrived. Guess what happened to me? Zhang Xiaobao was happy when he talked about his younger siblings. This group of little guys had their own personalities. It was not easy for them to be so harmonious together. What happened to you? Tell me. Did Xiaobei bully you again? Wang Wan was curious. No, after Xiaoyuan memorized the rhymes of the old man and the book of songs, he started to compose. When I went there, Xiaoyuan was reciting poems to Xiaobei. I don't know how long he had been holding it in, but he finally came up with a 7-line poem. It was so funny, ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaobao laughed so hard that he squatted on the ground. Wang Wan blinked and had a look of disbelief. Really? Tell me, what's the 7-line poem that Xiaoyuan wrote? What can he write? Don't be fooled by how much he memorized. If he really wrote it, it would be like a nursery rhyme. Then tell me quickly. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao responded and began to imitate Xiaoyuan. Bebe, look at how round the moon is tonight. I suddenly had an idea. Huh, I'm dying of laughter. Hee hee, what happened after that? Wang Wan also laughed. After that, our Xiaobei said, Xiaoyuan, are you sick? Today is the 6th day of the new year. Find me a full moon for me to see. Huh, I can't take it anymore. Zhang Xiaobao laughed again after saying that. Wang Wan pursed her lips hard, her face red. Zhang Xiaobao continued to imitate Xiaoyuan. When the heart is round, the moon will be round. I composed a poem, Ode to the Moon. It's about the moon. Then praise it. I'm hungry and want to eat the eggplant box. I'll get someone to make it. After you praise it, I'll send it to you. Zhang Xiaobao imitated Xiaobei's voice again. Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words and pinched her thigh hard. And then? And then Xiaoyuan pulled Xiaobei and didn't let her go. He promised her many benefits and promised his 11 bodyguards to let Xiaobei give orders. Only then did Xiaobei reluctantly stay and listen. You don't even know what Xiaoyuan's poem is. Let me rest. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he actually fell to the ground and rolled around with all his might. Wang Wan didn't urge him anymore. She tried her best not to be like Zhang Xiaobao. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao stopped with a grimace and a pained expression on his face. Calm down. You have to calm down. If you keep laughing, my intestines will break. Listen, Xiaoyuan said, the moon last night wasn't round. Today, the moon is round again. The river of stars has fallen to the Vega's tears. The moon once floated on the sea of stars. Not to mention that it's not easy to build a bridge, it's difficult to watch a jade hair pound medicine. Immortals have their own hardships, but mortals can sleep together. Xiaobei, are you sleepy? Go to sleep. You lean against the wall. I'll be outside you to block the wind. Xiaobei said, stay away from me. It's colder when you say it. I'm really going to eat. Do you want to eat? If not, I won't bring more for you. Ha ha ha. Another day, Li Bai's ship finally docked at the dock of Jili province. When they were on the ship, they were very curious about this place. It was said that Jili province used to be poor, but it became rich after Governor Zhang and Army Commander Wang came. Seeing was believing. They didn't know how poor Jili province used to be, but now they saw how prosperous it was. Anzhou was located north of the Yangtze River. There was a big river flowing into the river. Many people came and went, so it was quite prosperous. It was much better than several places in the west. It was often said that the north was bitterly cold, but now it didn't seem to be bitterly cold at all in Jili province. At the wharf of Jili, people came and went. Bearers shouted as they unloaded sacks of goods from ships coming from other places, and carried them to a spacious place on the shore, where there were innumerable carts and horses. Every time a cart was loaded, it would leave. On the shore, there were many restaurants and inns. There were rows of restaurants and tea shops. There was even a long street full of people hawking their wares. Once again, Li Yu warned Li Bai, who had a curious look in his eyes. Xiaobao and Wan like to make a poor place rich, so that the people can live a good life. Usually, they are more willing to listen to a commoner talk about how good life is at home, than to hear about whether the immortals will come or not. Wherever the Zhang and Wang families have been officials, the people do not worship the gods or gods. Wherever the Zhang and Wang families have been officials, the people do not worship the gods or gods. Wherever the Zhang and Wang families pass by, the people smoke. If you manage to improve the lives of the people in a certain place and obtain a real reputation, you don't need to look for Xiaobao and Wan Wan. The two of them will take the initiative to look for you and arrange a higher official position for you. Li Bai was really shocked by what he saw. He looked around and asked doubtfully, "Why don't I see any children? Can they really arrange an official position for someone? They are in school. Don't you have a school in Anzhou?" Li Yu asked. "I never cared. No one mentioned it." Li Bai really didn't care about this kind of thing. Madame Su, who was standing next to him, whispered in his ear, "My husband, it is the same in Anzhou. My father sends a few thousand to the school every month to participate in the Chaoyang mission. My husband is busy and doesn't know." These words made Li Bai's face turn red and then white. He suddenly remembered what Li Yu said. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo liked people who did things. When they met and asked, he couldn't say it. Wouldn't he lose a good opportunity? Li Yu said, "If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to arrange an official position for someone, it is too easy. The 9 children of the 2 families are now secondary class, rank 4 civil officials. There are even rank 7 or 8 official positions in their hands. Tai Bai needs to work hard." Li Bai nodded repeatedly. He wanted to find Su Gui and ask him more about specific things, especially things related to the people's livelihood. "I will send someone to send a letter to Xiao Bao and let them know in advance." As Li Yu spoke, he waved his hand and called someone over. He gave a few instructions and the person quickly left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't wait for Li Yu's letter. Instead, they waited for 3 pieces of bad news. The 3 pieces of news arrived almost at the same time, not a quarter of an hour apart. One came from the Mud River, one from the capital, and one from the Jiangnan East Road merchants on horses. The 3 letters were placed on the table. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was not very good. He looked at Wang Wan and pointed to the letter on the left. The news from the capital says that the Tujue people suddenly gathered and headed north. They sent a letter to Li Longji saying that they are willing to be officials and that Li Longji should send people to govern there. Li Longji was obviously unhappy. If the people were gone, who would be the officials sent to govern? It seems that the left virtuous Prince Keitachin is still not reconciled. He would rather migrate in the cold north than truly submit to the Tang Empire. What do you think we should do? Wang Wan bit her lip and exhaled heavily through her nose. Is there a mountain over there? It's not easy to cross the mountain. I don't have time to deal with them now. I'll let them suffer more. When I'm done with Xinlua, I'll see if they are really determined to be hostile. The second letter says that Xinlua is causing trouble at the Mud River on our side. The people of Xinlua are unwilling to clear the river and have gathered there to obstruct the construction. This is the attitude of the Xinlua king. Now there are many mountains and few plains. Do you think we should fight? If we fight, I will mobilize the army immediately. After talking about the second letter, the two of them looked at the third letter. This letter was written by a merchant from the Jiangnan East Road. There were many big ships in Japan, and they wanted to cooperate with the local merchants to explore overseas. They wanted to freely dock at Xinyuan Island and resupply. Why do I feel that they have discussed this beforehand? Don't worry about the Japanese. Tell the merchants in the Jiangnan East Road not to cooperate with the Japanese. Otherwise, there will be no good results. If the Japanese want to explore, they can go by themselves. I don't believe that their ships can reach Molucca without our help. The Turkic matter is not urgent. That place is not suitable for survival. If they dare to go north, they will freeze to death. Didn't they give up the place? Tell our people in Fengzhou to organize armed guards and invite other merchants to enter the Turkic area together and open up pastures. Zhang Xiaobao tapped his face with his hand. Wang Wan knew that he was really angry. Some people would not cry until they saw the coffin. So we have to take care of Xinlua now. Yes, Xinlua. We don't need to gather too many soldiers. 3,000 is enough. The two of us will go and take a look first. If we can solve it without using force, then we won't fight. However, the river must be connected. Otherwise, we will have to go around a large bay to transport goods. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his teeth. Chapter 841. You're not allowed to dig. If you dig through the river, you'll break the vein. We won't have a good life in the future. You can't dig. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood on the west bank of the muddy river, watching the place where the muddy river was supposed to be excavated stop. They could clearly hear the reason that the people who were obstructing the construction were shouting. I hate people who use such means for their own selfish interests. The saddest thing is that many people who don't understand things are incited to make trouble. Xiaobao, who do you think doesn't want the river to be dug through the most? Wang Wan didn't need to ask anyone. Looking at the situation in front of her, she knew what was going on in her heart. Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing beside Wang Wan, took out the fishing rod he brought and walked to a place where they could rest. He slowly put the fishing rod on and said, "The road is really difficult to walk on. It took half a month to come here from Jili province. I didn't even get to meet Li Bai. Let's repair the road from Jili province to here. You don't dare to meet Li Bai. You're afraid that the character in your heart will suddenly fall into the mortal world. Who will pay for the road repair?" Wang Wan said Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. In fact, she was the same. Seeing that she was about to meet Li Bai, she suddenly felt that if Li Bai was too close to her, she would lose the cultural sustenance that she once had. He hung the bait and swung the fishing rod. With a swoosh, the lead fell into the water with the fishing line. Then, he gently flicked the small bell on the rod. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips twice and felt that it was tasteless. According to the analysis in Li Ji's letter, Li Bai's poems are not bad in the future. But now, I haven't seen what great abilities he has. It's better to miss him than to meet him. Xiaobei and the others will go to Jian and with Li Bai to be officials and see how he is. As for the road repair, our Zhengzheng construction group will do it. We will greet all the caravans that travel between Xinlua and the Great Tang. They will pay a portion of the money and take up 30%. In the future, any caravan that passes under their banner will not be charged any fees, nor will they need to pay any maintenance fees. In a while, I'll get someone to contact them to build a narrower road. It will cost a lot less money. If they think it's expensive, they can join forces and take 10% of the money. My initial estimate is that the road will cost 10 million strings of cash. As long as they pay 1 million, they can enjoy huge benefits in the future. Zhang Xiaobao said 10 million strings of cash as though it was 1,000 yuan. It was very easy. Wang Wan was confused by her words. Now that the river is blocked, you want to build a road? Bored? It's not like you don't know the situation at home. Where are you going to find 10 million strings of cash? In another 10 years, maybe you won't continue to spend money and you'll be able to satisfy your current needs. You and I know how much cash the family has. Others don't know. Our family has so many businesses. In the hearts of others, we are as rich as a country. If I shout that I use money to fill up the East Sea, there will be people who will believe me. Zhang Xiaobao loaded another fishing rod and said to Wang Wan with a smile. Wang Wan frowned and thought hard, but she could not figure out why Zhang Xiaobao would talk about the land route instead of solving the problem of the water route at the border. Looking at the tributaries that flowed down from the mountain and gathered in the mud river, she asked, "What should we do about the matter in front of us? Let's do it together. The Turks are going north, and Japan is going to follow them. Something has happened in Xinhua. I keep feeling that there's some connection between them. Is it because we haven't made a move for a long time that people think that we've changed from wolves to wolves? If we don't let them suffer a little, they'll really be able to overturn the sky." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he saw that the fish did not take the bait for a long time. He took out a nest for small fish and opened it in front of him. Then, he took out 2 soy sauce pig kicks and gave one to Wang Wan. She held it and began to gnaw on it. Wang Wan ate a few mouthfuls and spat out the bones into the nest. "Didn't you write a letter to the people of Jiangnan East Province not to let them participate in Japan? Are you going to change your mind? If you change, you'll be a good comrade. If you don't cooperate with them, you can sell the sea map to the Japanese. There are many things at sea: storms, reefs, whirlpools, and pirates. I hope that the Japanese brothers can find the continent of hope in their hearts safely. Amen." Zhang Xiaobao ate quickly, but he did not eat too cleanly. He ate a large piece of meat into his stomach and stuffed the bones that still had a lot of meat into the nest. He rubbed his hands on his body casually and said with a smile. Wang Wan curled her lips and stopped eating. She tore off the meat and wrapped it in oil paper. The bones were given to Zhang Xiaobao to nest the fish. She rubbed her hands on Zhang Xiaobao's clothes and said, "After being with a person like you for a long time, it's hard to find that little bit of kindness in my heart. Thank you for the compliment. I'll fish more in a while. I'll fry them for you as a snack at night. Get someone in charge of foreign affairs here." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head happily and went down to the river. He called out, and someone immediately did as he ordered. As a wholesale and retail merchant, Li Dong's life had not been good recently. There were more and more ships coming to and from Tang Empire to Xinhua. A large number of goods were unloaded and turned into money. The low price made many people who used to buy goods from his shop run to the dock to buy. In recent months, his profits had been getting smaller and smaller. If this continued, it would not be long before his family's business could not continue. Fortunately, after he took charge of the shop, he specially studied the goods shipped from Tang Empire. He chose goods that the Tang Empire people felt were not profitable and would not be transported. He bought them from Tang Empire and transported them to Xinhua by land. The shop also opened a new branch. As it was far from the sea and the Tang Empire ships did not transport such goods, his life became much better. He was looking forward to making a lot of money, but who knew that Tang Empire wanted to connect the Mud River? Once it was connected, ships would come over. Now that the price of a few goods had been raised by him, people with intentions would definitely notice. A few days ago, someone from the imperial family came over to discuss. In order to prevent Tang Empire from successfully clearing the river, he stood in front and found people to use all kinds of excuses to obstruct. Although it was a temporary success, when he heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Jili province were coming, he did not know if they would kill him. They were people who could do anything. He regretted that the imperial family was afraid back then. Why did he foolishly agree? No, he had to find a few more colleagues. When trouble came, everyone would face it together. With this thought, Li Dong rubbed his sore eyes, got up, and walked out of the room. He called out to a servant who walked past him. "Tell the steward to write a few invitations and send them to the vegetable workshop, the distant mountain chamber of commerce, and the horse gang. Tomorrow, there will be a banquet at Changfeng Pavilion. The servant left in a hurry. Not long after, he came back to report, "Master, the steward knows. Someone came outside saying that he's the steward of Xinjiang Construction and wants to see you." Xinjiang Construction? Li Dong felt that the name was familiar, but he could not remember what it was. The servant reminded him respectfully, "Master, it's the business between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family that you often told us about. They specialize in all kinds of construction work. Most of the money they earn is used to build the school of Tang Empire. They are unyielding. They once said that no matter what disaster it is, even if the sky falls and the earth sinks, the school will be the last to be destroyed." After the servant mentioned it, Li Dong matched the things that had happened a while ago with what he was hearing now. "Oh, it's this. A few days ago, there was an earthquake in a place near the sea in Dengzhou of Hunan province. I heard that many houses were knocked down and washed away. The two-story school in the village stood alone. The crack in the ground passed through the middle of the building, but the building did not fall down. The seawater flooded the lower floor, and the children ran to the upper floor to avoid it. Why are they here? Did the Tongha River alarm them? Tell them that I'm not here and let the second steward receive them. If they are not looking for trouble, I'll take a detour from the back door and just came back." It was not the first time that the servant had done such a thing. He agreed and trotted to arrange it. Watching the servant leave, Li Dong began to recall the things that had happened in Dengzhou. He murmured, "Xinjiang Construction is rich. I heard that the crack in the middle of the school is 4 feet wide. If it were other small houses, they would have fallen in directly. But the upper floor of the school is still connected. It is said that steel bars as thick as a child's arm can be seen in the crack. Did they come here to repair the bridge? If so, it will be troublesome. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan do it personally, I don't know if they can hold on." It did not take long for the second steward, who was in contact with the foreign affairs of Xinjiang Construction Group, to send a message. "Master, the second steward said that the man is not here to repair the bridge, but to repair the road. He said that he wants to give you a fortune and asked you to choose a good place to start the construction." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.